The MC of this story, Kang Jiyama, has always been an exceptional knife master and even worked as a sashimi chef. His life totally changed when he entered the world of a mobile game and received his system with the blessing of the sword god, and one key feature: he could cut anything, even space and time, and deal unbelievable damage, as long as he was armed with a weapon less than 30 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide. So that means the only weapon that suits him is a knife. In this new world, he found himself in the body of a background character with no backstory, and lived a quiet life exploring his new world. He found out that blessings in this world are what we would call special abilities. And to train these abilities, the elite Hawakan Academy was created. The place has long been a school exclusively for upper-class hero families, and until recently, there was no way for non-heroic families to enter the school, until the creation of a special admission system that allows the non-privileged to have a chance at entering the school. Kang Jiyama happens to be one of these lucky students accepted into this special admission program. The days pass, and eventually, the day comes for him to go to the school for the first time, and the teacher inspecting equipment isn't impressed with what Jiyama brings to the table. Jiyama's choice of equipment are cheap, discount knives from Daiso, and even though he genuinely wants to use these as his equipment, it doesn't look convincing to the inspector. On the day of the entrance ceremony weapons screening, every year, there are kids who want to make a name for themselves by playing pranks such as these. The teacher thinks that this is the same thing happening yet again, and he decides to use this as an opportunity to establish his authority from the start. The teacher slams his hand on the table and asks Jiyama if he thinks that this academy is some kind of joke. There's no way he is seriously bringing kitchen knives as his equipment for the class placement test. Jiyama confirms that it may look ridiculous, but this really is his equipment. The instructor tries to double down on his disciplinary attitude, but Jiyama calmly reminds him that he is a special admission student from an ordinary family. Just the tuition alone is a huge burden on his parents, so how is he expected to provide expensive equipment? The color of the name tag on Jiyama's jacket proves that he really is a special admissions student, and the instructor himself knows that these students are not upper class, so they don't have the privileges of other students. The instructor is taken aback by the fact that someone who is affiliated with an institution that is meant to have a level playing field is forced to do these kinds of things as a deeply devoted student. But Jiyama has one last thing to say. The same teachings that his master made him take to heart. He believes that blaming the equipment for poor performance is something that only amateurs do. An expert doesn't blame their equipment, and Jiyama as a pubescent teen already carries this fact in his heart. It's almost as if he has reached the pinnacle of his field. His words of wisdom remind the instructor of someone else who also has a similar unyielding spirit. Since Jiyama has clearly made his point clear, the instructor allows him to bring his equipment into the school. As Jiyama packs up his tools to head into the school grounds, he can overhear the other students and their obvious dislike of him. The privileged clearly have a special distaste for special admission students, but the instructor doesn't want to hear any of that from the kids. He yells at the remaining students in line to shut up and get a move on, while Jiyama stealthily sneaks away. This entire experience is surely going to give him PTSD. He just entered the school, and he's already tired of the whole experience. He knew that the prejudice against him would happen, but experiencing it firsthand still feels awful. At least the equipment evaluation is done and he somehow made it through the entrance ceremony. The only thing left is the class placement test, but he's already exhausted. He has come this far though, and now he's officially in the school that he will be attending for the next 3 years. Being here in person is completely different than what he saw on his screen back in his previous life. It's not an exaggeration to say that the city is about the size of a small city. The fact that he is going to study at a school attended by the upper-class people is still a shock to him, despite how exhausting the whole experience has been. Thinking back to when he was in the district and he had to drop out of school due to his family's circumstances, Jiyama can hardly believe that this is happening. An announcement comes over the speakers informing the students that the placement test is about to start and new students need to assemble at the training hall by 3 p.m. This was way sooner than he expected, but Jiyama can't let himself be surprised. This placement test is a very important milestone for the rest of his student career in this school. He pulls out one of the knives from his bag, determined to pass the test, no matter what. Now that he's holding the covered blade though, he realizes that he hasn't used a knife even once since he came to this new world. His old teacher used to tell him that he must never let go of his sword. He should sleep with it in his hand if he has to. It's been 20 years since he started living by the sword, and his teacher taught him these crazy habits. So a year of rest couldn't possibly have dulled his skills. He gives the blade a few tests, checking the handle and the feel of the sharp blade, and to his surprise, it's not bad at all. Now all that's left is to try out the blade himself, and he uncovers it so he can check its worth by cutting a leaf. As soon as the blade is completely uncovered, a jolt of electricity runs through his body, and a status screen pops up, informing him that he has met the equipment conditions, and the sword god blessing will activate as a result. However, his physical body is too low to receive the blessing of the sword god, and the level of his equipment is also too low, meaning that suppression has to be used to synchronize the equipment with the user. Jiyama is surprised that only drawing the blade is enough to activate the blessing. But before he can even think about it, the system prays that the blessings of the gods be with him, and then activates the first level of the skill. This immediately fills his body with sharp and nearly unbearable pain. He screams out in agony as the pain floods through his body, and he starts to think that he might die at this rate. The world shatters around him, and the pain stops momentarily, revealing a large empty space with a bright red light in the center. Jiyama stares at the empty space in shock, and the freezing feeling causes him to drop his blade, ending the blessing and causing the world to return to normal. The moment he lets go of the sword, the world returns to normal and he comes back, but that doesn't mean that the pain stops. The pain was so unbearable that it seemed like the entire world was being torn apart. It must be some kind of backlash from using the power without having the strength to withstand it. When he tested out the painless blessing, it only caused him mild muscle soreness. If every activation is going to feel like this, then he can't use this blessing. Another announcement comes over the intercom, calling for all new students to assemble at the training hall immediately. He stares down at the knife that felt like it almost ended his life. He may not be able to wield it, but surely he can pick up the knife. There's no way he can just leave a sashimi knife laying on the ground. And besides, maybe it only hurt because it was the first time he activated the blessing. Bending down to pick up the blade proves that it really wasn't just the first time, as he let out a scream of pain that filled the campus. He arrives at the training hall, which is more like a gladiator's arena than a school hall. All the new students gather in the center of the arena and chat among themselves as they wait for the event to start. The staff also stay at the top part of the arena and discuss amongst themselves. Their chatter stops abruptly as they notice someone special among them in the audience. It's the Lord Sword Emperor, one of the 7-star heroes, Siegfried von Nibelung. He is the direct descendant of Aaron Nibelung, who was the apprentice of the legendary hero Balor Håkon. He's so powerful that he has come to be known as the strongest human, and others can't help but stare at him as he unshakingly watches over the students in the arena. Siegfried can't help but sigh as the noblemen walk away, and someone else comes up beside him. It's another one of the 7-star heroes, Medea Poison, and according to her, it's been half a century since they last saw each other. She's the head of the academy, and she's also turning 70 soon, yet she maintains a beautiful and youthful look and dresses as if she's still in her 20s. This is all thanks to her blessing, and she can even make Siegfried look 10 years younger. But the man refuses. The two exchange small talk and light teasing as they reminisce on how long it's been that they've known each other, though it's mostly just Medea very successfully pissing off Siegfried. However, despite how annoying she's trying to be, she still mentions that it's odd for Siegfried to come to these kinds of events. For the longest time, the Sword Emperor has despised mixing with people of the elitist mindset. This time, it's probably because his granddaughter is one of the students among the crowd today. Siegfried doesn't reject that assumption as the games prepare to start. Meanwhile, in the arena itself, Jiyama is as isolated as he can possibly be among a crowd of rainbow-haired students. It looks like he is the only one with black hair in this whole place, and to make things worse, he is also a special admission student. That only makes him even more of an outcast among the elites. This exact scenario must be what they call a humble origin. Among all the new students though, even as everyone has their own unique appearances, there's one person that catches everyone's attention. As she walks past the crowd of people around her, her wavy blue hair causes everyone to stop and stare. Jiyama already knew that she would be a student here, and he doesn't have the same shocked expression that the other students do. The girl they are also hypnotized by is Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, and the game's main heroine. She is also the reason why he spent so much money on the game. Moving on from the beautiful woman captivating the crowd, the more important thing to talk about are the details of the placement test. The test will take place in subspace, which is an area that was first created by the legendary hero, Balor Håkon, along with the establishment of the academy. It's an alternate space from reality where fighters will experience all the damage and pain inflicted to them there, but the damage will not affect them in reality. Since there is no risk of harming anyone in real life, gruesome things, including murder, can be overlooked there. This particular test is going to be a subspace battle royale where the new students will be divided into groups of 10 and put into a survivor game. The ranks of each group will be based on who can survive the longest. There are also no restrictions on armament, which means students can do whatever they want during their period in the test. No restrictions on armament also means that the elites can have it all, and they have an advantage in this test. That may be the case, but the academy is funded primarily by the nobility's money. This is as much of a compromise as they can make. Medea had to go through a lot of trouble to introduce the special admission system that can help the commoners enter the university. The students don't care about that at all though. and they are still blindly following after a disinterested Abel von Nibelung, while Guillaume watches them all from a distance. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why they are following her so diligently, though. She's incredibly pretty, and he already thought that when he could only see her in 2D. But now, seeing her in the flesh, she's even more breathtaking. If he didn't know how the story of this world was going to play out, he would have tried to strike up a conversation with her as well. But he knows something that those poor guys don't. Abel von Nibelung is a character of the Miracle's Blessing M, and more specifically, she's one of the protagonists of the game, and she's directly connected to the main character. In the end, beautiful people always have someone they match with, and he knows that for a special admission student like him, he is not suited to be in this race with the rest of the nobles. For now, he'd rather avoid getting involved and ending up with a noisy school life. Since he was essentially forced into this school, he has some rules that he plans to stick with. His goal is to live a safe, ordinary, and secure life, and his self-imposed motto for the future is to complete his studies smoothly and obtain a regular job. Being a hero is definitely not on the agenda for him, especially when just pulling out a knife sends his whole body into shock. He's still trembling right now, even though so much time has passed since he accidentally activated his blessing. The rest of the important people in this game can protect the world. RMC just wants a nice quiet life with a comfortable job. The placement test begins and a voice calls over the intercom to announce the rules. This year's test is a battle royale and the new students will be split into teams of 10. The top ranked will be placed in the Star class. Ranks 2 and 3 will be in Dragon class, rank 4 to 7 will be in Wolf class, and ranks 8 to 10 will be in the Ordinary class. Based on the results, each student will be accurately assigned to different classes, and the scores will be automatically calculated. There is also no time limit to this challenge, which makes this just like a game. Giama's goal is the same, and he wants to finish it quickly without drawing any attention to himself as an ordinary student. With the rules properly explained, the test starts, and a spatial occurrence device is activated, sending the students to their appropriate areas. If Giama can help it, he wants to even completely avoid drawing any weapons if possible. The exams go as expected, and after a while, groups start appearing after completing their sessions. The positions of each group gets announced one by one as the two administrators make small talk over the sidelines. Medea thinks that this batch of students is particularly remarkable. It includes Siegfried's granddaughter as well as descendants of other notable figures. It's pretty clear that the results of this game have already been predetermined. From the results that she can already see among the groups that have completed their games, some have finished with amazingly fast times. His granddaughter Abel finished with a new record pace while using a C-class weapon. She only used it to make sure that the results are fair, and she's not beating people with an S-class weapon. Her time is impressive, but it's still not as good as Siegfried's record back in his day. Till now, it still stands among the top 10 in the Academy's history. Siegfried doesn't hide his pride in his granddaughter, and such results are only natural for a descendant of Nibelung. By now, a good number of groups have finished their sessions, and Siegfried decides that it's time for him to leave. There's only one batch left, and he doesn't feel like waiting to see who will win. He gets up and bids Medea farewell as he takes his leave. But then suddenly, a sharp sensation passes through the area that causes everyone in the arena to pause. Medea and Siegfried feel something powerful in the air, and the once calm vibe between them is thrown into a panic as they try to figure out what is going on. Siegfried hasn't felt such a powerful feeling in a long time, and it causes him to freeze in place. The sky above them breaks as the final group finishes their test, and two people fall from the sky, unconscious. Another bright light shines in the sky, and someone else falls to the ground last, along with a single sharp blade that pierces into the ground right in front of the unconscious student. Siegfried watches the student in silence as Medea calls for a medical team to check the vital signs of the cadets who just arrived. This all started earlier during one of the group's sessions while the students were fighting among themselves. Well, they should have been fighting among themselves, but it's more accurate to say that a pair of brothers were beating the crap out of everyone else. Because of these two boys, the outcome of this match had pretty much already been decided. It seems like instead of participating in a battle royale between students, Giama found himself in the middle of a death match. He knows these two boys well as the evil twins, Mao Jun and Shun Mao, two men with natural-born talent and a boundless love of brutal violence. These two have been deliberately playing with the weaker students for nearly 30 minutes, just enjoying the act of tearing other people apart. However, it seems like Giama looks so weak to them that they didn't even notice him. Eventually, all the people they've been playing with eventually die, leaving the two boys bored and looking for their next target. They tally up who they caught among themselves, and all that's left is a single girl in the back, nervously shivering while they point at her. It's clear that they have horrible thoughts about this girl, and Giama can't just stay quiet anymore. He has been watching the girl quietly in the corner since earlier, and it looks like they are already panicking and don't have the will to fight. Shunmao walks towards the girl who doesn't have any intention of running away, and tells her that she perfectly suits his taste. Even Mao Jun can't help admitting that his brother is definitely a pervert, but that doesn't mean he's going to stop his younger sibling. That's the last straw as Giamma yells from the back of the arena, catching the two boys' attention. He stepped in without even noticing what he was about to do, and now, the two boys who didn't even notice before have him right in their sights. They notice the color of his name tag, identifying him as a special admissions student, meaning that he's even less worthy to be in their sights. The two boys decide to end him quickly so they can go back to taking care of the pretty girl behind them. Giamma wonders what he should do now that he's facing them both head-on. He could use the blessing of the void to cancel out his pain for 30 seconds, but they have been desecrating corpses for 30 minutes. There's no way such a short amount of time will make any difference for him. There's only one choice for him in this situation, and the answer lies in his bag of sashimi knives. But if he wields a blade, then the blessing will definitely manifest, causing unimaginable pain again. He wanted to live a safe, ordinary, and quiet life, but not even half a day has gone by, and he's already in this kind of situation. He reaches into his bag and pulls out one of the knives, causing both brothers to burst out in laughter, while the girl continues to watch the situation play out without a word. Shun Mao decides not to waste any more time on this lowly guy and launches towards him to take our MC out. This isn't a situation where Giamma can be picky, but he has a plan. He can use his painless blessing for 30 seconds to cancel out the pain from the sword god blessing. All he has to do is hold on for long enough to outpace these guys. He activates his painless blessing right before drawing the sashimi knife from its casing, and once again, the blessing of the sword god activates right as Shun Mao descends on him with a wicked smile. There's only one way for Giamma to survive this. If he can't cut through this situation, he will die. But there is no way a sashimi knife can cut through that massive body. It's not a fish, it's a full human being. In moments like this, he remembers his teacher who was once a gangster. One day, he asked his teacher why gangsters always use sashimi knives in movies. But even his teacher said that those kinds of things can only happen in movies. Even if a god comes, it's not possible. The blessing states that if he wills it, then he can cut it. And with that confidence in mind, he thrusts his knife towards the large man jumping towards him, and in an instant, Shun Mao is sliced in half. Another time, Chef Kim asked his teacher why gangsters eat sashimi, and that got a knife thrown at him, barely missing his face. That's one of the many instances where his boss proved that he was an ex-gangster. After his years on the dark side of the streets, he hacked off one of his wrists as atonement. Then he opened up a sushi restaurant to make people happy with his knife skills. The two of them talked about how criminals are constantly flashing sashimi knives in movies, and Chef Kim once asked his mentor if that is how it works in real life. When stabbing someone with a wide kitchen knife, their skin contracts, but it won't be able to come out. However, sashimi knives are thin and allow someone to stab a body several times. However, his teacher also said that he can't use that same knife to slash at a human the way you would slash at a piece of fish. His teacher even said that if a god comes down, it still wouldn't be possible. While the arm flying off from Shun Mao is proof that slashing is indeed possible, the three other students are all shocked at the sudden change in power as Giamma stands with his knife ready for another attack. Shun Mao holds his bleeding arm and yells in pain as Giamma walks closer. Left with no other escape, Shun Mao tries to run away while begging Mao Jun to help him before he dies. Before he can get much further with his whining, Giamma cuts him off with a quick slash of his blade, taking the student's head off immediately. His brother screams as Shun Mao's severed head drops in front of him. He forces his brain to remember that this is void space, and that means Shun isn't actually dead. But that aside, this random gloomy guy slashed his brother with nothing but a simple kitchen knife. Mao Jun now has to fight this beast by himself, but someone who clumsily runs around with a knife definitely doesn't have any experience fighting. Even with that, he has to be careful of the knife. Shun Mao's loss has to be because of his irresponsibility. Now he, as the remaining brother, has to pick up the slack of his defeated sibling. He picks up the severed arm of his brother and takes the power gauntlet for himself. The weapon displays its true might when it's used with two hands. One hand gives a blessing of resolution which increases his defense, and the other gives a blessing of intervention, which increases his jumping ability by 200%. On top of that, using the two together also gives increased fist power. Manifesting these three benefits together gives true power that even the gods cannot imagine. Mao Jun has no idea where Giamma got such a powerful weapon, but even S-rank weapons cannot pierce his defense. Meanwhile, Giamma isn't even paying attention to the brute, and he's keeping track of how many seconds he has left before his blessing ends. Mao Jun takes the opportunity to rush in for a sucker punch while Giamma is distracted, and everything that happens next occurs in an instant. Mao Jun lays on the ground covered in his own blood and barely alive, while Giamma continues to count down. Once the countdown ends, the effect of the blessing of immunity ends as well, and all the pain from the blessing of the sword god hits him at once. He screams out in pain, still holding the knife as Mao Jun's consciousness fades. Time passes, and eventually, Jiama wakes up to a white room that's probably some sort of clinic or hospital. He shakily tries to get up, and the sound of him moving alerts someone outside the door who announces that he has woken up. Immediately, two people walk into the room and stand before him. These two faces are people he has never met, but he somehow already knows. 50 years ago, the people who destroyed the Demon Lord's 6th Legion commander were the 7-star heroes, and these two people are one of those heroes. The first is the strongest of humanity, Siegfried, and the one who speaks to him first is the Academy's director, Medea Poison. Jiama can't help but wonder why these two powerful people are here together to see him. They start by asking his name and he tells them. Then Siegfried gets straight to the point and asks Jiama what exactly on earth he did. During his fight, the two stars felt a sensation at the time, and although the sensation wasn't Jiama's, it was still obviously caused by him. Siegfried doesn't even try to hide his animosity, and his hand rests anxiously on his sword as the two administrators talk to Jiama. There's definitely nothing good about being targeted by the monster that's known as the strongest of humanity. Jiama decides to first apologize, and tells them that even though it was in void space, it's clear that his actions went too far, and he's ready to accept any punishment without complaint. The two men stare each other down, and Medea is forced to come in between them before it becomes a fight of some sort. She tells Siegfried to not scare the kid so badly, and then gets close to Jiama and assures the student that Siegfried cleaned his clogged meridians while he was unconscious. The mood shifts as Siegfried yells at Medea for telling Jiama something so confidential. Jiama can't believe that the swordmaster would do something like that for him. But now that he thinks about it, his body is definitely a lot lighter, and it feels like he's moist and heavy like a feather saturated in water. Although Jiama was unconscious, they reviewed the video of what happened with the staff, and they concluded that he did what he did to defend a female student who was in trouble. Medea can't hide her drooling over the fact that Jiama is exactly the handsome prince she has been dreaming of. Siegfried has to pull the school administrator back before she gets into some illegal territory. The main thing Medea is trying to say is that she won't give him any grief over his actions during the test, and the twins didn't have the best reputation either. They were admitted after getting the favor of the Academy's elders from the Mao family. After what Jiama did to them in the test, the two of them have decided to withdraw from the school. That's a relief for him since he won't have to share the same school with those two brutes. That isn't all that the two administrators are here to tell him, though. The main thing they came to do is congratulate him for being the top scorer in the whole school. It looks like his peaceful and safe life has officially become impossible. After the meeting with Jiama, the two administrators regroup in Medea's office. The school administrator has been the head of the academy for over 2 decades, but this is the first time something like Jiama's situation has occurred. A student earns the top spot among all the new candidates, and then rejects the offer to join the highest class in the school, the star class. They try to ask him to reconsider, since being in the star class has a lot of privileges. And it's not like this was a fluke either. The top student is determined based on the subspace's direct results. Even though they try to make him rethink his decision, Jiama still doesn't want it. Medea asks Siegfried if he's upset that Jiama took the rank instead of his daughter. After all, he saw the video too, and he should have seen how much potential he has. Siegfried doesn't agree though, and he sees this as nothing more than an immature child challenging the grading performed by the subspace. The subspace has the will of the founding hero, and since the subspace recognizes him, then the academy itself has also chosen him as the top pupil, and that won't change. Siegfried also has his own personal thoughts, and he sees Jiama as someone completely strange. If his skills were outstanding or his physical abilities were great, or even if he had a little bit of experience, but Siegfried could tell that he had none of that. And yet, as Siegfried saw himself in the video, there was a great essence of skill in how Jiama moved, and it's been something that he has been pursuing for his whole life. It represents the ultimate form of swordsmanship. When he was unblocking Jiama's acupoints, he sensed how feeble his body was because he had not yet received any physical training. It also appears that something was stored that even the strongest human cannot comprehend, and because of that, he's feeling incredibly competitive to someone that is the same age as his granddaughter. Medea is more focused on the fact that he's quite attractive to her, and she's still smitten by the fact that he revealed his skills to save a woman in danger. If she were just 10 years younger, she would go after him for sure. She asks Siegfried what's on his mind that has him so quiet. He doesn't answer and eventually asks her what she thinks that students call people like her. The school administrator is interested and tells Siegfried to tell her what college students would call her. The answer is definitely not what she wants to hear from him, and she ends up exploding. Meanwhile, Jiama goes to attend his first class in his new school career. He rejected going to the star class, so the best they could downgrade him to was wolf class. Any lower, and the elders would have thrown a tantrum. He originally wanted to be in tiger class, but Medea practically begged him to go to wolf class in exchange for keeping it secret that he is the top student in the school. Giamma originally wanted to complete his studies securely in a lower class, rather than battling and straining in a higher level class. Wolf class is a bit high level, but it's still within the range of what he would have expected. Giamma pushes through the large doors and enters his new classroom, and for a moment, all the students in the class look at him with mild curiosity. Then they notice that he is a special admission student, and just like that, no one could care less about him. Giamma doesn't mind being ignored by them. The fact that they are ignoring him means that Medea kept her part of the deal and hid the fact that he is the top student. Now all he has to do is live the tranquil life that he has always dreamed of. He settles down on his desk as a familiar student walks towards him nervously. She shakily thanks him for helping her previously, but Giamma has no idea who this is. Then she clarifies that she's the girl that he saved during the test. Giamma brushes her off and tells her that she doesn't need to thank him. After all, anyone else in a similar situation would have done the same thing. It may look like he ended up saving her, but he actually did it to save himself. Accepting her gratitude would make him feel like a hypocrite. Giamma changes the topic by instead introducing himself. The girl follows suit and reveals that her name is Chloe. It's a pretty interesting coincidence that they ended up being in the same class. Now that the introductions are done, Giamma tries to remember if he has ever heard of a character named Chloe in the game. Maybe she was someone that was introduced after he stopped playing the game, but that makes no sense either. When he stopped playing, the game's core narrative had already gone so far that introducing a new character would be completely pointless. It looks like he has run into an extra just like him. Giamma asks her to keep the incident that happened during the exam a secret. He doesn't want word of his power getting spread around the school and potentially ruining his safe and easy lifestyle. Chloe agrees to his request, but then she starts to make a request of her own before being cut off by their homeroom teacher barging into the room with a loud shout. Giamma tells her to go back to her seat so they can talk later as the class starts and the teacher takes the podium. He congratulates the fresh faces for making it into the academy, and informs them that they have been chosen to take on a legacy that the brave hero Valor Hoken once took on himself. Then the teacher introduces himself as Lee Wanbin, the instructor of Wolf class. Since it's their first day, he wants the class to begin with some basic physical exercise. He tells them to put on their workout gear and meet at the training area in 30 minutes. One student asks what the physical exercise will be, and he tells them that it's simply 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, as well as 10 laps around the training area. For the students who are all genius nobles that have received vigorous training all their lives, this is a piece of cake. For Giamma, though, this is a training regimen that will most certainly make him go bald. He nervously walks up to the teacher after all the others have left the class and tells him that he's not feeling strong enough to take on the training. Surprisingly, not only does the teacher know his name, he also seems to think incredibly highly of Giamma. It looks like Medea didn't completely keep her impression of Giamma under wraps. The instructor also told Lee Wanbin that Giamma is allowed to take classes from any level he wants considering his status. He denies the opportunity to go to the star class, and instead tells the teacher that he just wants to go to the toilet for now. He felt stiff anyway, and he wouldn't mind going for that run since he definitely doesn't want to go to the star class. And that's how Giamma is forced to join in the tedious exercise with the rest of his classmates. They all run past him with ease while he barely lags behind the rest of the group, already feeling like he's about to pass out. Chloe runs up beside him and notices that he doesn't look so great. So far, he has completed about 5 laps, which puts him a bit behind the rest, but since Chloe came up from behind him, it looks like she's lagging behind as well. He asks her how far she has gone, and she surprisingly tells him that she's on her 9th lap. Then she gives him a little bit of encouragement before zooming off to complete her last lap. By the end of the day, Giamma returns to his dorm room and chugs down several bottles of water. He's been in the academy for just a week, and he has already faced some unexpected problems. He was incredibly hungry after the intense training from the morning, and he ran to the cafeteria to get some food, but he quickly found out that the meal wasn't free. So he heads to the menu area to see how much one spicy pork rice would be, and the price makes him freeze in shock. Just remembering how much it is even now in his bed causes him to throw his bottle into a wall in a blind rage. He's almost out of his living expenses, and thinking back, he severely regrets not accepting the money his father tried to give him as an allowance. For the past few days, he has been surviving on nothing but the cheapest water from the campus shop, and now he even misses the complimentary dinners they used to provide while he was in the army in his previous life. For now, all he can do is try to think about something else in hopes of forgetting this gnawing hunger, and the first thing that comes to mind is his blessing. As usual, as soon as he thinks about it, the status screen appears in front of him, giving him details about his blessing. It has gotten a lot longer since last time, and that's because his physical level has risen, which has also upgraded the state of the blessing of the sword god, making it activate with slightly longer swords now. He checks himself out in the mirror, and sure enough, it looks like he has made good progress in his physical development. It's probably because the Swordmaster activated his pressure points, but it almost feels like his body has evolved to a great extent. However, the Sword God's blessing hasn't spread beyond the length of a sashimi knife. If he keeps increasing his physical capabilities, it's possible that he may even be able to use a small sword at some point. There was once a time when he was afraid of holding a sword before the admission ceremony, but now, when he's not carrying a sword, his hands start to itch. This is probably a result of the blessing, and he feels almost proud to think about it. There's a knock on the door, and he opens it to see Chloe waiting for him on the other side. She nervously asks if she's interrupting anything, but Giamma wasn't doing anything important before she came, and he asks her why she came over. It's because she hasn't been seeing him in the university cafeteria for a while, and she came over to check if he's all right. He lies that the reason he has not been in the cafeteria is because he doesn't normally consume food made by others, but his internal self practically salivates at the thought of food. Chloe looks disappointed about that, and tells him that she was hoping to get some things from the campus shop so they can have dinner together. Before she can even finish her thought, Giamma is dressed up and calling her to follow along so they can go and buy ingredients. Chloe is shocked at his speed and tries to rush along with him, while the two of them talk about food and cooking together. By the evening, the two of them have had a great meal cooked by Giamma, and Chloe is genuinely impressed by how tasty the food is. Giamma has only ever cooked fish before, so at first, things were a bit difficult for them. Incidentally, Chloe really likes fish, since she grew up close to a beach, and Giamma's expertise is obviously cooking fish. The itch in his hands to grab a sword also hadn't left him, so this is a great time to refresh himself by slicing some sashimi. The problem is the Sword God's blessing. He can't hold a simple kitchen knife without activating the blessing, meaning that this will definitely be difficult for him. He asks Chloe if she owns a larger knife, and tells her that he wants to use something different since his own weapons resemble the kitchen knives that she has, so using them to cook would be a bit awkward. She heads into her room and comes back with a large sword for him to use, but that's definitely way too large, just a simple fish. With no other choice, he is forced to use his blessing to slice a piece of fish. The painless blessing will last for 30 minutes, so he just has to make sure that he's fast enough to finish before the blessing runs out. He was once called the greatest swordsman in the country, and cutting fish has always been his specialty. Now it's time for him to prove that fact. He slices the fish and manages to finish in 21 seconds, leaving 9 seconds of the painless blessing for him to use. The whole thing was done so well that he would call it a masterpiece. Chloe asks how he's so good at cooking, and he confesses that he once worked part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Since she's a noble, she doesn't understand what a part-time job is, and it makes it clear that they are from different social positions. Now that the meal is done, Chloe offers to wash the dishes since he cooked all the food for them, and he moves over to the other side of the room to give her space to clean. For the first time in almost a week, he's full, and he can't help but hum in joy. That humming is broken as Chloe accidentally drops a plate behind him. It's most likely because she has never had to clean dishes before, and dropping plates is something that he used to do when he was her age. As he stares out the window and ignores the breaking of plates behind him, a book tumbles off of Chloe's study desk. It looks like it's a diary, and the book coincidentally lands on a page where she writes about him saving her during the class placement test. Her handwriting is cute with rounded shapes and stickers, and he finds himself picking up the book and smiling at it. The wind from the window turns the pages of the book to another part where she writes about meeting him in the same class and being interested in him. He finds it all really cute, and can't help himself as he turns through more pages, admiring how cute she is. He turns a few more pages and sees his name again, followed by numerous pages with the words, "I love you," written countless times. Another plate breaks again, and he turns to see Chloe staring at him with blank, scary eyes. She simply asks him if he has read her diary. Chloe's emotionless state isn't a new thing. It's part of her upbringing, and it's more like a self-defense mechanism. Heroes earn respect by defeating demonic beasts, and this allows them to increase their social standing and to gain global reputation. However, within their stagnate ranks, there are certain factions that abuse the weak in the name of authority. When the law is unable to punish these abusers, another group is called from the shadows to take care of these people, and the name of that family is Auditor Sicily. They are a family that maintains order and carries out assassinations. They are known to work in the shadows while leading towards the light. Those born in the auditory family have been training for assassinations since before they even reached adolescence. Their emotions are restrained, and they undergo severe training to become perfect assassination machines. Chloe is a part of this blood-stained family, and the first time she soiled her palms with blood was at the age of 15. She has been told all her life to not underestimate her abilities as an assassin, and this has allowed her to become completely conscious of herself. Slowly, Her unyielding training distorted her nature, and a gloomy shadow formed over her heart. By the time her identity had been worn down, leaving only traces of emotion, Chloe eventually reached the age to enter the academy. Joaquin Academy is a place where students are placed in different classrooms based on their aptitude. Each student's talent is at least the level of a dragon or higher, but members of the auditor family who thrived in the shadows were assigned to the common class by their family's decree. That was the agreement between the family and the academy. She was told to remain undetected, and throughout the years of childhood, the family eliminated every individual's liberty. Chloe accepted her fate as an assassin and didn't protest, and she already believed that nothing would alter her fate. That is until the day she met someone she would never forget. As she stood still and defenseless while the two evil brothers walked towards her, someone who looked like the weakest person in the room stood up to defend her. Even though death in the subspace battle royale is fake, and there is no real risk of dying, this boy still tried to save her. Chloe had quietly accepted death and was waiting for her predestined fate. She had long since given up on meaningless struggles, and she was trained to act in a meek and unnoticeable manner. But somehow, thanks to the boy's intervention, it's like the sun had broken through the clouds in her mind, and she watched as the boy used his sword not to assassinate, but in self-defense, and to protect her. Right as she saw him fighting for her, she remembered a children's fairy tale she read aloud under her pillow in secret. The tale told of a princess imprisoned in a castle that was rescued by a prince. As the memories of the fairy tale came to her mind, her chest tingles and her cheeks became red. This unidentifiable feeling in her was most certainly love. Now Giamma has committed the ultimate sin by looking into the private thoughts of this girl. As she stares him down, he tries to play it off, but he knows deep down that he is screwed. He tries to figure out exactly how he got into this situation. Was it when he took the pure sentiments of a teenage girl? Or maybe the moment he foolishly followed her because she offered to feed him? No matter how he found himself staring at death itself in the form of a teenage girl, his first priority should be getting out of here. He changes the topic, commenting on how lovely the moon is before casually trying to find a way to leave the room without getting his head chopped off. She doesn't let him finish his sentence and asks him again if he saw her diary. He tries to play it off, pretending that he only saw her reference book and compliments the amount of effort she put into studying. But none of that flattery will save his life right now. He can't even believe that she saw him reading it in the first place, since she was busy washing dishes while he was peeking through it. And she has even abandoned the formal speech she was using to talk to him before. It's almost like she has become an entirely different person out of nowhere. He promises that he didn't see it, but she pesters him until finally he admits that he saw it. As soon as he says that, Chloe decides that his life must end, and she pulls out the same sword that she offered him before to cut the fish. Giamma looks around and weighs his options. They are currently on the 4th floor, so jumping out of the window isn't an option. The only way out for him is through the front door, but Chloe definitely won't let him just walk out of here, at least not with his limbs attached. She really is coming towards him with the sword, and it looks like his time is running out. He tries to figure out why she's suddenly acting this way, and he can only think of one possibility. Her unmoving pupils and her dark red eyes can only mean one thing. He's dealing with a textbook yandere. But if he takes into account her sudden shift in attitude from an adorable little strawberry to a fierce killer, it gets even worse. She's a yandere with a dual personality. Managing her yandere characteristics alone will definitely be difficult, but adding a dual personality disorder to it makes things even worse. It looks like her change in personality was triggered by him opening her diary. This might be harmful, but he's sure that she'll pursue him until the day he passes away if he doesn't do something to snap her out of it. He has to find a way to secure his future by taking the initiative today, else things are only going to get worse for him. The only way he's making it out of here alive is if he gets a weapon, but he only has 9 seconds remaining after using 21 seconds to slice the fish. His sashimi knife is still in his room, but he can use the kitchen knife from earlier. There's no way he's going to be able to reach that without his arms getting severed, though. He looks around again and notices a box cutter on her study desk. There's nothing else he can use, but there's no way this little thing is enough to activate the blessing of the sword god, right? Chloe finally rushes him with a sword, and it looks like there's only one way to find out. He grabs the box cutter, spilling the rest of the stationery on the ground, and then unloads the blade. Numerous status screens pop up in front of him. Being resourceful in a situation like this increases his mental resilience, and he temporarily gains an intimidation buff. The system then makes necessary adjustments before activating the blessing. Chloe rushes at him with her sword right as Giamma pulls back with the box cutter. Before she can cut him down, he tells her that her hair is a little long. Thanks to the intimidation buff, Chloe freezes for a moment right as Giamma unleashes the blade. Everything goes dark and fuzzy, and by the time Chloe wakes up later in the evening, her room is dark, tidy, and empty. Her thoughts immediately go to Giamma, and she wonders where he went off to. She calls out to him a few times, but the silence confirms that she is alone in her room. The last thing she remembers is sneaking looks at him while he was looking out of her window, but everything is fuzzy after that. She suddenly feels the need to look for her katana, but she sees it leaning against her study desk. She sometimes loses consciousness whenever she holds her katana, but it looks like she managed to hold herself together this time. At least that's what she thinks anyway. Back when she was younger and still honing her skills, she would lose consciousness when holding her blade, and by the time she would come to her senses, the place would be covered in blood, and her elders would dismiss her whenever she would ask what she did while passed out. They would always remind her not to deny her talent as an assassin. Still, the fact that she can't remember what she did with Giamma makes her feel embarrassed, and she buries her head in her bed in shame. But that shame quickly turns to something else entirely as she starts thinking about Giamma. Then she notices the box cutter laying on the floor and also that her hair looks shorter. Inside her trash bin, she also sees some of her hair, neatly cleaned up. That's when she realizes that he must have helped her cut her hair, and she opens up her journal to write about her love for him a little more. Giamma, on the other hand, isn't nearly as lovesick as Chloe is at the moment. In fact, right now, he can barely believe that he's even alive. Behind an inconspicuous wall at the far side of the college, he throws up the food that he was just praising Chloe for feeding him. He barely managed to go past the first 5 seconds after the 9 seconds of his painless blessing ended, and even then, he still feels incredibly sick and weak. After throwing up his only good meal in over a week, Giamma sits on a bench and contemplates what to do next. Now he's hungry again, and feeling even worse than he did before Chloe came to visit. His mind drifts to Chloe again, and he starts to wonder who exactly she is. Her swordsmanship is clearly honed to cut off an opponent's life with a single strike, or at least subdue them. The way Chloe wields her sword, it's like she is persistently aiming for the vital spots, almost as if her technique is specialized in assassination. If she had caught him off guard, Giamma certainly wouldn't have survived. He felt like his life was being threatened, so he instinctively aimed for her neck. Fortunately, the knife was too short, so he only managed to cut her hair. Before he left, he cleaned up the mess so there shouldn't be any problems later. But this is just further proof that keeping his peaceful and safe life isn't as simple as it looks. Apparently, being ordinary is the hardest thing for him. When he was first thrown into this game, it's not like he didn't have any ambition. In his past life, he once reached the pinnacle of skill with nothing but a sashimi knife, so it's not like he could easily let go of his dreams. But everyone has a role to play, and in this world, he was summoned as a background character. Miracle Blessing is the title of the game as well as the name of the protagonist's blessing. It was also the blessing of the founding hero, Valorjakin. In the whole game, the protagonist and the founding hero were the only two people to ever possess the legendary blessing. And the description of the blessing was straightforward. They are to save the world from the Demon King. So the protagonist gets chosen by Balmung, which is an SS sword that is both holy and cursed. Meanwhile, all Giamma has is a lowly, rankless sashimi knife. There's nothing else to say. He's just bound for a life of obscurity. The endless stream of extraordinary people and situations that he has faced since entering the academy almost made him forget about his goal. There were plenty of reasons to give up on the goal of a simple life, and it's even more apparent now that it seems like there isn't even one normal person in the entire world. Since he has played the game before, he has a rough grasp of the key characters in the game, but his knowledge of the world itself is limited. It's already been a week since he joined the academy at this point, which means that the protagonist should have already awakened his blessing and begun the late admission process. This is when the game's story actually begins, and Giamma knows the general plot, but he never played it to the end. For the first time, he actually regrets quitting the game halfway through, but still, since he knows the canon route up to the first half of the story, that already gives him a big advantage. All he has to do is stick to the canon route no matter what. If he starts meddling in everything, then he'll end up losing the only advantage that he has. From his memory, he knows that the storyline takes a sudden dark turn around the second semester of the third year, which is when the demons realize that the hero has awakened, and they launch an attack on the academy, led by a legion commander. As the fight escalates, the demons and the humans spiral into an all-out war, and from there, the game's story turns into a typical fantasy novel. Back when he was playing it, he just wanted to emulate the carefree, simple, youthful life that he never experienced as a teenager, so he deleted the game without a second thought. The problem is that now, he's part of the world that is destined for war, and there's a very real possibility that he might die too. He still has 3 years before then though, and he needs to stop running from reality so he can focus on what's possible. He won't let himself die, and he will focus on growing stronger so he can survive. Besides, cliché games like this one always have happy endings where the protagonist manages to save the world. All he needs is enough strength to protect himself, so he can't let himself be some helpless weakling that gets killed off. He just needs to train enough to protect himself while keeping as low a profile as possible. To do that, He will have to minimize his use of the blessing of the sword god, because just the few times he has had to rely on it has put immense strain on his body. It's a powerful ability, but it comes with way too many drawbacks for his liking. Thinking about the blessing once again activates a status window that gives him information about it. Weirdly enough, though, there are new entries to the information that he didn't notice before. The 3 new entries are a body, mind, and armament grade, and the numbers beside them seem to be levels. They all reflect how much he has grown, and each one will lessen the strain of his blessing on his body. There's also one more called synchronization, but he has no idea what it means, and its description is just some question marks. He tries tapping on it, but access to it is denied because he has not met the relevant conditions. That's another puzzle to add to this mysterious blessing, but it's not important right now. His main priority at the moment should be improving his body and finding a new weapon. He can't depend on the 30 seconds of the painless blessing forever, so he also needs to learn to wield a sword that doesn't meet the condition of the blessing. Luckily, there's a monster hunting training for the midterms that's happening in a month. The reward for the training is the longsword mercenary. It's a B-tier weapon that should serve him until graduation. It's also too big for his blessing to activate, meaning that it's the perfect weapon for him. There's a lot to figure out, but it already feels like he's making good progress. While lost in thought, a voice calls out to him suddenly. He looks up, and staring back down at him is someone he never expected to see or talk to. It's Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, and the one person that he really shouldn't be interacting with if he wants to avoid changing the game's story. She tells him that he's on her seat, but he's too stunned to get up for a moment, forcing her to yell at him before he finally gets the message and slides away to give her space. He still can't get over just how pretty Abel is, and he caught himself staring without even noticing. As he tries to leave, she tells him that he doesn't have to go. He can just shuffle over a bit instead. It's weird that she'd call a public bench her seat, but he lets it go since he doesn't really want to get involved with her. He still can't help staring at her, and just as he would expect from the heroine of the game, she really is gorgeous. Suddenly she starts talking, and that startles Giamma back to the present. This is definitely way too odd since the Abel that he knows is usually standoffish and doesn't talk to people. Even the handsome protagonist of the game couldn't get her to warm up to him. She continues talking, asking him if he also uses a blade as his weapon, and he sheepishly answers her before asking how she knows. She tells him that her grandpa once told her that swordsmen have a different look in their eyes. Then she shows him her sword and asks if he wants to hold it. He's still feeling a bit odd about the whole thing, so he declines the offer, but that just makes her pout in annoyance. It looks like he hurt her feelings, but he just can't get used to her talking to him. Then she asks him if he knows her. Giamma is surprised at first, but that's an odd question for her to ask. There's no one in the school who doesn't know who she is. He answers her in a blank way, saying that he sort of knows her, but then she tells him that she doesn't know him. She considers that a bit unfair, the fact that he knows her, but she has no clue who he is. Giamma doesn't agree since they have only just met, so it's not important if they know each other's names. But she tells him that he could be a spy sent by the Demon King, who's sneaking into the academy, dressed as a student. It's quite suspicious that he's out here, alone, this late at night. And although it looks like she's just saying random things, it almost looks like she's serious. Giamma then throws the question back at her and asks her why she's out so late at night. It's obvious, though, from her clothes and weapon that she just finished training and working out. She tells him that she did breathing exercises and then points at him as she talks, unintentionally giving Giamma a full view of the scars on her hands. She hurriedly hides her hands, but Giamma has already seen them. They are signs of her hard work, and Abel agrees with that, since it's obvious that she of all people would be working hard. People don't understand what it means to belong to the Nibelung bloodline. They are expected to always be at their best, and to be flawless. One slip up, and they could become a target. Abel then reveals that she is not the top student of the year, and this is the first time that she has ever lost to someone in her life. But somehow, even though she should be upset, she feels strangely liberated. She can't help wondering who exactly beat her and became the top scorer, though. She would love to meet them, so she can tear them apart. That causes Giamma to cough out in shock, and he asks her why she would go that far. The reason is because she feels humiliated. She begged her grandfather to tell her who that person is, but apparently, the person isn't even in her class. On top of that, they also skipped the speech, which means she had to do it in their stead. And that only felt even more embarrassing as the second place. She stops herself before she goes even further with her ranting. It's odd of her to decide to share all this information with someone she just met. On that note, Giamma finally asks the question that has been on his mind this entire time. He wants to know why she's talking to him in the first place, considering her personality, and how she usually feels about others. The reason is definitely not what he expected. It's because he looks weak. It's her family's motto to be unyielding to the strong and merciful to the weak, and all her classmates are already unbearable enough, so she doesn't have any friends. That would explain why she's so cold to the protagonist in the game. With that done, Abel gives a little stretch, then prepares to leave. As she gets up, she pauses for a moment, and then asks him if he really isn't going to tell her his name. Just like before, Giamma refuses with no room for negotiation. Time continues to pass, and to Giamma's surprise, he continues his academy life without any trouble. Chloe seems to have made some new friends apart from him, and she has settled into the class just fine, and Giamma has been keeping himself busy by avoiding her ever since the incident in her room. Sometimes when their eyes meet, her new friends look at him with disdain because of his status as a special entrant. But Giamma has managed to stop caring about people that look down on him for being a special entrant. After all, he's not the only special entrant in their class anyways. Although there aren't many of them in the class, they have all been really good at avoiding each other. There's definitely some kind of inferiority complex at play. But Giamma is sure that things would be so much worse if he was placed in a higher tier class. By now, the students in the Star and Dragon classes have most likely split into factions and become wrapped up in petty power struggles. Even back when he played the game, it was pretty shocking to experience. But now that he's living in this world, just the thought of being in that world sends a shiver through his spine. In good news, though, he has been getting proper meals now. That's thanks to something that Medea gave to him the other day. As a special privilege for being the top scorer in the school, he gets a faculty card that allows him to eat whatever he wants from the cafeteria for free. He's so thankful for this little gift that bowing to the director's office 3 times a day doesn't feel like enough to express his gratitude. On top of that, he has been fulfilling his duties as a student pretty well, all while making sure that he hasn't done anything that could negatively affect the main storyline. All he has to do is keep it this way for the next 3 years, and his life will go smoothly. The days go by smoothly, and Giamma attends all his classes without any problems. During one of his classes, an elderly teacher educates the students about the hero Valor Jaoken, who founded the academy after recognizing the need to train the next generation of heroes. Giamma pretty much knows about all of this from the games already. The founding hero, Valor Joaquin, faced Lycan, the Demon King's right-hand man, and the commander of the First Legion. The battle went on for 20 years, and in the end, the hero emerged victorious. However, Joaquin lost one of his arms as a consequence for his victory, and as a result, he could no longer fight. The war was filled with carnage and bloodshed, and although the hero won the battle, there was no clear winner of the war on either side. And just like that, the first human-demon war ended in a truce. In order to train the next generation, Joaquin founded the academy, and a non-aggression pact was signed between the two races. That pact is the reason that there have been 700 years of peace that still stands till today. The students are sure that they won't see any war in their lifetime, but Giamma is the only one that knows that the peace will be broken. Everyone is so used to the calm at this point, and it's no surprise. The only person he would want to warn about the impending doom would be Medea, but doing so would also alter the canon route, and he has no idea what that would lead to. Despite constantly complaining about wanting to leave her position as an academy director, Medea was one of the first to notice that something was about to happen, thanks to her blessing of perception. In order to protect her students, she was the first among the 7 stars to step onto the front lines. But Giamma never played the game to that point. However, he did learn of her fate from reading the game's fandom wiki. Medea was the first of the 7 stars to fall in battle against the Demon King's army. Knowing this makes it hard to keep the war a secret, but he wishes that he never knew in the first place. The class ends and students start to head out to the school halls because of some sort of commotion going on out there. It looks like it's finally time for things to start, and Giamma takes a moment to check his phone. Just like he thought, it's the 5th of May, and today is the day that the protagonist will finally join the school. He joins the group of students crowding at the class door, and they are all in awe of him, and some are already certain that he's going to join the Star class. Just as he suspected, the protagonist of the game walks through the halls as people part for him to move. Leon van Reinhardt walks with a confident aura among his fellow students, but Giamma knows that today is the day that the peace that lasted 700 years would start to crumble. Giamma watches as everyone in the school seems to fawn over him, but he already knew that this would happen. After all, in the game, every woman seems to fall for him. If this were an adult-rated game, Leon would definitely have been dead before facing the Demon King. Among all the women that are seemingly drawn to him, the ones who become his party members are also pretty impressive. It's annoying to think about, but Leon van Reinhardt, the protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, will be among the first to get drafted in 3 years. Although he calls it a draft, it's more like a mandatory enlistment, and if Giamma gets drafted as well, this will also be his 2nd time in the army. But the hero only barely managed to seal the First Legion commander, which only makes Giamma wonder how strong the Demon King is. There's no way that the protagonist is going to lose, right? As he wonders about all of this, his eyes lock with Leon, and the protagonist smiles charmingly at him, almost as if he's reassuring Giamma without knowing what he's thinking. He's the protagonist after all. There's no way he won't be able to handle these kinds of threats. Giamma turns to walk away from the scene, but suddenly someone calls him from behind. It's Chloe, and she meekly asks if she did something wrong. He'd love to tell her that she almost cut off his head, but they will be spending the next year together, and it would suck if he made things awkward between them. He lies that there's no problem between them in hopes of keeping things civil, so he doesn't end up making any unnecessary enemies. Chloe at least seems relieved, and she's back to acting cute just like he remembers, which is so different from the murderous psychopath he faced that day. Despite her being unconscious, he could tell that her swordsmanship is filled with sorrow. It's as if it was a blade pleasing to be saved, and yet the killing intent radiating from the edge is so intense that it made his skin crawl. If the purpose of her swordsmanship is simply for killing, then she's probably more dangerous than the Mao siblings. He's snapped from his thoughts when she asks to treat him to dinner again tonight. She wants to treat him, but she warns that she's not as good at cooking as he is. The mention of having dinner with her again brings those thoughts of her bloodlust back to mind, and he almost instinctively wants to refuse her. But the puppy dog eyes of a cute girl are a terrifying weapon. It's almost impossible for him to say no to a face that cute, and he feels bad for even thinking of refusing. But if he doesn't refuse, he might wake up in a fridge tomorrow morning. Instead of dinner, though, he has a better idea for them to spend time together. He asks her for a favor and tells her that she's the only one that can do it for him, and that caused Chloe to become docile immediately. Giamma wants her to teach him swordsmanship, and he needed a sword instructor anyway. Later, in the school's training grounds, he swings a wooden sword while testing his own limits. Just as he expected, because of the size of the sword, it doesn't affect the blessing. Now all he needs to do is try to develop some swordsmanship skills. Chloe is insanely strong. She'd be the perfect person to train him. This is also a pretty good excuse for him to avoid going to dinner with her again. Ever since that day, he made sure to watch a video called Surviving a Yandere before going to bed. Somehow, it looks like it has helped him in dealing with Chloe for the meantime. Chloe walks up to him, in casual clothes, with her katana attached at her hip. He just arrived since they planned to meet at 8. But she's been waiting for him since 6:30. Giamma takes a moment to admire her, and her crop top gives him a good view of her muscles. He couldn't notice it before because he only ever saw her in a school uniform, but that would explain why she's so strong. He gives her another wooden sword, and Chloe is confused that they aren't using real swords. There's no way that they can train with real swords, and they are definitely not fighting with their lives on the line, so there's no need for them to use real weapons. Chloe gladly takes the wooden sword from him and tests the swing, and the power of her thrust with the sword is enough to send a small shockwave crashing between them. She's so strong that the air around them is trembling just from that strike, and Giamma starts to get second thoughts about asking her to train him. For now, he needs to err on the side of caution. Before their training starts, he decides to check his blessing one more time. The sword's length isn't an issue, thankfully, and his body has been growing steadily. But now that he thinks about it, it's odd for a blessing to upgrade with experience. He doesn't remember if blessings also come with additional side effects, and he also has no idea how much more he needs to grow before the mysterious hidden trait shows up. Chloe walks up to him and asks him what's wrong, and he's reminded of the fact that only he can see his status screen. To her, he must have looked like a crazy guy who's spacing out. He turns to start their training and nervously asks Chloe to go easy on him since today is their first day. Then he readies himself with his sword and faces Chloe. In his past life, he learned everything through hands-on experience. He firmly believes that to master something you can't just give a piece of yourself. You have to be ready to sacrifice your entire being. The reason he adapted so quickly in the academy is because of the training that he received in his class. He learned from a young age how to read when he's growing and when he's stagnant, and even now, he can tell that things aren't perfect in both his stance and his grip on his sword. However, even with all of that, the final stroke of the sword must always strike the opponent. He opens his eyes to begin the duel and sees Chloe already rushing towards him at full force. He barely has time to dodge her first strike, as Chloe switches her stance and launches another attack which he is barely able to parry. Somehow, as the fight continues, she seems to keep getting faster, and Giamma is barely able to keep up with her pace. And on top of all of that, she might even be holding back since he told her to go easy on him. Her sword clashes with his again, and this time, the wood begins to crack from the force. Her relentless onslaught of attacks doesn't slow down though, and she continues to strike while he barely manages to parry and dodge. With how much force she's using, if he gets hit by even one of her attacks, he might actually die. And he can't find any opening to counterattack. But before he can even figure out how to counterattack, his sword has finally had enough, and it breaks in half. Chloe tries to apologize and tells him that she was going as gently as she could be. She still ended up breaking it. That is the least of her worries though, because the sword has reduced in size and length, which means that unfortunately for her, The sword meets the conditions for the sword god blessing to activate. However, there's something terribly wrong. The weapon has been damaged, which causes an error in the system. The suppressive force that usually holds back the full power of the blessing instead starts altering Jiyama's personality. By the time the alteration is done, his humanity level has decreased, leaving Jiyama as a fighting shell. The sword god's divine blessing fully activates as Jiyama turns to her with his half-broken wooden sword as a menacing aura builds around him. Chloe steps back as Jiyama's entire attitude clearly starts to change. While Jiyama's body seems to move on autopilot, inside Jiyama's mind, he's returned to his past body and finds himself in his kitchen. Everything feels like a dream, and right now, all he can think about is cleaning and cutting the fish that has appeared in front of him. He doesn't remember what he was doing before this, but right now, he just has to get back to work. It's been a while since he has worked on a fish like this, so he decides to cut the fish using a Chinese cleaver this time. As he tries to pick it up, a message pops up, informing him that he can't pick it up. Since that's not working, he tries to pick up the knife. But once again, a message pops up telling him that he can't pick it up. There's only one option left, and it's the sashimi knife. That's the only blade that the system allows him to pick up. But he remembers that if he holds the sashimi knife, then it's going to hurt. However, he picks it up, and it's completely fine. In fact, he even feels refreshed, if anything. A voice speaks up in his head, telling him to just accept the situation and let things go. In the real world, Jiyama continues to approach Chloe with the knife. She tries to call out for him, but he continues walking towards her with obvious bloodlust. Suddenly, he rushes towards her, and Chloe is just barely able to block his attack with her sword. He pushes against her sword and sends her flying backwards and crashing into a wall. He suddenly feels completely different from when they were sparring before. He jumps towards her and tries to stab her with the sharp end of his stake, but she barely jumps back and avoids the hit. Chloe only got hit with one attack, but she can barely move. She can't figure out how Jiyama became this way all of a sudden, but she has to find a way to stop the spar before he ends up accidentally killing her. She tries to ask him again to stop, but Jiyama doesn't respond and launches at her again. He's moving so fast that there's no way she's going to be able to avoid it at her current state. All she can do is continue begging him to stop, and eventually, she shouts out his name, right as the sword strikes down straight towards her head. Back in Jiyama's dream world, he wonders why the fish he has been trying to cut is avoiding him. The fish also seems to be making a lot of noise while bouncing around, and he can just barely tell what it's saying. It sounds like it's calling out someone's name. The sound becomes less fuzzy until he can just barely hear the fish calling out for someone named Jiyama. Chef Kim's mind starts to clear, and eventually he realizes that he is Jiyama, and the fish is calling for him. He's just barely able to realize what's happening right as he is about to stab Chloe with the broken sword. Just before the wood can pierce her skin, Jiyama throws the sword, slamming it into a wall just before he accidentally kills his friend. Chloe opens her eyes and sees Jiyama holding her and smiling down at her. Because he's no longer holding the sword, the blessing has ended, and he's back to his senses. Chloe nervously asks if he is all right, and he calmly tells her that he's fine, and then turns to leave while thanking her for helping him to train. After he leaves, Chloe makes her way back to her dorm room as well. She's had a feeling since the entrance exam, but Jiyama's capabilities are more peculiar than strong. When she fought him, she could tell he wasn't fighting with skill but just raw instinct. Even though he subconsciously activated his divine blessing, she was no match for him. Even with that halved wooden sword, he managed to completely overpower her. As she walks through the campus, someone peeks out from the shadows and comments that Chloe looks quite content. This mysterious newcomer is Nox Auditore, and also Chloe's older brother. Nox mocks her for hanging out with a lowly person after joining the academy. Chloe knows that he's talking about Jiyama and warns him not to talk about her friend like that. Nox didn't even know his name until now, but warns Chloe that she should avoid loitering around with him unless the Auditore family will erase him. Chloe turns and walks away, and tells Nox that even if the Auditore comes, they will be no match for Jiyama. As Chloe walks away, Nox wonders about this guy that has changed his sister so drastically. Speaking of Jiyama, as he walks home, he also takes a moment to think about his blessing. The power he has been given is a far cry from the blessing or a favor from a god. It's more like a curse, if anything. In order not to rely on the sword god's blessing, he tried to find new weapons, and yet that power chased after him and even took control of his body, as if mocking his efforts to not rely on it. When he fought Chloe, he felt no pain, and instead he felt pleasure as if he was intoxicated. Just like a curse, the blessing toyed around with him like a puppet, and it whispered sweet words into his ear telling him to slash, cut, and destroy. Because of that, he gave up his body right until Chloe's screams dragged him out of his daze. Thanks to that, he suddenly remembered his own name, and he returned to reality. Thanks to that, he regained consciousness just long enough to throw the wooden sword away because he felt like he would lose more of himself forever if he didn't get rid of it as fast as possible. It's funny to think that Chloe, a yandere who almost killed him not too long ago, is now the girl that managed to pull him out of his daze. He was pissed off that she broke the sword in the first place, but in the end, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. That's why he didn't make a fuss when he returned to reality. He was terrified of activating the sword god's blessing again, but today proves that he can't just ignore this issue for the rest of his life. This gift is something he has to deal with for the rest of his life, and it's the reason that his wish to live life normally will most likely never be fulfilled. As he practically crawls his way back to his room, Giamma realizes that there is something in him that is trying to devour his sense of reason. This definitely isn't a blessing. It's a curse that is trying to consume him whole. 3 days later, classes continue as usual, and Chloe chats with her new friends, but something is clearly wrong. Since they had that duel, Giamma has not been coming to class, and they never shared their contact info, so she hasn't even been able to check on him. Every time she went to his dorm, the only thing that she would hear in response to her knocks were pained groans. She considered breaking the door down, but she feared that he would end up hating her for it. She likes watching him from her seat during class, and she lost track of how many times she would secretly glance at him during the day. At first she thought she was drawn to him because he risked his life for her, but that's probably just an excuse at this point. Whatever the reason that she's drawn to him now, she just misses him. The next day, Giamma still hasn't shown up to class by the time the teacher is yelling at everyone to settle down and be quiet. It's raining today, so the teacher tells them that they will be having a study hall instead of training. As the students start to make their way to their seats, he too also notices that Giamma has not shown up for several days. However, knowing him, there has to be some reason for it. So the instructor decides to just wait patiently for him to return on his own. As he disciplines his students, the doors to the class creak open, and Giamma calmly struts in with a completely new look. Chloe stands out of her seat in shock as Giamma apologizes to the instructor for being late to class. His eyes are sunken and look almost dead, while a strand of hair on his head has turned pale white. Even the instructor is a bit shocked at Giamma's new look, just like the rest of the students, and he nervously tells Giamma to sit down. The students remark that Giamma looks different and oddly more handsome. By the end of the day, the other students leave the class to go about their business while Chloe approaches Giamma for the first time in 4 days. She nervously asks him what happened and why he didn't show up for a long while, and he stays quiet for a bit before telling her that he just felt a little bit sick and not to worry about him. From her shaky voice, he can tell that she doesn't believe his words completely, but there's nothing else he can do to convince her. For the past 3 days, he went through something similar to extreme withdrawal symptoms until he was mentally exhausted. He couldn't get out of his room or eat anything, so he just buried himself in his bed while praying that his convulsions would go away. The pain he suffered during this time was far worse than before, and all of this was a price for using the broken weapon. On top of that, when he glanced in the mirror, even though his appearance seemed the same, his expression was far more sunken, and his hair seemed to be turning white. All of this was very clearly a penalty from the sword god. Chloe seems guilty, and it's probably because the last time she saw him was at the training grounds, so she must think that this is somehow her fault. To calm her down, he asks her if she's still interested in having that dinner with him like she wanted before. That shocks Chloe even more than him coming back to class, and she nearly rushes him in a hug. It looks like that was the right choice because she seemed to really like that suggestion. She asks him what he would like to eat, and the first thing that comes to his mind is fish. As they talk, a strange sensation passes through him, and he turns to see someone staring at them from the end of the hall. It's Chloe's brother Knox, and the atmosphere changes as soon as they see him. Giamma goes directly to confront the newcomer and tells him that instead of staring, he should come in and talk to them. Right away, Giamma notices something wrong with the guy's eyes, but Chloe tries to get in between them before something crazy happens. Her voice is shaky, and there's definitely some hesitation in how she's acting, but she's still trying to protect him in her own way. Knox asks Chloe if this is really the guy she's choosing to break Adarot's rules for. Chloe tells him that she wants nothing to do with her family, but her brother reminds her that she can't just wash the blood off her hands. If someone is born as an auditor, then they will always be an auditor. Chloe is speaking as if she's a rebel, and the brother is speaking as if he's from a historical drama, but Giamma is just annoyed by the whole thing. Knox continues to insult Giamma, and that finally causes Chloe to snap. She yells for Knox to stop talking about the man she loves like that, and her angry voice surprises even him. Giamma hoped that this whole thing could at least be done in moderation, but he's starting to get used to these disruptions in his life. The more important thing is the family name Auditore. He knows that they are a group that works in the shadows and specializes in assassination, and they show up in the middle of the game to play a major role. It's said that they are weaker compared to other heroic houses, but they are unrivaled in assassination. All the members of the Auditory clan are ridiculously strong thanks to their abusive training regimen, which they all undergo from childhood, which molds them into cutting-edge assassination tools. For Chloe to be from this assassination group, that means her cute and bubbly personality makes her the abnormal one in this situation, unlike her brother. Nox has an expression that shows that he's used to killing, and although Giamma has nothing against that, it looks like Chloe wants to lead a normal life instead. Just like his blessing of the sword god, the environment of the Auditories is something that Chloe had no say in being a part of. She's destined to live a life as an emotionless murderer, and that's almost unfortunate to think about. Giamma doesn't think he's a hero, and he has no intention of ever becoming one. But even if he can't save the world, he can at least try to save the life of one girl. He steps between Chloe and her brother and confronts Nox directly. In the end, he tried escaping the sword god's blessing, but he couldn't, so instead he'll take a step forward and embrace this curse. After all, the name Giamma means sword demon. With that, he walks past the two assassin siblings and tells Nox to follow him. Meanwhile, Lee Wanbin sits in his office with thoughts of his student running through his mind. When Giamma came to class that morning, it was very obvious that something had happened to him. His expression was void of emotion, and he looked deeply troubled. As he's thinking to himself, one of his fellow instructors walks into the room cheerfully while also remarking on the man's baldness. Before they can keep talking, Lee Wanbin gets a call from the administrators, and they want his permission to allow a student of his to use the subspace. Lee Wanbin desperately asks to know which of his cadets requested to use the subspace all of a sudden, and they confirm that it is Kang Giamma who requested it, hoping to face Nox Auditore. The stage is set for Giamma and Nox's fight, and our MC waits patiently in the locker room with 15 minutes left before the fight starts. He thought the process to get access to the subspace would be complicated, but it went by pretty quickly. It's definitely thanks to Medea, who at least wanted him to be safe while fighting a professional assassin. At least, since he won't be fighting in reality, that means that he doesn't have to worry about physical injuries, but there's still a pretty good chance that he could suffer mental ones. However, none of that matters as long as he can win. He can hear all the noise in the arena from the waiting room, and it looks like the fight between the two students managed to draw some unintended buzz. It's almost ironic that he was trying his best not to stick out before, but right now, that all feels pointless. Beside him, Chloe is practically drowning in grief and guilt. She's probably blaming herself for this whole situation, and Giamma tries to assure her that it really isn't her fault, and she even lent him some gear, so everything will turn out alright in the end. She tells him that Nox is really strong, and he's a genius with unmatched talent in the entire history of the Auditore family. When it comes to the dark arts, there's no one that's up to his level, and at the age of 14, he was already dubbed the pinnacle of the dark arts. That's a pretty cringy name, but it does show how strong he is. Giamma stares down at the rose-colored blade in his hand as he remembers the decisions that led him up to this point. His old teacher always used to tell him that he is destined to wield a blade for his whole life. He never expected that he would still be running around with a sashimi knife even in his next reincarnation. An announcement comes over the speaker, informing the students that the subspace battle is about to begin. He gets up to leave the locker room, but not before reassuring Chloe one more time that he is going to win. He steps out into the arena and is immediately bombarded by the excited cheering of his fellow students. Giamma feels like he's one of those gladiators from the Roman Empire with how intense the atmosphere has become. Over in the distance, he can also see that the entire star class is attending as well, including the main cast of characters from the game. Nox walks into the arena as well and immediately calls his attention. It looks like the assassin is insulted that Giamma would dare come to challenge him with a girly kitchen knife. This guy's killing intent is no good, and it would be best that Giamma tries his best to avoid provoking him. So naturally, Giamma taunts him even more by telling him that a true master never blames their equipment. Nox pulls out his blade, an S-rank sword called the Two Hongrion Blades. On top of the powerful equipment, he also has one of the best auras in the game, the Blessing of the Crow. However, Giamma has also come prepared with dual discount-grade kitchen knives. Truly, this will be a fight for the ages. The subspace barrier is deployed, and before it is even fully active, the two students leap at each other. Giamma activates the Painless Blessing as he uncovers the two knives, which activates the Sword God's Blessing. The people in the stands watch in awe as they can barely see anything going on in the arena. This was supposed to be an easy match where a special admission student would get demolished by an accomplished assassin. But with how fast the two of them are going, the students can't even keep track of what's going on. The students from Star Class are also surprised by how interesting this fight has suddenly gotten, especially Abel, who can't believe that the person she labeled as weak has such fighting prowess. Their swords continue to clash, and Giamma is effortlessly dodging all of Nox's attacks. The assassin gets frustrated and launches another attack that's so fast, it creates 3 after images of him. Somehow though, despite the attacks hitting Giamma head-on, he still manages to come out of it completely unscathed. The students watching are praising Nox's strength and speed, and they see this battle as Giamma running away from every attack. But Abel knows the truth that no one else can see. Only those who can clearly see the match will understand what's happening. Somehow Giamma is perfectly dodging every single one of Nox's attacks, almost like he's not even trying to fight. Meanwhile, Nox is getting even more agitated, since he even used his Blessing of the Crow, thinking that it would be enough to annihilate him. But Giamma somehow managed to dodge everything like it was nothing. Now that Nox has seen for himself how skilled Giamma is, he decides to be more cautious and aim for a powerful strike that can slice through a wide area in just one go. Giamma suddenly drops the sashimi knife that he brought with him and holds the rosy blade that was given to him by Chloe. Just looking at the confidence in his stance makes Nox even angrier, and he doesn't think a nobody like Giamma should have the nerve to act like a big shot. As Giamma charges his attack, Nox also activates a powerful attack aimed to take out our MC with a single strike. Before he can even move though, Giamma goes on the offensive, and in a flash, the match is decided. Giamma wanted to live a comfortable life, and to achieve that, he stuck to the rules and tried not to stand out as much as possible. Now he has given his body up to the sword god, with the sole aim of cutting Nox up so cleanly that he wouldn't even be able to see if he was cut at all. The whole crowd falls deadly silent as Nox's arm, still holding one of his blades, flies through the air and falls limply to the ground. This is the beginning of Kang Giamma's origin, and it's the moment he says goodbye to his peaceful future. Giamma turns around and finishes the job, slicing Nox cleanly into pieces and officially ending the battle. The subspace barrier gets turned off, and the crowd is still in stunned silence, and Nox tries to catch his breath with his arms on the floor. Giamma puts his blade back in its hilt as the announcer declares him the winner of the match. Giamma isn't shocked that the crowd can't even bring themselves to cheer. He showed incredible power out of nowhere, all with a knife that was made for gutting fish. Despite the strength that he has, he still feels that cutting a person is just way too unpleasant. The only consolation they have is that both the Mao brothers and Nox were in the subspace when they fought, so he wasn't really killing people. Nox still tries to catch his breath on the ground, and Giamma can't help but admire the man. He's just as strong as Chloe described, and he has an incredible battle sense that has been honed through experience. However, anyone would be able to sense his intentions through his killing intent. The announcer repeats that Giamma won the duel, and it looks like this is enough to snap everyone out of their daze, and the arena is filled with cheering and shock that a first-year special admission student took down a sophomore. Giamma's peaceful, unassuming life is officially over, but this is the path he chose. Now that things have come to this, he just has to endure it with sheer will and grit. Even by the next day, people are still talking about the duel between the first and second year. In the star class, Abel stares out the window as she thinks about the student that has completely filled her mind recently. Because of the duel, his name follows her everywhere she goes now, and it's almost as if he's the only one everyone is talking about. When she saw it, she couldn't believe it either, but at that moment, he had such incredible swordsmanship while only using 2 kitchen knives. Watching his mastery of the blade has made her feel almost hopelessly naive for thinking that she was skilled at using a sword. In fact, he was so good that she's sure that he was the top student her grandfather was keeping as a secret from her. That makes her even more frustrated since she talked to him as if he was weak when he was actually stronger than her. Her loud annoyance is enough to wake up her seat partner, Rachel. She apologizes to her friend, but Rachel can immediately tell that something is seriously bothering Abel. The blue-haired girl tries to play it off by saying that she's frustrated because she hasn't been able to work out recently, but Rachel can immediately see through all of that. She tries some guesses to see what might be bothering Abel, and hits the nail on the head when she mentions that it might be boy trouble. Rachel breaks out in uninhibited laughter at the thought that Lady Abel would be interested in romance. All the while, Abel tries to convince her friend that it really isn't what she thinks it is. Rachel ignores her and shifts her focus to figuring out what man has gotten her dear friend so flustered. She runs through the list of options, starting with Leon, the class star with a handsome face. But Abel is so deadpan at the mention of that idea that it's obviously not him. Then that leaves only one option, the special student from the duel yesterday that shocked the entire school with his strength. Again, Abel freezes and isn't able to outright deny it, which is all the information that Rachel needs. Immediately, she grabs Rachel's hand and drags her to the Tiger class to meet the boy that has been on everyone's mind. The two of them barge into Tiger class with Abel reluctantly following along with her friend. Everyone in the class freezes in shock as the two school beauties make their way through the class. Rachel stands on a desk, looking for her target, but someone tries to come and scold her for suddenly leaping on another student's seat. She's able to completely confuse him by showing off how pretty she is, and Abel can only hold her head in embarrassment at her friend's actions. Eventually, she finds Giamma sleeping on his desk while Chloe fawns over him. Rachel at first mistakes Chloe for his girlfriend, but that doesn't matter to her, and it only makes this whole thing more fun. She walks up to Giamma and blows air lovingly into his ear, which shocks both Abel and Chloe. Then as he slowly wakes up, she sits down on his desk with a flirty look on her face and asks him for his name. Giamma already knows who she is though, and he's not excited to see another one of the game's heroines in front of him all of a sudden. She leans her finger closer and pokes Giamma on the face, complimenting his looks, while he just stares at her, shocked. He has no idea what's going on, but his intuition is screaming at him that this entire situation is dangerous. Suddenly, the hand that Rachel was about to use to poke Giamma is grabbed by a very angry-looking Chloe. Chloe demands to know what Rachel thinks she's doing, but her anger and murderous intent only amuse Rachel. It looks like Giamma's danger instincts were warning him about Chloe. Her personality has completely flipped as she spawns a box cutter from the yandere pocket dimension. If a knife fight breaks out in the classroom, it could spark some serious problems for him down the line. This is a combination he has never seen in the game before, and he can only wonder why this is happening all of a sudden. Abel comes in and tries to drag her friend out of the situation, especially since this isn't even their classroom, but Rachel won't budge. She claims that she's only here to say hello, and then, as if to pour salt in the wound, she places a hand on Chloe's head and tells her that she's not supposed to interrupt when adults are talking. That only makes Chloe even more angry, and she opens up the box cutter and prepares to strike. Giamma and Abel watch in shock as Chloe tries to stab Rachel, but her hand is easily grabbed by the much stronger girl. At this point, she's just pointlessly provoking Chloe into a fight, and Abel yells at her once again to stop what she's doing before something bad happens. Rachel frowns and quickly tosses Chloe away like paper, but Chloe is able to catch herself before falling, causing all the boys in class to scream out in joy at the building catfight. Giamma is more annoyed than anything at the weird buildup happening in front of him. Then Rachel activates her blessing that's built from the foundation of her clan, the clan of the Spear Saint. In her clan, they believe that skills are useless when faced with overwhelming strength, and they believe that brute force triumphs over all else. That's the same motto that Rachel Demira, the niece of the Spear Saint, believes in as well. She bluntly asks Giamma if Chloe is her girlfriend, and our MC doesn't hesitate in saying no, and that causes Chloe's aggression to momentarily turn to him. He clarifies that she's just a friend, and Rachel seems to get even more interested in the whole ordeal. Meanwhile, Giamma is still trying to figure out just what in the world this whole situation is about. Now that he's more awake and has a chance to look around, he finally notices Abel, who looks just as frazzled as he was not too long ago. He cuts straight to the point and asks why the two of them came looking for him, and Rachel says it's because Abel was interested in him and wanted to see his face. Abel yells that her accusations are definitely not true, and it's Rachel that practically dragged her there. Rachel thought that Abel genuinely wanted to see him because she followed her to the tiger class. As the entire class's attention turns to her, she tries to shyly explain that there was a misunderstanding, but now Giamma just wants them to leave. He tells that to them bluntly, and that shocks the two girls, and Rachel can barely hold back her laughter. That makes her even more interested in Giamma, and she likes interesting guys. She tries inviting him over to her dorm room after class to do some ungodly things together, and that's the last straw for Chloe. She yells for Rachel to get away from her Giamma right this moment, and Rachel tries to mock her again, but Abel has had enough. Even she can barely hold back her anger at Rachel's flirting. Sensing that things might be getting too far, Rachel finally backs off, but not before telling Giamma that she'll see him later, which he quickly refuses and tells her not to come back. The two girls finally leave the class, and Giamma immediately goes back to sleep while Chloe rushes to check up on him. No one notices Abel pausing for a moment to stare longingly at Giamma before walking away. Abel and Chloe continue their walk back to their class, and Rachel can't get over just how impressed she was by Giamma's attitude. It's one thing to be cold, but from his hollow eyes, Rachel could faintly tell that there was an underlying subtle feeling that she could get her throat cut if she continued poking him like that. She was just curious about him, but he went far beyond her expectations and actually gave her chills. From the little she could see, she can already tell that he's easily a step above all the style with no substance students that are all over the star class. Her clan pulls no punches when it comes to getting betrothed to the most outstanding warriors, and in a way, he just might be a precious resource that she wouldn't want to let go of. Rachel turns around suddenly and apologizes to Abel. Abel, on the other hand, feels like she should apologize to the students of Tiger Class for the scene she made. But that's not what Rachel meant. She's apologizing about Kang Giamma because going forward, she's not going to yield now that she's interested in him. Elsewhere, in the school's clinic, Nox pulls himself angrily through the halls, with only the thought of killing Giamma in his mind. He has lived his entire life without knowing defeat, constantly being called the auditory genius. Now someone has come and defeated him with nothing but kitchen knives. Just the thought of Giamma's face pisses him off to an outstanding degree. If he has to, he will call the power of his entire clan just to cut off Giama's head, and then once he kills our MC, he will get Chloe back. Chloe has the potential to become similar if not greater than him, and he won't let some random special admissions nobody take her away from him. All he has to do is call on the power of his clan to strike, and then they will show him. At least that's what should have happened. But the same Giama that he has been relentlessly plotting to kill sits calmly in his clinic room, eating an apple. Before then, though, while the class was in session, Giama watched Chloe worriedly. The two girls have left, but Chloe is very clearly still upset, even though she was the one who pulled the blade out first. As she's having her psychotic thoughts, Giama goes over to her in hopes of calming her down. Even though he can probably talk her out of whatever mental break she's about to have, he still wished she'd at least put the box cutter down when talking to him. He asks her about how Nox is doing, and she sadly tells him that her brother is in the Academy's medical ward. That's odd though, since people can't actually get injured in the subspace, so he shouldn't have any need for medical attention. The last Chloe heard, he was admitted into the ward despite having no injuries. But it should be fine, and there shouldn't be any reason for Giama to worry. Giama can't help but think about it though. Even though he was sliced up in the subspace, Nox isn't the kind of person that'd be weak enough to be traumatized from that. To make sure that nothing else happens, he has to check in on Nox. And to do that, he asks Chloe to tell him where Nox's room is. To sweeten the deal, he even pats her head, which is another tip he got from the How to Handle Yandere type series. That's how we got to where we are today, as Giama stares down Nox, who is still surprised to see our MC in his room. Giama comments on the room and how the auditories must be loaded with cash for them to get a hospital room this fancy for just one person. Before Nox can ask Giama how he got into this room in the first place, our MC picks up a skinning knife from the bedside counter, and Nox momentarily goes on guard, wondering if Giama wants to finish what he started. However, instead, Giama simply picks up another apple and cleanly peels the skin off before placing it right back on the table. Then Giama gets up and walks right past Nox, advising him to take fruits and vegetables for his health. That pisses Nox off even more, and the assassin reveals a knife hidden under his sleeve, ready to stab Giama while he's least expecting it. But as if predicting this, Giama warns him that if he ever has ideas of getting any sort of revenge, then he will be cut up along with the entirety of Auditore. With that, Giama slams the door shut as he leaves, and the force is harsh enough to turn the apple that he cleanly peeled into slices, revealing that he cut it up so fast that Nox didn't even notice. Giama walks out of the medical unit with his mission hopefully accomplished. Now Nox is nothing more than a candle that can be extinguished at any time, and his will has been totally destroyed. This is all thanks to Giama's bravado-filled intimidation, which he hopes doesn't come back to bite him. After all, the Auditories are an incredible group of assassins, and there's no way that he can take on an entire clan with just 30 seconds of pain neutralizer. Although he should be able to take out 10 people in 30 seconds, the rest of the clan is an entirely different case. And that's only in the worst case scenario anyways. Giama would love to avoid killing as much as he can. As he walks under the moonlight back to his dorm room, he feels like he's standing in the eye of a storm in a weird way. He's starting to get used to this new, crazy life of his. As long as Nox doesn't stir up any trouble, then he doesn't have to worry about things getting too insane. But he has another problem to deal with, and that's the girl that he wanted to avoid the most, Rachel. In the original game, she approaches the main character first, and gets attached to the main heroine Abel. Now that she has decided to approach him instead, this is a clear sign that the timeline has changed drastically. He also needs to prepare for the midterms, and for once, he's going to have to take things seriously so that he can get that reward. The test will need a group of 5 students to subdue a demonic monster. The 5 students will be picked regardless of class, and this test is meant to emphasize teamwork. Individual prowess is definitely important, but having faith in your comrades is certainly more important on the battlefield. The best thing a weak student can do in this situation is find the right teammates and hope to be carried by them. Although it's not like the monsters are much of an issue anyways. The monsters that they will be hunting in this test are D-rank demonic monster mermen. Giama remembers them looking really gross in the game, which means facing them in real life is going to be even more disgusting. If they were mermaids, then they would at least be more attractive to look at. But mermen are just going to be gross. But mermaids are considered demonic humans, and they are the main force of the demon army, meaning that they are way more powerful. Compared to demonic humans, demonic monsters are nothing more than just guard dogs or pets. Fortunately, only mermen should be on the island, meaning that students don't have to deal with demonic humans. It's already been a month since Giama came to this school, and this is the first night that he has felt a bit of peace. It's been 700 years since the humans and the demons swore a truce, and just like how human history isn't without war, there have been a few disputes between the humans and the demons, both big and small. An example is half a century ago when Vasmon, the commander of the 6th Legion, claimed that he would revive the commander of the 1st Legion. That decision caused an entire week of battles that bathed the city in blood. In the end, humanity emerged victorious, and the 7 heroes were born. Although from those heroes, 3 sacrifices were made, and neither faction wanted to escalate things further. Other than that, peace has continued to this day. But Jiyama wonders if this is really peace. The more he thinks about it, the one who sealed the 1st Legion commander alone 700 years ago must have been a real beast. The 6th commander took 7 people together to bring down, and even then, there were deaths among their group. And now, they only have 3 years before the second human-demon war begins. And this time, the war will include the Demon King. It's terrifying to think about that future. But thinking won't change anything. What Jiyama needs to do now is to focus on the upcoming midterms. The first thing he needs to do is find teammates. But that's easier said than done since he has no friends. Right now, though, he's the most famous student in the academy, and he can probably use that to his advantage in hopes of solving the problem. There's no way he can live 3 years under the radar, so Jiyama decides to change his motto for the time being. He will no longer try to live quietly, but still try to live comfortably. Now he needs to try his best to get people to join his group. However, a week later, he's still completely alone. Not a single person invited him to join their group. In the end, they might all just be scared of him. He turns around and glances at his class, and the only person alone like him is Chloe. Maybe she's been considered an outsider since the altercation with her brother and how he lost. Or maybe because of how she acted when Rachel came around. Regardless of the reason, he approaches her and asks if she still hasn't found any cadets to partner up with. Just like him, she's still alone, and Jiyama is worried about her. After all, he's used to being alone, but she had some friends at least, and yet they are all gone. She claims that she will be all right as long as she has him. In any case, he offers her to partner up with him so they can find 3 other people. With Chloe's capabilities, she will be a huge asset to him. He can only fight for 30 seconds, so she is like 30 soldiers packed in a cute bundle. The peace in the class is broken up as Rachel comes charging in, calling for Jiyama. He doesn't hide his disdain for seeing her again, and Chloe doesn't hide her bloodlust either as she pulls out a box cutter. Rachel continues to bother him, even falling over on his desk, and then she asks him if he has found any groups to take the test with. Since she's clearly not listening to him, he answers her question, and the fact that he doesn't have a group yet is perfect for her as she invites him to her group. Jiyama is suspicious of the sudden offer since there is definitely a huge line of other students available to join her group, so why would she come for him specifically? She tells him plainly that he seems more fun to do the test with than any of the other students in her class. Jiyama then tells her that he's already in a team with Chloe, but that's alright too since Rachel's group has 2 spots left. Jiyama is still suspicious of the whole thing since this is a bigger risk for Rachel. Doing something like this could risk her grades if they underperform for the island test. He glances at Chloe and she begrudgingly nods, agreeing to join the group. With nothing holding him back anymore, he tells her that he will join, and Rachel immediately opens her phone to test someone after telling him that he can't back out. Then Jiyama asks who the other members of the group are, and the first person she mentioned is none other than Leon. Not just any Leon, the counterfeit protagonist of this world, and the one person Jiyama wants to interact with the least. Jiyama can't help wondering what crimes he committed in his past life that gave him such terrible luck. Like yeah, he spent 30 years wielding a knife, but that was because of his job. He's getting involved with the heroines for some unknown reason, and even though he tried his best not to stand out, he's still getting intertwined in the main story. The heroines at least are eye candy for him, and it's not so bad getting involved with pretty girls. The real problem is Leon van Reinhardt. He's the main character, and interacting with him will definitely turn the main plot on its head. Right now, Jiyama has no clue how things will pan out in the future, but he's sure that everything will be his fault in one way or another. He even tried to see if he could change his group, but Rachel already put his name down in the application before talking to him. This is the first time in his life he has wanted to cut down a girl so badly. And then, of course, there's the biggest issue in the yandere that he shares a class with. And speaking of the devil, she comes up right beside him to ask how he's doing since he has looked petrified ever since Rachel left. He tells her that he was just a bit overwhelmed thinking about taking the exam with Star Class cadets. Chloe tells him that no one is stronger than him in Star Class, and he weakly thanks her. He did choose to team up with Chloe, so he can't take the exam without her in good conscience. In fact, thinking about it more rationally, there aren't better people for him to take the test with. This could turn out to be a good thing if he wasn't so pessimistic about it. He asks Chloe when and where they are supposed to have their first group meeting, and she tells him that it's at a cafe on campus. It's nearly time for them to meet up, so he suggests that they start heading there now. They get there first, and both he and Chloe order drinks for themselves. Chloe gets a delicious avocado smoothie for herself, and Giamma can't help but watch her in envy as he thinks about how expensive a single cup of that thing is. Then he takes a sip of his cheap espresso and almost has a seizure at how horrible it tastes. Since this cafe is an outside company, the faculty cards don't work, so for the first time, he's forced to use his own money. As he rethinks his life choices, his phone buzzes with a message from Rachel. She tells him that she's close by, and not long after she walks into the booth with Leon and someone else close behind her. Leon and Giamma make contact for the first time, and then Giamma glances at the person beside him. The first impression he can get from the guy is that he must be some sort of delinquent. Leon is the first of the guys to introduce himself with a hand outstretched to our MC. Giamma takes it in a handshake, and Leon compliments him on the battle he had in the subspace a few days earlier. Just from the way he talks, Giamma can tell that he's a perfect blend of intelligence and class. Then they all sit down, and Rachel suggests that they do proper introductions. Leon goes first and introduces himself as the group's leader and a student of star class. He ended up becoming the leader of their group somehow, and he seems genuine when he says that he looks forward to working with them all. The next to introduce herself is Rachel, but everyone there already knows her, so she passes the baton to the person sitting beside her. His name is Speedweapon, and he's also a student of star class. His introduction is short and straight to the point, but Giamma is more interested in his unusual name. Chloe goes next and introduces herself as a student from Wolf class who made it into the group thanks to Giamma. Rachel mocks her for the way she calls Giamma Jiam-kun instead, and the two of them have a stare-off for a moment before Chloe calms herself down with a sigh and ends her introduction. Finally, Giamma introduces himself, and his introduction is even shorter and more straight to the point than Speedwagon, giving only his name and his class. The others acknowledge the awkwardly short intro, and Leon brings out a laptop so they can discuss the main topic of the meeting. He presses a button on the computer, and a holographic map of the region they will be taking the exam on is displayed. The site is called Scopuli Island, and they will be teleported to a designated location in the island through a subspace. However, only the gate will be a subspace, meaning that once they make it to the island, their experiences will be real, and they can actually be injured by the demonic beasts. The assigned area for their group is the northeastern coast, and 3 groups, including theirs, will be hunting for mermen in the area. There is a limited amount of mermen in the area, so the objective of the exam is to hunt as many mermen as the limit will allow. With the information passed across, Leon ends the presentation and asks for questions from his group. Speedwagon goes first and asks if there are any risks besides the mermen on the island. The instructors have already done research on the island in advance to ensure that there will be no monsters or demons on the island besides the mermen. Then Chloe asks if other groups can ambush and battle each other, much to the shock of the rest of her groupmates. Leon calmly assures her that the exam's objective is strictly to exterminate demonic beasts, so conflict between groups would lead to a disqualification. That question must have been part of her habits as an assassin. With no other questions from the group, Leon disbands them and tells them to prepare themselves for the midterms until they meet again the next day for another discussion. The other cadets exit the cafe, leaving Giamma alone with Leon. The atmosphere is awkward, so Giamma moves to hurry up and leave, but Leon suddenly calls out to him. The faux MC asks Giamma where he came from. Giamma pauses and takes a moment to ponder about the strange question from Leon. He heard a similar question before, but this question coming from Leon is fundamentally different. Leon also looks deadly serious while asking this question, and Giamma can't tell what he's thinking. He could have asked that question earlier while they were introducing themselves, but Leon specifically chose to ask that question after everyone had left. After noticing the long silence, Leon apologizes for springing that kind of question out of nowhere and says that he can't help but feel like Giamma is similar to him. While it's true that this world's official language is Korean due to where the game was made, that doesn't mean that other cultures don't exist. Anyone can tell just from a glance that Giamma is Korean, so it's for Leon to ask where he's from and say that they are similar. With still more silence from Giamma, who is struggling to comprehend this weird conversation, Leon tells him to pretend like he didn't hear anything before getting up and leaving the cafe. Giamma stops him and throws the question back at Leon, asking him where he came from. It was a reflex response, and Giamma regrets it immediately. But he knows that he won't be able to sleep tonight if he doesn't get an answer. Leon calmly takes Giamma's hand and tells our MC that he's from Germany. Without another word, he leaves, and Giamma can't help but wonder what is up with Leon all of a sudden. At that moment, when Leon first asked the question, Giamma wondered if the main character of this game came from another world as well. It's outlandish to think about, but it's also a very real possibility. There's no rule saying that only one person can be dragged into this video game after all, and possessing the main character is more probable than possessing an extra. Giamma glances down at the knife of his table and has an idea. When the blessing of the sword god activates, his senses are strangely heightened. Maybe activating the blessing might give him some answers. He picks up the knife and removes the cover, and a message comes into his mind, just as he had hoped. It confirms that Leon really is from this world. This voice is similar to when he was fighting Chloe. When he activates the blessing of the sword god, he can faintly hear a voice. However, thinking about it gives him a migraine that even bypasses the painless blessing. Regardless, the Leon that he met today is definitely the Leon that he played in the game, and no actor could replicate Leon so perfectly. It's weird that Leon would ask him which country he came from out of nowhere, but then the claim that the two of them are similar is also quite concerning. He heads over to a wiki page, but there is no information about Leon in this world. Things are getting weird, and Giamma decides that this is the last time he will be involved with Leon. If something like this happens again, he can just go and see Medea about it, while ignoring her attempts to run away with him. Giamma is also surprised by how calm he has managed to be despite the situations that have been unfolding recently. Maybe this is also an influence of his blessings. He takes a look at his status screen, and as usual, it looks like he's making smooth progress. His mental fortitude and armament are the same, but his physical fortitude has increased thanks to the training that he has been doing. His armament will also probably increase when he gets Murasame from the midterm exams. The only thing he's not sure of is the assimilation rate. It has gone up a lot, and it looks like it will soon unlock something special for him. Maybe it's related to what he has done so far. It's still annoying that he doesn't know what it is, and it's not like he can ask someone else either. At the bottom of the status screen, though, there's something new. His blessing of painlessness has increased by 10 seconds, meaning that he can now use his blessing for 40 seconds. It looks like after so much time, his labors have finally borne fruit. As the days go by and the groups continue to meet up to discuss their battle strategy for the exam, Giamma continues to train and hone his skills, until finally, the day of the exam arrives. All the groups stand in front of the subspace gate, and Giamma can tell that it has a completely different vibe than the training ground subspace. The rest of his team arrives as well, and they seem just as excited as he is. In their previous meetings, they decided on which roles each person will take in their team. Rachel will lead the front as the main damage dealer, while Leon takes a center role as the leader to keep everyone together. Speed Weapon will be behind Leon as a support while Chloe works with Rachel as a secondary damage dealer. Finally, Giamma will take up the rear guard behind everyone else, making up a solid team. Giamma takes a second to look at all their equipment and how powerful it is. Rachel has S-rank gear called the Vermilion Phoenix Halberd, and although Leon doesn't have Balmung yet, he still has a powerful sword. Lastly, Speed Weapon's gear is a recorder. I didn't know the support also provided musical entertainment. Rachel assures him that the recorder is one of the few S-rank equipment that provides healing, and even Giamma knows that a healing S-rank armament is ridiculously hard to get. That kind of equipment is incredible to own, and Giamma gets closer to inspect it, much to Speed Weapon's surprise. Their chat is cut short as a voice comes on the intercom to announce that the first-year midterms are about to start. The instructor of Wolf Class Lee Wanbin comes over to talk to the students. They already have a good grasp of the rules, so he keeps their discussion brief. He tells them to not be shy of running away when things get hectic. There's no reason to risk their lives for extra credit. If they are injured or wish to surrender, they can just call for the instructor in charge. Now that the exam is officially about to start, Leon tells them to do their best and try not to be nervous. Chloe seems anxious, and Giamma asks what is wrong. She tells him that she remembers the fact that mermaids can appear on the island, but Giamma assures her again that the instructors have already confirmed that everything is clear. Chloe tries to take his word for it, but she can't help being nervous. Back in Sicily, where she grew up, mermaids were often sighted, and they were known to cause large amounts of damage. Humans now have a truce with demonic beings, so they are rarely seen outside of dungeons, but the fact that these rumors have persisted even though the truce means that the conditions of where mermaids appear have yet to be fully confirmed. He places a hand on her head to calm her down as the teachers call for the cadets to step through the gate. She smiles and decides to place her belief in Giamma. Much later, she hears Giamma's voice calling for her through a haze in her mind. It looks like she lost focus for a moment, and now things have turned on their head. When she opens her eyes, she sees Giamma and the others standing in front of something large and powerful. Rachel asks Speed Weapon if he has been able to contact an instructor in charge, but since they are in a cave, he doesn't have a connection on his phone. Meanwhile, someone lays on the ground, bleeding and clearly in danger, and then in front of them is the main cause of this sudden chaos. A mermaid. Let's go back a bit before our group found themselves in this terrible situation. As soon as they arrived on Scopuli Island, the first major problem they all faced was motion sickness from passing through the gate. The only person who seems alright is Giamma, who tells them that he doesn't suffer from motion sickness. Not long after that, they had their first encounter with a merman. It stared at them in surprise for a moment before scurrying away. As disgusting as they look, they are way smaller than Giamma expected. Leon confirms that the one they saw is too small to give them any points. To find the adult mermen, the group has to head to their assigned location. Chloe goes ahead of them to scout the location, and the group follows along at a slower pace. Eventually, they make it to their location, and Chloe returns from her scouting trip to report what she's seen. She tells them that there is a cave about 500 meters ahead of them, and she leads them to it. Before they even enter the dark and ominous-looking cave, there are already dozens of eyes staring at them. Leon can tell that there are about 50 to 60 mermen in the cave, and they are all gathered around a campfire. Defeating that many mermen will definitely guarantee them first place in the midterms, but the group has to consider their safety before anything else. Entering that cave will cut off their internet and make contacting an instructor difficult. It's a high-risk, high-reward decision, and it all depends on their group leader, Leon. Before they came to this island, he took great care in determining what role every member of the team will play. So now, it's time for him to lead them to victory again. In a moment, Leon made his decision and sent out Rachel to start the attack. Rachel leans back and sends a golden spear shooting into the cave. The spear lands right on top of the campfire, putting it out and shocking all the mermen. Before they can turn to see where it came from, Rachel is right on top of them, and in a second, several mermen heads go flying. Speed Weapon goes next, focusing his power to buff Rachel's skills, making it easier for her to pick them off one by one. Giamma can't help letting out a gasp of awe at how powerful Rachel is. That doesn't go unnoticed by Chloe, and the yandere pulls out her katana and activates her blessing to take on the fishman as well. She immediately rushes to catch up to Rachel's number, taking out more and more mermen while the two of them rush towards each other. They aren't slowing down, even as they continue to get closer and closer to each other, and Giamma gets worried that they have no intention of slowing down at all. They get within inches of each other before finally turning and taking out the last merman that was rushing towards them both. Then they step away from each other and continue taking out the others while Giamma breathes a sigh of relief. In the end, he was worried about both of them for nothing, and eventually, with their combined efforts, all 60 mermen were slain. It looks like they are done here, and Leon suggests that they go somewhere else to continue the exam. That kind of determination and leadership is what makes the blonde MC the heart of their team. That further proves to Giamma that Leon really is the true MC of the game. There's no way anyone would be able to replicate these qualities of a hero. As Jaome's thoughts continue to wander, he takes his eyes off Leon for a moment. He looks back up just in time to see the blonde hero fall to the ground after taking a fatal blow to the stomach. The others stare in shock as something powerful rises from the pool of dead mermen behind Giamma. It's a demonoid mermaid, the exact monster that Chloe feared would show up unannounced on the island. Giamma had a feeling that things were going way too smoothly for them. Now the question is whether they should run or stand and fight. There's no telling if they will even be able to get to safety while looking after an injured Leon. Rachel tells Speed Weapon to call the instructors and inform them that a mermaid appeared. But just as Giamma feared, the cave is messing with their internet access, and there is no way to contact the instructor. Everyone is panicking, and it looks like Giamma is the only person not panicking at the moment. With Leon down for the count, there's only one person that can take the lead in this situation. He steps up and starts giving orders to his teammates. He tells Rachel to keep the mermen away from them no matter what. Then he orders Speed Weapon to dump as many healing blessings as he can on Leon. Finally, he calls Chloe, who seems to have zoned out, and he tells her to evacuate the other cadets and tells the instructors what's going on. It takes a moment for his words to sink in, but eventually, she heads off to do what he says. Now that everyone has been given proper instructions, Giamma steps up to the mermaid, much to the shock of the others. He tells Rachel and Weapon that he's leaving the mermen to them. As for the mermaid, cutting up bitfish has always been his specialty, so it's only fair that it goes to him. Demons can use a unique power similar to a human's blessings. It's called magic, and it's a power that was strong enough to take down the protagonist in just one hit. That's the difference in strength between humans and demons. Giamma has the blessing of the sword god, but that doesn't guarantee that he will survive this battle. Even in the original game, it was impossible to take down a magic-utilizing demon without a party. And yet here he is, about to solo a boss that usually requires a full-scale raid. In other words, Giamma is in deep shit, but there's no way he can back out of this now. It should take Chloe about 10 minutes to find help and come back. Despite that, Giamma has only 40 seconds to take this overgrown fish down before he meets a worse fate than the main character. Rachel struggles to keep the mermen away while Speed Weapon focuses all his power on healing Leon. The wound is deep, but it's recovering regardless. Despite the daunting task in front of him, he can't help but focus his attention on Giamma. Just looking at the mermaid is making Super Weapon's bones shiver, and yet Giamma wants to fight it all by himself. The demon strikes first, launching the same laser attack that took out Leon. Giamma dodges the attack and rushes in with his knife to close the distance. The mermaid seems to primarily use long-distance attacks with water magic properties. Giamma doesn't know much about magic, but he does know that this demon is just a fish with flesh and bones. All he has to do to come out on top is dive in and cut it. He jumps close to the demon and slices it, but it dodges out of the way and heads for Speed Weapon instead. Before it can get to him, Giamma comes around and manages to cut off one of the monster's fins, causing it to scream out in pain. The cut was way too shallow, and our MC goes in for another attack, but it quickly dodges away and dissolves into water. Since the mermaid went after Speed Weapon, it looks like she is deliberately going after the ones who are injured. Leon is somewhat healed now, and Speed Weapon calls out for Giamma. It looks like he's alright, and Giamma takes a moment to check on him before rushing off to fight the mermaid again. In Speed Weapon's eyes, Giamma is really cool. During one of their many meetings, Speed Weapon talked about how he looked up to heroes that sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. So far, since Speed Weapon entered the school, he hasn't seen anyone that matches the title of a hero. That's why he entered a group with Rachel, in hopes of finding the hero he was looking for in Leon. He even told Giamma frankly that he is far from a hero in Speed Weapon's eyes. And yet now, in this crazy situation, the one that's stepping up and risking their life is Giamma himself. The mermaid continues the attack, launching fish-shaped magic blasts that Giamma skillfully dodges. However, this time, instead of just zooming past him, they turn around and follow him. The mermaid can control these attacks, and they chase Giamma around the cave. With Giamma distracted, the demon tries again to attack Speed Weapon. Giamma gets there just in time to cut down the monster before it can launch the attack, but it's shallow again. He can't take it down with small cuts. If he wants to kill this demon once and for all, Giamma is going to need to stab it as deeply as he can. The mermaid sends another blast at Giamma, but this time he manages to dodge, causing the blast to break through the top of the cave, shooting into the sky. The attack is so powerful that cadets around the mountain are able to see it, and they hear a loud roar following it as well. On top of that, it also started raining. The instructor with one of the groups suggests that they take the wounded and move quickly before the rain starts to affect them. Back in the cave, the mermen start to retreat, and the cadets have a moment of rest. The mermaid was crushed under the debris from the cave breaking open, but Giamma is sure that she isn't dead. Just as he suspects, the mermaid breaks through the rocks piled on top of her and rushes towards the students. This whole time, Giamma hasn't been able to fight properly because he has been conscious of the injured Leon. Now that the mermen have retreated, he tells Rachel to take care of Speed Weapon and Leon for him. Speed Weapon still can't believe that Giamma is taking on a demon by himself. He thought our MC was a madman before, but now he might just be witnessing the birth of a legend. Meanwhile, Giamma is just happy that he can finally focus now that he doesn't have to worry about his teammates. He only has 10 seconds left of the painless blessing, and he has to make up for lost time if he doesn't want to die. Giamma and the mermaid stare each other down for a moment before rushing in for the final clash. Elsewhere, Chloe dashes through the forest as fast as she can, looking for anyone to help her. She's tired, but she knows she can't stop running unless everyone she left behind will be in danger. Her body hurts incredibly bad, but the more she feels like stopping, the more she thinks about Giamma and the fact that he's in the cave, fighting that monster on his own for their sake. Giamma really is the strongest person she has ever met in her life. He clearly doesn't like fighting and tries to avoid drawing his blade whenever possible. The only time he stands to fight is when there is really no other choice. Since Giamma made the best decision fighting that mermaid, she knows she has to do her best to get help. But she can't help feeling that if she was just a little stronger, then maybe she would have been able to help him somehow. Behind her, a loud blast tears the side of the cave apart, and she knows that it's the sound of Giamma and the mermaid fighting. In her worry, she trips off a vine and almost falls, but manages to catch herself on the ground and keeps running. She can't stop or fall until she has found someone to help. As she continues to run, she senses something ahead of her. She can't send it clearly since her head is in a mess, but her first thought is that they must be mermen. She draws her sword to defend herself and unleashes a blow towards the closest one to her, but surprisingly, the merman blocks with their own sword. That's because it isn't a merman, it's Abel. As soon as she realizes that she has finally found another person, Chloe stops moving and collapses to the ground. Abel's teammates get suspicious and start to suspect that there is some sort of ambush in the area. Meanwhile, Chloe weakly tries to tell them that they should go and help Giamma. Luckily for her, Abel remembers her face from when she and Rachel went to Giamma's class. Back in the cave, Speed Weapon is left in complete awe at what he's witnessing. He wonders if there will ever be a day as astonishing as this ever again. The way Giamma fights seems like a skilled swordsman handling a live fish on a chopping board with skill. At this point, this whole thing is beyond just fighting a demonoid. Giamma is completely overwhelming it. This scene unfolding right is definitely something that will be etched in his memory for the rest of his life. Even Rachel, who's the successor of the Spear clan and grew up among strong people, clearly hasn't seen this caliber of skill before. Despite that, she's the first to push him out of the way when a stray attack comes towards them. Speed Weapon nearly forgot where he was because of how intense the sight was. Giama's opponent is a demon that uses magic. A blade against magic isn't a good matchup to begin with, even if our MC has the upper hand right now. If the demon uses magic that can't be countered, then Giama will be in danger. As soon as Speed Weapon has that thought, as if on cue, the mermaid raises its hands in the air and calls a different magic attack called Needle Squall. The rain around them starts to crystallize and freeze, and everything halts for a moment. Then the mermaid drops its hand and all the sharp crystallized raindrops fall towards Giama. He dodges some and parries the rest, but they are too hard for his knife. The blade starts to break apart as he fights with it. Instead of keeping the blade aside, Giama tosses it at the mermaid. It cuts straight through the mermaid's side, leaving a gaping hole in its waist. Giama then follows up with a final attack cutting through the mermaid's flesh with one powerful slash. Except the mermaid managed to dodge, and instead used the body of a merman to distract Giama. Then it charges up a massive attack right in front of our MC. This one is way too close, and there is no possible way he can dodge it. Just before the attack hits and he starts to panic, his mind is suddenly teleported to a clear space. In that space, he sees a red line that indicates where he should cut, and he hears a voice telling him that if he can slice it, it will cut. Instead of dodging the attack, Giama readjusts his grip on the knife and cuts through the magic instead. The cut causes a massive shockwave to push through the area, and by the time the smoke clears, Giama stands over the lifeless body of the mermaid. The demon makes a few sounds in death and Giama kicks it away, down into the pool that it came out from. Rachel and Speed Weapon stare at the scene in front of them in shock. Somehow, a freshman defeated a demonoid alone. Suddenly, Giama falls to his knees and starts coughing up blood. Rachel is the first to react, and she rushes over to him while Speed Weapon checks on Leon. Thankfully, the protagonist is fine, but there are other sounds behind them and Speed Weapon turns around thinking that the mermen that ran away have returned. Instead, it's Abel and her team, carrying an unconscious and injured Chloe. The first thing Abel notices is Rachel, who caresses an unconscious Giama. The sight makes her angry for some reason, but she ignores it to look around. The rest of the team look like they all have one foot in the grave, and yet Leon seems completely fine. She informs them that she has contacted the academy, and they will be arriving in an hour to aid them. Now that help is on the way, she wants to know just what exactly happened. She tells Speed Weapon to explain, but he's more frustrated by the academy and the instructors who claim that they thoroughly checked the island. He doesn't believe that they will believe him anyways, but he starts to tell them what he witnessed. Speed Weapon gives Abel a basic rundown of what happened and how Giama defeated the mermaid alone. Just like Speed Weapon predicted, she can barely believe it. The tales that her grandfather told her when she was younger were more realistic than this. And yet, as ridiculous as the story is, the evidence around them proves that it's the truth. Why would they lie about this anyways? And yet, Abel still can't accept it. She's a descendant of the acclaimed hero Balor Joachim and his disciple Aaron Nibelung. Those are the roots that she has in her, and it has given her a special attribute since birth. Her bloodline has always been filled with promise and potential, and she put in incredible effort to make sure that she wouldn't be overshadowed by her roots. And yet, even with everything going in her favor and with how far she has managed to get, Giama continues to prove that there is a ridiculously large gap between their skills. Abel can't help feeling a mix of fear, dread, and admiration. She tells the healer in her group to try to heal Giama while they wait for the teachers. After getting a better look at him, she can see that he's tattered and at death's door. And yet, he fought a demonoid alone and came out victorious. Abel can't help but look at him in envy. Speed Weapon snaps her out of it and tells her that it probably would be best if they don't tell the instructors what happened here in detail. The academy claims that they scouted the island beforehand, and yet a demonoid popped out of a cave that would be easily noticeable by cadets. There's some things that just don't add up in this whole story. Leon tries to cut straight to the point and asks Speed Weapon if he thinks that there is someone among the demon factions within the academy. Leon tries to backtrack since that's not exactly what he meant, but they also can't completely rule out that possibility. It's undeniable that this cave isn't easy for cadets to miss, and as Speed Weapon said, if it weren't for Giama, then Leon's group would have been torn to shreds. There were definitely conflicts both large and small during the 700-year truce, but there was never a moment where the demons dared to touch the cadets of the academy. There was also a clause in the truce stating that if an act like that were to happen, then it would be justification for war. Speed Weapon tries to pull them out of their thoughts and assures them that they are definitely blowing things out of proportion. It's not a bad thing to be wary of a possible spy in the academy, but it's way too soon to jump to conclusions. For now, they need to make sure that their stories match up. If there really is a spy in the academy, then Giama will definitely become a target once word gets around that he defeated a demonoid alone. Abel doesn't really agree with keeping things under wraps like this, but since Giamma has worked so hard for their sake, and the group seems to unanimously agree with this decision, she suggests that they talk to her grandfather first. The cadets return to the school and Giamma is taken to a hospital. He wakes up as the bright even sun shines on his face, and he's almost surprised that he's alive. The last thing he remembers is the mermaid shooting a magic sphere out right before it died. It wasn't an attack that he could dodge, but he just barely managed to see it. He used his sashimi knife to cut through a line and the magic severed into 2 halves before bursting. Looking back at it, the magic sphere was definitely water. On top of that, after activating the sword god's blessing, he felt something that he can't describe. He calls his blessing just to make sure and the screen pops up in front of him again. His mental fortitude has increased by 1, and that's mostly likely why he didn't get scared when he faced the mermaid. It also looks like his assimilation rate has increased enough for him to unlock the mysterious attribute. The next attribute will be unlocked when his assimilation rate reaches 15%. Maybe this strange unlockable is what allowed him to see the red line to cut with the mermaid. As he's thinking about his blessing, the door opens and a familiar figure dashes in. It's Medea, and she wastes no time wrapping Giamma in a tight hug. She fusses over him as Giamma tries his hardest to breathe through her death hug. She pulls away from him eventually and apologizes, but then reveals why she came here to see him. She opens up a dimensional pocket through her purse. She pulls out the reward from the pocket, and it's what he had been hoping to get from the midterm exam. The Murasame sword. The Murasame is a B-rank sword with high-level stats, and it's exactly what Giamma was looking for. He stares at it in disbelief as Medea asks him if he likes it. She apologizes for giving it to him in this kind of situation since he should have gotten it officially. Meanwhile, someone lurks at the door, watching the whole interaction. Medea calls out to the person and tells them to just get in the room instead of stalking at the door like some kind of shy creep. Siegfried Nibelung clears his throat and walks through the door sheepishly to stand beside Medea. This interaction gives Giamma a strange sense of déjà vu considering what happened when he first came to the academy. He asks what exactly the Sword Emperor is doing here as well. Medea reveals that she heard what happened from his teammates. Then they both bow their heads and apologize on behalf of the whole academy. They are to blame for everything that happened during the midterms. Because of their negligence, everyone who was there nearly lost their lives. Giamma can't bring himself to speak as she continues to talk. She swears to him that they will uncover the truth behind the incident. Siegfried speaks up as well and thanks him for saving the cadets. Giamma nervously scratches his cheek and meekly tells them that he did what he could. Medea continues and says that even though his actions were remarkable, they need to keep the incident under wraps. Medea is sure that the mastermind behind this incident is in the academy, and they have to keep things quiet if they don't want this leaking out to the public. Giamma understands and doesn't hold their decision against them. Medea smiles and says that sometimes Giamma acts like an old man trapped in a teenage boy's body. The 2 administrators leave the room and make their way back to the administrative block. As they walk through the halls, Medea asks her old friend if he remembers the day they met after enrolling in the school for the first time. Siegfried was laying on a bench and she told him to shove it. In response, Siegfried drew his sword without a word. Siegfried pretends not to remember anything, and Medea smiles slightly. The whole thing feels like it happened just yesterday, but it's already been 60 years since then. Yet, even with that, they haven't filled a tenth of Joaquin Academy's history. Back when they enrolled, the school was already ancient and filled to the brim with history. There were big and small incidents, but the academy nurtured and protected its cadets for 700 years. Suddenly the atmosphere changes and Medea's aura causes the surrounding windows to shatter. Before the midterms, she received reports that they had completed multiple preliminary surveys of the island. Even though it was rare, the Scopuli Island was known as a ground for mermaid sightings, so she took every precaution to make sure that nothing would happen to her precious students, and yet something terrible like this would happen under her watch. Siegfried places a calming hand on her shoulder, and she snaps out of it with an apologetic look. Then she immediately switches to fangirl mode as she thinks about how amazing Giamma is. The fact that he took a mermaid down all by himself is incredible, and she asks Siegfried what he thinks. Siegfried has seen natural-born talent countless times. He has seen many names hailed as the chosen ones of their era, only for them to lose sight of their light. In families of heroes that are desperate for glory and honor, the word genius is recklessly thrown around. When a child shows the slightest bit of promise, they are called a genius because of their bloodline. It's also a word that he forbade from being used to describe even his own granddaughter, Abel. But if it's Giamma whose talent is so unfathomable, then maybe the word genius can only apply to him. If he continues to accumulate experience, Siegfried wonders just how far he will go. Maybe Giamma could even reach the place that Siegfried could only dream of. Without answering her question, Siegfried walks past Medea, but not before advising her to stay put at the academy for now. She smiles and follows after him, and the two continue their small talk as they make their way through the halls. Later, Giamma is released from the hospital and he goes to attend class as usual. Just like the headmaster instructed, the fact that he took down a demonoid on Scopuli Island seems to have been kept under wraps. Giamma can't help but feel that his classmates can be so carefree because he stopped the mermaid. After he was initially discharged, the first thing he did was to visit the school's forge to reshape and enhance Murasame. The sword was just a metal rod to him at the moment considering the sword god's blessing, so reforging it is a must. He went to meet the blacksmith Volunder. Now he can only hope for a successful enhancement. As he thinks through the recent events, he hears Chloe call out his name. He turns to see her walking towards him in crutches while her leg is in a cast. Thanks to Speed Weapon's emergency treatment, the doctor said that she will be able to walk without crutches within a week. Despite her injuries, it looks like she's doing much better. Even if Giamma did take down the mermaid alone, it was thanks to everyone's efforts that they all came out of that situation alive. Chloe's rescue call, Rachel's merman clearing, and Speed's healing and blessings all played a part in that battle. The only person who didn't play a decent role would be Leon. Giamma can't help but wonder if he is going to be able to defeat the Demon King with a fighting spirit like that. Maybe it's because he got injured first or something. Their chat is interrupted when their instructor barges into the class and orders everyone to sit down and pay attention to a few announcements before the training assembly. Once all the students are in their seats, he informs them that there will be someone co-instructing them. The students are initially annoyed by this sudden change until they see just who will be instructing them. Siegfried calmly walks into the class much to the astonishment of the entire class as Li Wanbin bows to him in respect. Even Giamma can't hold back his shock at seeing the strongest human coming to his class. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an old man is thrown against a wall before being grabbed by the scruff of his neck and held up the wall. A pink-haired woman slaps the old man across the face, sending him flying to the ground. He apologizes to the woman named Instructor Kim while she struggles to control her breathing. This woman that is mercilessly beating up this man is the 5th Demon Corps commander, and she is not pleased at all. She asks him why he didn't cooperate with her when he had the chance, and the man tries to apologize, but that only gets him another smack to the face. It's clear that the purple-haired instructor is tired of apologies. The goal of this whole scheme was to bring Leon back from the exams half dead. He may be a hero candidate, but there's no way he could take out a mermaid alone. But now, because of the old man's incompetence, Leon is now comfortable at the academy. Instructor Kim gives the elder another kick to the face, but immediately regrets it when she sees that she got blood on her shoes. She still can't believe that a full demonoid was taken down by a bunch of first-years, but looking at the new students that joined the academy this year, she can't say that she is surprised. The elder speaks up and clarifies that taking on the mermaid was done by just one cadet. Instructor Kim first thinks he's talking about Leon, but he clarifies that it's the academy's top student, Kang Giamma. The Demon Corps commander recognizes the name of the special admissions student, and that tells her everything she needs to know. It looks like there's new prey for her to hunt now. The prey in question, though, isn't the most efficient person to hunt. Wolf class once again goes on their daily training with the exception of Chloe, who is still in a cast and crutches. Giamma can't help being jealous of her getting to rest, and he's forced to run for his life with his fellow students. And to make it worse, there's now an older man breathing down his neck after every lap, and he's surprisingly fast and nimble for his age. Siegfried runs up close to Giamma and urges him to run faster, even thinking that he might still be hurt from the midterms. It's weird for the Sword Emperor himself to be running around with first-year students, much less with a special admission student. Siegfried von Nibelung is a man that will later inherit the title of Sword Saint and become one of the greatest forces of humanity. Not only that, but during the Second Demon War, he will also become Leon's swordsmanship master, and he's a character whose importance rapidly increases in the latter half of the story. So why is someone who's this important training with Wolf class? The main story has clearly started to go off track, and now it's pretty much falling apart. Come to think of it, Leon never ended up receiving the Sword Saint title, and that ended up being a pretty big issue in his past life. But Leon can't inherit the Sword Saint family because he's not part of the Nibelung bloodline, so it doesn't matter. That doesn't make this situation any less uncomfortable for Giamma, though, especially considering the jealous glares his classmates keep shooting him. With how close Siegfried is to Giamma, it almost looks like they are running together. Siegfried also takes moments to try and educate Giamma, telling him that the foundation of any warrior comes from their physical strength and endurance. No matter how talented or outstanding someone is, it's completely worthless if their body cannot support it. Once he gets Giamma motivated, he runs ahead, expecting his student to keep up with him. After their running laps are done, it's time for field training. For this training, personal weapons are strictly prohibited. Instead, the students will have to use one of the weapons provided by the school and learn to master it. Siegfried dumps a variety of different weapons on the ground. He notices that there is even a sashimi knife among the pile. The rest of the students are surprised by this sudden condition that their teacher has given them. One of them asks why it wouldn't be better to just use the weapons passed down by their families. That's because the basics are more important than anything else. The more a person relies on high-grade weapons, the more they will start to neglect their training, and it's easy to mistake the power of a weapon for one's own strength. At the end of the day, a master can never blame their equipment. Those words resonate with Gyama specifically, and he nods his head in agreement. With no more room for idle chit-chat, the Sword Emperor tells the student to pick up the weapons and master the basics with them. Cadets who can handle ordinary weapons skillfully also have a high probability of receiving a high score in the class, which will affect their promotion evaluation at the end of the year. That additional bit of information gets the rest of the students excited, and they rush to pick up any weapon they can find. Gyama naturally goes towards the sashimi knife, laying unnoticed on the floor. As soon as he picks it up, he notices Siegfried's eyes watching him. The students gather together again after picking up their weapons, and Siegfried tells them that they will spend the day getting accustomed to their new weapons by performing one-on-one training between the cadets without a subspace. To make sure that the students don't go overboard with their training, Siegfried suggests that he gives a demonstration of proper sparring. Li Wanbin prepares himself to spar against the Sword Emperor, but him shivering in fear makes it obvious that he's not prepared for this. In his whole life, this has to be the biggest crisis he has ever faced. However, Siegfried has a different idea in mind. He calls for Gyama to come forward for the spar. Siegfried is also holding one of the novice weapons from the pile of old tools, but in his hands, the piece of junk looks especially sharp. The other students are still jealous and confused by the fact that the Sword Emperor himself is calling Gyama out personally. Gyama comes out, and before they start, he asks Gyama if his bones have healed. Once he gets a positive answer, he tells our MC to pick up his sword. This is just a sparring match, but Gyama thinks that this is way too much. If he crosses swords with the Sword Emperor, it's clear that this won't end easily. If this gets out of hand, at least one of them will lose a hand, and if they are unlucky, then even a head will roll. Despite those thoughts though, maybe because of the influence of divine power, his instincts are craving for a fight. Gyama tries to de-escalate the situation and says that he's nothing compared to the Sword Emperor, so Siegfried should lower his sword. The rest of his classmates mock him behind his back, making fun of the fact that he's chickening out of a fight. Siegfried also isn't impressed, and calls Gyama out for continuing to hide his power and his pride as a swordsman. There's no reason for Gyama to have such extraordinary talent while living as a cowardly person. Pride is a word that Gyama had engraved in his heart ever since he claimed the title of the greatest swordsman in the country. Those characteristics are also the reason why he never put down his sword. The provocation from the Sword Emperor is supposed to test him, and if he falls for the provation in this situation, then he will definitely end up regretting it for a long time. Still, he can't ignore his pride as a swordsman and his urge to fight. Li Wanbin notices Gyama's change in demeanor and rushes to stop what's about to happen, but Siegfried stops him. It seems like Gyama has already made up his mind. Gyama pulls out the sashimi knife from its cover and prepares for a fight. The two of them stare each other down for a moment, and even at 70, Siegfried can recognize vividly the enlightenment he gained through the sword. When he was younger, he had memories of a one-armed, wandering knight teaching him the way of the sword. The swordsmanship that the knight showed him was undoubtedly at the level of a certain realm. And now, the boy that he has been keeping an eye on since the allocation test, Kang Gyama, might be the person that will lead him to that realm. Gyama takes the initiative and charges as Siegfried, but the swordmaster is ready and greets him with a slash of his sword. Gyama is quick enough to dodge and then turn around for another strike, causing Siegfried to deflect with his sword, and the two clash again. The boldness of Gyama to charge in head-on without avoiding the strike is almost inspiring to Siegfried. As the two of them continue to fight, Siegfried notices that even Gyama's physical capabilities have increased a lot. He can even push the Sword Emperor back so effortlessly. However, his sword isn't light either, and Siegfried is determined not to take this match lightly. Meanwhile, the other students watch the two of them fight, but they can't tell what's going on. From what they can tell, Gyama just got lucky during the matchup in the last subspace sparring with Nox. And yet, even the Sword Emperor seems to care a lot about Gyama, who is just a special admission student. They at least hope that the Sword Emperor will give him a proper lesson that will leave him crying. And yet, after several minutes of watching, the two of them are just standing there, staring at each other. Li Wanbin knows what's really happening though. They aren't just standing still. They have reached a level that the Wolf class instructor doubted was even possible. Before the spar, he warned Siegfried that if the headmaster found out about this, then things might get out of hand. On top of that, the other cadets could also be affected. But Siegfried assured him that he has no intentions of crossing real swords with Gyama. The older man already knows that our MC has the power to cross into a special place. The place is called the Mental Realm. To enter this place and withstand a battle with Siegfried, Gayama must be on an entirely different level than they even gave him credit for. A duel in the mental realm is an intense battle of wits, and Siegfried can tell just from the short time they have crossed swords that Gayama is growing at an impressive rate. If that's the case, the Sword Emperor might have to take things to another level as well. He activates a powerful blessing called the Sword Spirit Protection, and even outside the mental realm, the students can feel the intense pressure coming from the two of them. The blue light coming from Siegfried's sword is definitely some sort of aura. It looks like the battle was so intense that the two of them broke out of the mental realm and returned to reality. Things are starting to get out of hand, and if Li Wanbin doesn't do something to stop this, then there will definitely be bloodshed. Before he can stop them though, Gayama and Siegfried take off and launch at each other. But a loud cry stops them both in their tracks. Medea arrives before they can cross swords again. An appearance causes the ground beneath her to break apart with her anger. The fight ends, and Siegfried is taken back to Medea's office for a proper scolding. He apologizes, but the headmaster is clearly not taking any weak words from him. She yells at him for going way too crazy and trying to pick a fight with a student after she went through so much trouble to get him a spot as an instructor in the school. In that moment, Siegfried lost his self-control and exerted his aura to the fullest. He would probably have gotten an even greater scolding, but as soon as Medea arrived and de-escalated the situation, he turned around to her and apologized. In over 50 years that they have known each other, Medea has never heard him say sorry, and yet he said that today not just once, but twice. That's the only reason she's calmly trying to listen to him right now. She directly asks him why he would unleash the Sword Spirit's blessing on a student. If Medea hadn't arrived when she didn't, things would have gotten deadly. Siegfried tells her that if he hadn't released the blessing, then he wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand against Gayama. That stops Medea in her tracks. For someone with as much pride as Siegfried to admit that, things must be truly incomprehensible. She knows about the innate talent of Kang Gayama, but she also knows better than anyone just how strong Siegfried truly is. Then he reveals that Gayama has already reached the mental realm. Siegfried, for comparison, only managed to master it at the age of nearly 30. The fact that a 17-year-old has done it is more than Medea can believe. Siegfried doesn't know either, but there's no denying what he experienced. All this new information is way too much for Medea to understand. But she remembered what she saw after she stopped the fight and went to check on Gayama. The moment she ran up to him, any semblance of dignity as an educator or one of the 7 stars vanished. In that moment, the only emotion she felt towards Gayama was fear. A fear similar to the feeling she had when she met the 6th Division commander, Vaesun. She can't figure out why she would have such an eerie feeling towards one of her own students, but it does give more credibility to the crazy things Siegfried is telling her. She then asks Siegfried directly if he lost, and the normally calm and quiet man becomes irate in a second. He yells that even if Gayama's talent is innate, there's no way that it would compare to his. And on top of that, he even says that he wasn't fully armed at the time, which is the reason why things went the way they did. Medea calls him out for breaking his own rule of blaming his equipment. And can equipment really be an excuse when facing off against a student? The way he's overreacting just makes him look ridiculous. Her words make him so angry that he tries to activate the Sword Spirit's blessing right there, but a firm slap from Medea pulls him out of it. Elsewhere, Gayama wakes up from a dream where he relived the fight with Siegfried. Everything ended well, but the Sword Emperor is quite hot-headed. If Medea hadn't intervened, things could have gotten really dangerous. The mental realm is also a really strange thing to experience. The mental realm is only achieved when one grasps full mastery and understanding of their weapon. It's an active space that can be activated when certain conditions are met, and only peak masters who have honed a single weapon for their entire lives can enter it. Because of this, even in the World Miracles Blessing game, not even 10 heroes can freely enter the mental realm. Leon, the protagonist, blessed with the qualities of a hero, needed 3 years of private training just to set foot in it. That's the point where Gayama stopped playing. However, Gayama managed to do it right away. Maybe it's because of his sashimi knife. Including his previous life, he has been using the sashimi knife for more than 20 years. What's more, every time he unleashed the Sword Spirit's blessing, he would experience a concentration that transcends perception. The tangled web between the life he's living here and his past life start to intertwine, breaking through situations. Based on his experiences so far, avoiding situations only makes things worse. Rather than being swept along passively, it'd be better to tackle what he can do and solve things step by step. Now that he can freely control the mental realm, he can probably try to train in combat without relying on the sword god's blessing. He stands up from the bed and slowly uncovers his sashimi knife. Then, after a little bit of concentration, he re-enters the mental realm. Then in an instant, the realm shatters, and a large hand reaches in through the void towards him. It stretches down, and a single finger touches Gayama's shoulder, snapping him out of his trance, and filling the hand holding the knife with aura. Whatever it is though, it's too much for the knife, and the weapon disintegrates. Elsewhere, some elders argue among themselves in a dimly lit room. The old man from before that was talking to the Demon Corps commander, argues with the rest of the Academy's elders. The main thing he's trying to do is convince the rest of the elders to investigate Gyama on suspicion that he might be a candidate for the hero. The rest of the elders don't agree, since it's already well known that the hero candidate is Leon. The elder tries to make the argument that Leon is still half-baked, and can't even properly manifest his blessing, while Gyama has very obvious capabilities that were first shown when he took down the Genius Twins during the class placement exam. What's more, Medea is also blocking information about him under the pretense of protecting the student. Everything about him is just way too suspicious, and it means that they have to investigate. He also reminds them that the 7 stars have been meddling way too much in their affairs, and since Medea, who is one of the 7 stars, became the Academy director, their standing as elders has been severely weakened. After Basman was defeated, the public only looked at the 7 stars while treating the elders like outdated relics. If a hero were to appear, then that would shift their reputation even more. The other elders agree with that and also feel like they need some sort of public enemy if they want to maintain their power. They unanimously agree that the hero that threatens the Demon King must be eliminated. The man became an elder of the Academy because of the purple-haired instructor, and that's why he's putting so much effort into persuading the elders through sheer force. If he doesn't do something here, then Heir Acor, the 5th Demon King Division commander, will definitely make him wish he were dead. After some more persuasion, the elders finally agree with the verdict that King Gyama needs to be investigated and eliminated. And for that, they need to issue orders to the Auditore family. That isn't the only problem on Gyama's plate, though. Right now, he's staring at the blacksmith that he trusted to take care of his weapon as the man backs away in fear. Despite his hopes of using the Murasame as an alternative to sashimi knives, somehow, Volunder managed to turn his only hope of escaping the sword god's blessing into a sashimi knife. And if that wasn't bad enough, the sword has also been reduced to an E-rank weapon from a B rank. Even Volunder is confused, and in the 30 years that he has been smelting weapons, he has never seen something like this happen before. What happened was, when he tried to work on the sword, it's as if it refused to be forged. He hastily melted the metal and reforged it, but he barely managed to give it a proper shape. If any ordinary blacksmith had tried to do this, they would have ended up with a useless lump of metal. Even with Gyama's 20 years of experience with knives, he can tell that the craftsmanship is impressive, and the specifications also align plenty with the sword god's blessing, but the hardness is still E rank. The knife still has the potential of a good weapon though, so if it's reinforced, it will definitely become useful. All Gyama has to do is bring the reinforcement materials and Volunder will fix up the weapon without any additional charge. Gyama still isn't convinced though, and he angrily asks what will happen if it breaks again. Volunder shakily assures him that even if it's an E-rank weapon, it has the growth potential of an A-rank weapon, and it could grow to become even better. There's also the Never Fail material, which will guarantee that the Murasame will become stronger, but that material can only be obtained from A-rank or higher demonic beasts. A-rank demonic beasts are on par with E-rank demonoids, so sending him on this mission is the equivalent of telling him to fight something like the mermaid again. It'd be crazy to risk his life to reinforce equipment, especially since even low-rank demons drop reinforcement materials. Gyama asks Volunder to promise, and the blacksmith swears on his honor as a blacksmith. That aside, he wants Volunder to at least refund half the cost of the leftover scrap metal, which is worth about 10 million won. Volunder can't agree to that, especially since he made the weapon exactly as Gyama ordered, and he even said that he wouldn't charge for enhancement costs. Gyama argues that his B-rank sword was reduced to scrap, and considering the market price, this only seems fair. Volunder still tries to fight back, but the glint of the blade and the death glare from Gyama are enough to shut him up. Volunder, realizing that he can't get out of this, tries to bring the price down to 500, but Gyama changes it to 1,000. That's still way too much for him, but Gyama isn't going any lower, and his sword is definitely more than ready to get value out of Volunder in other ways. It's either the money or his life, and Volunder finally agrees to the price. Gyama heads to a lone bench on campus to take another look at his blessing. After obtaining a new weapon, his armament has increased, and additional options have become available. The biggest reason that he hesitated to use the sword god's blessing is because of the excruciating pain, but his new stats have reduced the pain by 1 level. It can be further leveled up, which means that leveling up his pain reduction should be his biggest priority. He tested it earlier, and although the pain is still unbearable, it went from feeling like he was about to die to feeling like he can barely breathe. Still, if just 1 level reduces the pain this much, then constant leveling means that he might one day be able to use the sword god's blessing without pain. It seems like armament increases when he obtains new weapons or enhances them. Now that the midterms are over, weapon enhancement should be his top priority to increase his levels. If he keeps growing at this rate, then he might finally be able to understand this power, or maybe he'll even figure out who threw him into this world. As he's eating lunch on the bench, someone sneaks up on him, causing him to startle out of his thoughts. It's Chloe, and it looks like her healing is going along smoothly. She even took off her cast, and Giamma asks her if her body is alright now. She still needs crutches to move around, but she already feels stronger than before. As they are talking, Giamma notices a crumb of rice on her face and reaches over to clean it up. The brief contact is enough to cause her to fall over from pure joy. But from the ground, she notices the murasame on the bench that Giamma was sitting on. This is the first weapon she has seen him with that isn't just some kind of kitchen utensil, so it's a pretty big deal. He's still bothered by the fact that it's E rank, and although he got some money back from the blacksmith, he still needs to gather enough materials to enhance the weapon before it can become usable. There's no real reason for Giamma to get stronger. Ever since he cut down the mermaid, he has been able to handle mid-tier magical beasts. The main reason he wants to enhance the weapon is to reduce the pain. Chloe mistakes his thoughtful expression as him being disappointed by her mentioning that the weapon is E rank. She immediately decides, through perfectly reasonable yandere logic, that the blacksmith that made Giamma sad must die. Giamma snaps her out of it, but also notices that someone or something is watching them from close by. He walks over to a nearby tree and kicks it hard, causing an unexpected guest to fall down from it. It's Nox Auditore, Chloe's brother, and he doesn't seem very happy that he was found. Chloe is prickly about him suddenly appearing, but Giamma can't smell any blood on him, and he doesn't seem to be armed either. However, he was following them, so there must be something that he wants. Nox stands in silence for a moment, and Giamma assumes the worst, but Nox quickly clarifies that he isn't there for the usual murderous reasons. He came to warn Giamma that the Academy elders have requested for the Auditore family to get rid of him. Chloe confronts Nox and asks if that's why Nox came over, but he doesn't respond. Instead, he tells her that since she has been away from home for a long time, she has lost her edge. Chloe doesn't listen and instead tells Giamma to get behind her so she can protect him. The two guys watch the slightly disabled girl desperately swipe at Nox from far away, before Nox continues his warning. Nox doesn't care what Giamma has been up to recently, but the elders are oddly fixated on him. It's not just him either, but the whole Auditore family has a sense of unease, so they have temporarily postponed the request. They made the request in secret and even bypassed the Academy head, however. Since it's a direct order from the elders, it's hard to ignore. If the pressure continues, the family will have no choice but to investigate our MC. Regardless of the reason, since Chloe is a member of the Auditores, Neox felt like she needed to know this as well. That explains his motives clearly. He came under the pretext of family principles, but in the end, he was just worried about Chloe. With nothing else left to say, Nox turns to leave, but Giamma stops him for a moment. He wants to ask Nox about what he said last time about Chloe becoming weak while being with Giamma, but the red-haired older student turns around and continues to walk away. Even he can tell that Chloe is happiest by Giamma's side, and he decides to leave it like that. Even Chloe has never seen her brother act like this before. Before he leaves, he just tells Giamma to make sure that Chloe doesn't get hurt anymore. Giamma doesn't immediately understand which only angers Nox more, so he hurriedly agrees. Then Nox takes the opportunity to ask Giamma directly how he became so strong. Giamma seems surprised that he is considered strong. For someone to be strong in his opinion, then he should have the ability to withstand any threats at all times like the Sword Emperor. Someone like Giamma, who can only maintain that level of strength for less than a minute a day, isn't a level where he can boast about his strength, or even talk about it. Nox used Chloe as an excuse to reveal family secrets to him, an outsider, so there's no way Giamma can trust him to keep his mouth shut, so he decides to pick something to satisfy Nox. He tells the redhead that he lacks desperation. No matter how much of a skilled Auditore Nox is, there's a certain vibe that comes from someone who has real-world experience. If he stays cooped up in the academy, then he will reach his growth limit, so he has to go out first and gain real-world experience. If he continues working hard, then he will definitely gain something. That's about as much rubbish Giamma can spew out without sounding like he's lying through his teeth, so he quickly gets up and walks away before Nox can ask any more questions. Back in class, the students learn about history and the nature of blessings. Giamma isn't focused on the class and is more interested in the intel that the Academy elders are targeting him. The Academy elders descend from 5 of Baylor Joaquin's 7 disciples. Giamma remembers that they are a group with immense influence not just in the Academy, but in the whole world. Their role in the game was to constantly obstruct the protagonist for the sake of their own power and safety, and they were called the corrupt remnants by the players. Since they should be targeting the main character, why are they suddenly focused on Giamma? He jots out some possible reasons why they would be after him in his notebook. Looking at all the achievements he has since coming to the school, he really has caused a lot of trouble. At this point, it's like he's trying to stand out. But no matter what he has done, It makes no sense for the elders to target him. One of the moments that stands out to him was the mermaid he fought on Scopulae Island. It's clear that the mermaid wasn't after him, but Leon who was an obstacle in their way. No matter how well Medea covered the incident up, the fact that he defeated the mermaid must have reached the ears of the highest ranks in noble society, and the fact that they were targeting Leon, who is a hero candidate, means that someone among them, or perhaps all of them, are colluding with the demons. They didn't just try to obstruct him either, they tried to kill him. All of this is just to preserve their own power over the safety of humanity and the Academy. The whole scheme is beyond rotten. Giamma could easily storm into the elders' chambers and cut them all down, but it's not the right time for that yet. However, when the time comes, Giamma will definitely cut them all down. With this new piece of information, it solidifies his decision of going to the dungeon to get weapon enhancement materials. First, he needs to gather a party since it will be too hard to do this alone. Chloe would be more than happy to help him, but he needs other people too. Instead of a brute like Rachel, he needs to find someone more strategic. The first person that comes to his mind is Speed Weapon. After class, he heads over to the Dragon class to look for Speed Weapon. As soon as he gets there, he's immediately confronted by a brute who clearly doesn't like the fact that Giamma is a special student. This third-rate extra is definitely the kind of person that Giamma knows will be annoying to deal with. Our MC walks away from the confrontation, warning the wannabe bully to not bother him before he gets his jaw cut open. The brute immediately pulls back his fist, ready to start a fight, and Giamma immediately feels that the punch is way too slow. Before he can retaliate, though, someone else beats him to it, smashing their fist right into the brute's jaw. The commotion attracts the attention of other students as Speed Weapon blows on his hand that hurts from hitting such a hard jaw. Giamma has heard of strength mages, but a strength healer is definitely new. Speed Weapon then smiles and asks Giamma if our MC came looking for him. Giamma agrees to talk outside, and he tells Speed Weapon everything that he needs. The breakdown is that he needs to form a party as soon as possible, and he needs help recruiting party members. If they work together, the clear rewards will be split among the rest of the team. In exchange, Giamma wants to keep the materials from the magical beasts. The reason he needs help is because in his class, if he says that he's gathering a party, no one except Chloe will come. But if Speed Weapon lends a helping hand and talks to people from Dragon class, then things will go a lot easier. Speed Weapon thinks that if it weren't for the Academy's rules, then Giamma should easily be able to clear 5 or 6 dungeons on his own. That would be true, if he could handle the effects of his blessing without his magical painkiller. Giamma admits that he can't even clear one alone, but Speed Weapon doesn't agree with that and thinks that Giamma is just being humble. The switch to idle chatter and Speed Weapon talk about how Giamma looks a lot better now after the events of the midterms. After some small talk, Speed Weapon accepts Giamma's offer since there's no reason to refuse, and he has a feeling that working with Giamma will be a new experience. The dungeon Giamma has in mind is a C rank called the Buffalo Dungeon in Cheolwan. Giamma, Chloe, and Speed Weapon means that they have a party of 3, so they just need one more member. Giamma straight away says that he would prefer it if it weren't Rachel or Leon, but they wouldn't want to come anyways. Rachel has been in seclusion since Giamma was hospitalized, and she's been practicing in the Academy training grounds. Leon, on the other hand, is preparing for the upper-grade dungeon raids with 2nd and 3rd-year students. That's good news for Giamma, but it still leaves the question of who the last member of the team will be up in the air. There's one person that comes to mind for Speed Weapon, but knowing them, they are already asleep. That's insane news to Giamma since it's still the middle of the day. That's just how they are, though, and Speed Weapon isn't at all surprised. He tells Giamma that he will introduce the two of them, but first, they need to go to the convenience store to get something. Later that night, they head over to what seems like Speed Weapon's house. It's a Japanese-style building, and Giamma had no idea that the Academy even had such a place. Even during his time playing Miracle's Blessing M, he never came to this place. In his past life, he was a Japanese cuisine chef, but he never actually went to Japan even though he always wanted to visit. They walk around the courtyard and get to the back where they find the person that Speed Weapon was talking about. And just like he predicted, she's fast asleep. He walks up to try and wake her up, but it's clearly not working. So instead, he leans down and whispers in her ear that he brought it. What that thing is, Giamma doesn't know, but it seems to wake her up immediately. Then Speed Weapon points at Giamma and tells her that what she wants is with him. And without wasting a beat, she sprints towards our MC and snatches the bag that he's holding in his hand. The speed that she uses to snatch the item from his hand causes her to spin mid-air and land on top of him. Giamma is left in shock as the new girl lays on his chest, eating the treats that he and Speed Weapon bought from the convenience store. While he's trying to figure out what in the world just happened, she asks him, while still laying on his chest, if he had any more yanggayang, which is a Korean dessert made of bean paste. In Giamma's past life, after living a life of nothing but work, Miracle Blessing M and escape from living a life surrounded by men. And like any gacha addict, our MC sat hopeful on his porcelain throne after sending a concerning amount of money, praying that RNG would be on his side. The angel who made him spend all his money was none other than Abel von Nibelung. And just like any other gacha addict, he's immensely disappointed when he finds out that RNG will never be on your side, and is more likely to spit on your face as a standard but equally rare character flashes on his screen, asking if he has any Yangaeng. Her name is Saki Ryozo, and her beautiful appearance on his screen only further makes him realize that gacha games are a scam. Miracle Blessing M is a narrative centered around the protagonist, Leon, and it also features numerous heroines. Among them, the character officially known as the main heroine by the developers is Abel von Nibelung. Each heroine had their unique charm and abilities, but the story in the game mainly shows Leon and Abel overcoming hardships and the beginning of their blossoming love. Even Giamma in his old life as a filthy gambling addict found himself captivated by Abel's charm, and opened his wallet, dumping a concerning amount of funds to acquire her. As a result, the other heroines gradually faded into the background, and among the heroines, the one that faded the fastest was Giamma's very first 5-star. And just like in his past life, she unceremoniously landed on his chest, asking him for her favorite snack. When he doesn't immediately answer him, Ryozo turns around disappointed and calls him foolish. Even with how nonchalant and lazy she seems, Ryozo is a top-tier DPS among all the ranged attackers. She's also a skill-based character that's different from Leon. Plus, since she barely impacts the main story, her joining the party won't disrupt the plot. Recruiting her will be fine for Giamma, right? Speed Weapon holds up another piece of candy nervously, and she snatches it out of his hand and tells him to spit out what he wants from her. Weapon gets to the point and points out that Giamma came to him in the afternoon, and he's looking to form a team for the Buffalo Dungeon raid in a week's time. Ryozo looks at him quizzically for a moment, then walks up to him and asks if he's the one that fought the upperclassmen back in the subspace training. Giamma doesn't immediately answer, and the two of them stare at each other before Ryozo turns and walks away without a care. The dungeon clearly reflects on their grades, and there's no real reason for her to refuse, but Giamma seems to lack the conviction that she would have liked to see. It's pretty odd for her to judge someone when she's still half asleep, but she makes it clear that she doesn't want to work with someone who seems so unmotivated. Speed Weapon tries to advocate for Giamma by reminding Ryozo about the fight that happened recently, but she still isn't convinced. Then Speed Weapon almost accidentally blurts out what happened in the midterms with the mermaid. He quickly covers his tracks before she can get curious about it and turns it around on her, reminding her that she drools over Yangang without a care in the world. Giamma just watches the two of them argue and he's not impressed. A party member can be greedy or rude, but not both. There's no reason for Giamma to waste his time begging her. He turns around and calls for Speed Weapon to follow. They don't need her uncooperative attitude poisoning their party. Ryozo coldly asks him if the dungeon raid is really that unimportant, and the two have a brief stare-off again. Then without warning, he pulls out a knife concealed in his belt and tosses it at one of her archery targets without looking. The knife hits dead center, and before Ryozo can process what happened, he throws another one, hitting the knife perfectly in the handle. Ryozo falls over in shock, and Giamma asks her simply if she's interested in their party now. The next day, Ryozo is the first person waiting for them in their meeting room. She greets Speed Weapon and Chloe, who both enter first. Then she nervously greets Giamma as he sits down. Then they get straight to the point. The permits for clearing the dungeon are ready, so it's time for them to start talking about how they are going to tackle it. Speed Weapon steps up to a board in the room and starts explaining the details of the dungeon. The Buffalo Dungeon has C-rank demonoid buffaloes. They are nicknamed water buffaloes, and they are known to charge from a distance and then engage in close combat. However, they are weak to ranged attacks. All things considered, it's a straightforward dungeon clear, but the school has one rule for any students that dare to attempt it. They must never open the stone gate at the center. Rumors say that there is some kind of seal on the gate, but it's just a hypothesis and nothing is confirmed. The Academy's permit also requires that they leave the gate closed, so there is no reason to disobey. Giamma nervously agrees that they should never open it, but his tone indicates that he knows more than he's saying. They ask him if he knows what's behind the gate, and he lies that he doesn't know and that they shouldn't touch it. In reality, he knows that there's a hidden boss behind the door and that the gate only opens under specific conditions. It's locked away by the system for now. Ignoring the risks of accidentally opening the gate, the efficiency is unmatched. He changes his attention to Ryozo, who's happy munching on another Yangaeng. She seems to really like those pieces of candy, and she defends herself by saying that the brain needs candy. As they talk, he notices something ominous in the area. Well, other than Chloe preparing to murder any girl that looks in Giamma's direction, they are watching him, and they will definitely appear when the time comes. Later that day, they start their journey to Gamyeol-do Cheorwon, where the dungeon is. When Giamma was discharged from the army, he swore to never go back to that city. But now, here he is willingly organizing a group to go there together. The bus stops at a checkpoint, and the driver has to inform the armed men that they are students from Hoken Academy. It looks like there are civilian restrictions stopping just anyone from going into the dungeon zone. Back then, he could feel that the elders were watching him, and he also felt like something bad might come out of this trip. Speedweapon pulls him out of his thoughts and offers him some eggs. Giamma refuses, and Speedweapon asks if he's getting nervous over a measly C-rank dungeon. Then he asks Ryozo if she wants some eggs, and her response is a swift no. She idly stares out the window, not paying attention to the group. But for a moment, Giamma can feel her staring at him. He already feels watched enough by the Academy elders, but it looks like everyone is staring at him. The bus finally arrives at the place where ancient demons once nested. Now the place has been reduced to a simple farming dungeon. Speedweapon notices that Giamma seems to have a lot of luggage, and he asks about it, only to find out that it's just a bag full of kitchen knives. The group walks towards the dungeon, and Chloe offers to take point as usual, and with that, they confidently walk towards the dungeon. Just like at the dungeon border, the guards watching the door to the dungeon have to confirm that they are actually from Hoken Academy, and then ask the 4 students to sign a visitor log. One of the guards seems especially curious as he watches Giamma write his name down. Speedweapon calls him over to the dungeon before he can talk to the man, and the large mechanical door opens for them. Giamma glances behind him one more time as the doors close and the man continues watching them from outside. On the wall of the dungeon, there are cute little signatures and drawings from students who have been here before. Looking at them makes this place feel more like a tourist spot than a dungeon. He feels a tug on his arm and turns around to see Ryozo looking tired and out of breath. She asks him if he has something sweet to make her feel better, and Giamma reaches into his pocket and pulls out a piece of candy. Candy isn't really her thing though, and she asks him if he has any yangaeng. Giamma isn't here to babysit anyone, and he tells her to bring her own, but she's saving hers for later. Their conversation is cut short, as Chloe notices some monsters charging at them from 200 meters away. Speedweapon turns to make sure that the rest of his group can stick to the plan. He sets up to buff the attackers, and Saki pulls out her weapon and gets ready to attack. Giamma notices that her weapon is an S-grade weapon called the Crimson Bow. With that kind of powerhouse weapon, clearing the dungeon will be a breeze for them. The question though is if he can trust Ryozo to do a good job, especially as she takes a second to munch on another bar of her favorite snack before the monsters get there. The monsters come barreling through the dungeon cave, and Chloe fearlessly rushes towards them with dual crossbows in hand. She jumps up into the air and fires 2 shots from her crossbows, catching 2 of them right in the eye. They fall back, and the others rush past their fallen comrade, still charging straight at Chloe. The red-haired girl pulls out a sword from her back as Speedweapon tells her to fall back, but Ryozo is faster, shooting 3 arrows straight at the monsters and taking out 3 monsters in turn before they can get to Chloe. Giamma is impressed by her skills, but he's more concerned about her breaking the horns that he needs for his weapon enhancement. Regardless of her attack power though, a hard carry is still a carry, and she's a skilled DPS that can't be stopped. They head deeper, but one of the monsters that didn't fully die suddenly gets up and charges straight at Ryozo before she can react. She turns to try and take it down, but her foot catches on a rock and she starts to fall. With no way to defend herself, she falls to the ground and takes up a defensive position, but luckily for her, Giamma is there just in time to catch her fall and cut the monster before it can get to her. Ryozo stares at him in shock as he holds her off the ground, and her excitement and shock comes out in a cute little hiccup. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the same man that was eyeing up Giamma earlier answers a phone call from an unknown person. It looks like a plan has been set up in the background. Now that most of the monsters have been taken down, Giamma takes his time collecting the buffalo horns that he will need for his weapon reinforcement. As he's collecting them, Ryozo comes up behind him and hands him a piece of yangaeng to thank him for saving her earlier. He wouldn't mind accepting it, but Chloe's raw yandere aura behind him isn't helping matters. He calls out to Chloe and whispers some instructions to her regarding the staff member that they saw earlier. She acknowledges the information, and the 2 of them continue talking about it. Speedweapon decides to ask if the 2 of them are dating since they seem so close. Chloe blushes at the thought of dating Giamma, but our MC smoothly shuts it down, pointing out that not all male and female relationships are romantic. Chloe isn't happy about that and glares at Giamma, but doesn't say anything. She changes the topic and asks why there are so few mobs in the dungeon. No matter how popular a dungeon is, it wouldn't be this empty. Ryozo also feels like something is off with how few buffaloes there seem to be in the dungeon, and it almost looked like they are running from something. Buffaloes don't behave like that, so their movements are a bit off. They are docile creatures, and locals in the area even use them for farming. Giamma can't believe that people would use demonic animals for farming, but crazier things have happened. There's also something more suspicious, but Ryozo doesn't mention it. They have cell phone signal to call for help anyways, so things should be fine. As they make their way through the dungeon, Giamma asks Ryozo how she and Speedweapon know each other. The reason is because Ryozo topped the written exams and Speedweapon came second. He bragged about it for weeks, and that's how they got to know each other. She also confirms that she ranked third in the placement tests. Giamma didn't take Speedweapon as a loudmouth, but Speedweapon surprisingly tells them that Rachel is his distant cousin, so being loud is in his blood. Being distant relatives also explains why Giamma, who was a player of the game, didn't know about Weapon's connections to the main characters. Weapon's family is a branch of the Changsong clan while Rachel is from the main branch. That's why they at least know each other. It's not the time to talk about this though, and Weapon assures Giamma that he's living the dream. If anything, Giamma is the impressive one here, so there's no need to worry about Weapon. Weapon even says that Giamma could join the 7 heroes, and Chloe agrees. But Ryozo doesn't say anything. Instead, she walks forward, away from the group, and declares that she hates the 7 heroes. The others watch her, puzzled, but they don't have time to focus on it. For now, they just need to work together to finish the dungeon fast and then go back. They need 20 kills for it to be considered a dungeon clear. As they walk through the area, Giamma notices some strange, cursed-looking claw marks on the walls. Weapon and Chloe walk ahead, and they call Giamma to follow them since he was lost in thought. Meanwhile, outside, the man continues to talk to the mysterious person on the other side of the phone. He confirms that Giamma's group should have encountered the enraged buffaloes by now, and that he followed the person's instructions. He thinks that they should have been dealt with by the enraged buffaloes by now. The person on the other end tells the man not to be too cocky, and asks the man if he will take responsibility if their plan fails. The man can't answer the question, and the academy instructor just tells him to call back when he has results. The call ends and the man looks into the open dungeon doors. He's dead either way, so he might as well confirm things for himself. He also forced the gate open to make sure that their chances of surviving the dungeon are 0. But thinking back to Giamma's eyes, it's almost as if the teenager could see through everything. Just to make sure that things are going well, the man walks into the dungeon to check the damage. Back inside, Chloe warns the group that more magical beasts are approaching from behind them. With her blessing, she can detect roughly 50 of them running in their direction. Suddenly, the earth around them starts to rumble as a stampede of buffaloes charge in their direction. This swarm is way too much, and it's hard to believe that it's even buffaloes that are charging towards him. They were supposed to be harmless, but this group of buffalo are clearly being irritated by something. In that moment, Giamma's memory reminds him of something his mentor once said. Every blade has its purpose. You can't use a chicken knife to kill an ox, and sashimi knives are meant for fish. But Giamma asked about beef sashimi, which is the same as using a sashimi knife to butcher an ox. His mentor raises his knife and Giamma initially thinks he's about to get hit, but instead, his mentor just smiles down at the fish he just cut and agrees that this is definitely true. This situation somehow reminds him of the past, and Giamma realizes that he's about to use a fish knife to slice cows. With no time to waste, Giamma starts giving orders to the group. He tells Chloe to distract the herd without charging in. He needs her to disrupt their formation without attacking. Then he turns to Weapon with a smile and asks if he's ready. Weapon can immediately tell that Giamma is about to pull off yet another miracle and returns the smile, born ready for this moment. Ryozo, who's not used to how much raw plot armor Giamma has, can't understand why they are so calm about this. Then he calls out to her and tells her to hold down the front and stop anything that gets close. She shakily agrees, then asks Weapon why Giamma seems so calm. Ryozo simply tells her not to be too surprised when she sees what's about to happen next. A herd of 50 buffaloes is still a lot of buffaloes, and that's why he came prepared with an army of sashimi knives. One of the closest buffaloes finally makes it to the group, and Giamma tosses his knives at it like throwing knives. In just a matter of minutes, the 50 buffaloes are reduced to nothing but hunks of meat under Giamma. Ryozo is so shocked that she even drops her yangeng. Everything happened in a split second. Chloe rushed in with her feline's blessing, attacking some of the raging buffaloes while dodging the rest, creating the perfect distraction for Giamma. Then our MC jumped in with his throwing knives, cutting through dozens of them without stopping, until the roar of the buffaloes caused him to stagger and freeze. The others took the opportunity to pile on top of him, and at a point, Ryozo started getting worried, thinking that Giamma might be getting overwhelmed with the number of them on top of him. But in an instant, the large number of buffaloes on our MC got blown away in slices of flesh, and nothing was left standing, except Giamma's team. After that amazing show of skill, Giamma simply put away his knife and started gathering all the horns into his bag for later. Thanks to the painless blessing being for 40 seconds now, taking down the buffaloes was a breeze. As Chloe comes to congratulate him on another one well done, he remembers that he couldn't have done this without his party's help. As they chat idly, Ryozo continues to stare at Giamma in absolute shock. Speed Weapon tells her that she shouldn't be so surprised since he warned her about Giamma's skill, but he's not surprised that she's speechless since even he can't believe it. As they watch Giamma and Chloe stand over the pile of corpses, the two of them wonder what kind of monster Giamma really is. The group continues their trek towards the dungeon entrance. The clear condition for the dungeon was 20 buffaloes, and Giamma managed to solo it twice. RMC tries to argue that he didn't do anything during the midterms, and Speed Weapon wants to remind him of his battle with the mermaid, but then he remembers that people aren't supposed to know about that. He changes the conversation after remembering that Ryozo is with them, and they continue walking towards the exit. As they move, though, Chloe notices that the area is uncharacteristically quiet. They arrive at a pillar-looking thing, and it looks like it's the one gate that they aren't supposed to open. As they stare at it for a moment, the gate suddenly starts to open and the chains that seal it start to fall apart. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, the worker from before stares in shock at the pile of buffalo corpses in the dungeon corridors. He can't believe that they somehow killed these many buffaloes by themselves. The only thing he can think of is his 20 billion won debt from Chairwan land. A few days ago, some woman claiming to be a Hoken instructor approached him with an offer. If he does what she wants from him, then she will wipe his debt clean. She wants him to take a demon stone and use it to tame the buffaloes, then put them in a frenzy when Kang Giamma shows up. Finally, she wants him to open the stone gate in the depths to finish things off. At first he was hesitant, because she wanted him to sacrifice the students, but the pull of having his debts cleared was way too much for him to ignore. He took the stone and salivated at the thought of all his worries going away, and the instructor left, telling him that she will be in contact, and that he should answer every unknown number. With the thought of his 20 billion won debt being cancelled, there's no way that he would care about a bunch of brats. With the stone gates open, there's no way that they will survive. Giamma and his team walk through the stone gates, wondering where exactly they are. Now it's starting to make sense why everything seems so easy. They walked right into a trap, and this is all because Giamma didn't trust his gut. The gate only opens when the giant's demon stone is brought into the dungeon. The demon stone is a mid-game quest item, and the fragments from earlier were pieces of the giant's mana stone. He didn't expect the door to be left open with just those fragments, though. If this follows the game's story, then the reward for clearing this place is huge, but he needs to focus on surviving first. He can see something on the second door. There's a single red line carved into the stone gate which is supposed to be indestructible, but he's used up all 40 seconds of his painless blessing when he was fighting the buffaloes. The Murasami should hold out for a little longer, and it should allow him to slash the gate and get out before it shatters. Before he can try it out, a massive presence causes the students to pause and turn around. It's a large buffalo that looks incredibly powerful. However, the reward for beating this massive buffalo is the Blessing of Transition, which is an ability that transfers and amplifies the owner's blessing to a chosen target for a single use only. The monster guarding this amazing reward is an A-grade demon called the Inatoros Minotauros, also known as the Buffalo King. The torches in the room start to light up by themselves, and it illuminates the Buffalo King and two other large buffaloes beside it. The left and right wing buffaloes also look way more powerful than the rest of the buffaloes that they have faced before, and the demonic beast Buffalo King is also really intimidating. Even if Giamma slashes the gate so they can escape, once the thing awakens, it will be impossible for them to escape unscathed. This isn't like the midterms, though. He knew nothing about the mermaid, but he fought minotaurs before. At full strength, Giamma can take out 3 alone, but he has already used up all 40 seconds of his painless blessing. He needs to do this strategically. He asks Speed Weapon if he can cast a pain reduction buff, and he only needs it for 2 minutes. If Speed Weapon stops casting it for even a moment while Giamma is fighting, then he is definitely going to get taken out. He leaves the small fries for Saki and Chloe, and tells them that he will take out the big one on his own. With the plan laid out, the students get ready as the Buffalo King wakes up with a menacing roar. Giamma activates the Blessing of the Sword God, and he's immediately overtaken by a surge of pain that makes him cough up blood. However, thanks to the weapon's buff, he can at least move. The demon charges in for an attack, and Giamma rushes over as well, dodging the first attack and rushing to the side before it can recover. The pain from the Sword God's blessing is still strong enough that he's just arly vomiting blood, but he's strong enough at least to go up against the buffalo. Giamma parries another attack and then rushes to behind it to try and bring it down, but his attempt is met instead with a kick from the massive beast, sending him flying back. He catches himself before the fall and spits out some more blood from his mouth. Even the sensations that he couldn't feel before with the painless blessing are awakening. Instead, it's like allowing himself to feel the full power of the blessing of the sword. God makes him feel free. Giamma rushes in for another attack, dodging a massive attack from the Buffalo King's axe and moving at speeds that the rest of the group can barely comprehend. The two monsters continue to fight as Giamma dodges all the buffalo's attacks. In frustration, the Buffalo King raises its axe above its head and brings it down in a massive swing, right over Giamma's head. As the smoke clears, Giamma rests peacefully on top of the Minotaur's axe, completely unscathed. Ryozo can barely believe that a human can even move like that, much less fight at that speed. She can't focus on Giamma's fight as she's also fighting one of the buffalo guards at the moment. She knows the basic concepts of fighting. Muscle control, stance, and leveraging kinetic energy are all part of a combat sense that breaks the enemy's center of gravity with minimal effort. However, knowing these things and putting them into practice are two very different things. As Giamma fills her thoughts, she shoots an arrow straight into the eye of the buffalo, causing it to charge at her in rage. In moments like these, even when facing death's door, Giamma still has unshakable focus. His attitude reminds her of Siegfried, the Sword Emperor. She pulls back her bow and aims at the charging bull, blowing its head off with a single powerful shot. She turns back to Giamma and remembers a rumor floating around recently that talked about a special admission student that was strong enough to make Siegfried use his aura. Meanwhile, Giamma's aura isn't too far behind, and the fear causes the Buffalo King to rage out, trying to punch Giamma off its axe. Instead, though, Giamma cleanly dodges the punch and easily cuts open the arm that the monster tries to use to punch him. Meanwhile, Chloe also manages to take down the buffalo she was fighting, and she wipes the blood off her face. She's still inexperienced when it comes to demonoids, but she knows that the more human-like they are, the deadlier they are. It may vary from person to person, but if a demon acts like a human to that extent, then it is definitely incredibly powerful. That means the one that Giamma is fighting is incredibly strong. The monster roars as it clutches its slashed arm and takes its axe in its other arm, preparing to cast a magic spell. That's strange though, since demonoids can't cast magic. However, looking closer at what it's doing, it's not casting magic. Instead, it's burning its life force in exchange for mana. It's hard to even approach the monster because of the rampant magic power. Yet even now, as Speed Weapon blows into his flute with all his might, he still believes that Kang Giamma can do something miraculous in this situation. The monster raises its axe, which has now completely fused to its one good arm. Then he brings it down on our weakened MC, who's still bleeding profusely from his mouth. Giamma raises the Murasami and blocks the initial attack, causing a massive amount of energy to leak around him. He wanted to try cutting through the magic attack, but it's way too dense. However, he can't dodge the attack either since his teammates are standing right behind him, and they would take the brunt of the attack. The Buffalo King continues to push on with its attack, and slowly, Giamma starts to get pushed back. It almost looks like he's about to get taken out, but an arrow suddenly shoots straight into the monster's eyes. Giamma turns to see Saki angrily telling him to stop zoning out and cut the monster down already. Giamma closes his eyes for a moment. Then when he opens it, he's filled with a new power. Slowly the axe starts to cut open, and the Murasami shines with a blue light. The blue light is very similar to Siegfried's sword aura from when he and Giamma sparred. Eventually, Giamma is able to push through the axe and completely cut through the Buffalo King, taking it down with a single slice. Even with everything they've seen so far, his teammates are still shocked by just how powerful Giamma is. The once terrifying monster falls to the ground in two large chunks of meat, and Giamma looks up at the dungeon ceiling as his nerves finally calm down now that he realizes that he actually managed to cut it. Ryozo stares at him in shock for a moment, finally understanding why Speed Weapon has so much faith in our MC. On top of that, his assimilation rate increased from 9.3 to 12.7. Speed Weapon falls to the ground, his lips sore and bruised from blowing on the flute for so long. At this point, Kang Giamma continues to shatter every bit of common sense every time Speed Weapon sees him. The blue light that shone from his sword was bright enough to illuminate the entire cave. At such a young age, he's already manifesting an aura. It's hard to believe that he's even human. Ryozo comes over and reminds him to breathe, shocking him back to reality. Then she tells him that she understands what he meant earlier when he warned her not to be too shocked by Giamma, and also why he keeps following Giamma around. Then she asks Speed Weapon if the Academy's rules stop Giamma from transferring to their class. That may be the case, but it doesn't stop a student from doing things the other way around. Ryozo smiles and realizes now that she feels like tagging along with him too. Giamma struggles to catch his breath as the adrenaline leaves his body. Even with Speed Weapon's blessing, the strain on his body is still unavoidable. Still, fighting without the blessing of painlessness is progress for him. Chloe collides into him, crying as she frantically asks him if he's all right. He tries to calm her down, because her weight on his body is messing with his already grave wounds. She backs away from him, blushing as he rethinks his life choices. A status window appears in front of him, informing him that he has acquired a new blessing. Originally, this blessing should have gone to Leon, and its rank is a spirit rank, which is the rarest in the world. It's a blessing that only reveals its full potential when combined with another. The blessing of transition can transfer an owned blessing to another living being or an object. However, the user must make direct physical contact with the target. It's an essential blessing for controlling the dual-natured Balmung, which is a sword that Leon will acquire later in his adventures. Since Giamma has found himself with this powerful blessing, he might as well make the best of it. Then, he notices someone watching them through the now open stone doors. He asks Chloe if she remembers the favor he asked for earlier. Then in a second, she crashes into the man before he has a chance to walk away. Then she stabs a knife into the man's thigh, immobilizing him. Speedweapon and Ryozo have no idea what's going on, and Giamma calmly walks to the man while explaining that he asked Chloe to do him a favor earlier. The man tries to play innocent and asks what he did to deserve this, and the other two quickly pick up on what's going on. The ramaging buffalo horde and the open stone gate were all caused by this person. It's a bit suspicious since there weren't any surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, but he just happened to show up on time. It's obvious that he was targeting them, but they have no idea why. One thing Ryozo is able to figure out quickly is that the staff member didn't pull this off by himself. Since he doesn't want to talk immediately, she and Giamma threaten him with his life if he continues refusing to talk. With certain death in front of him, he caves and admits that an academy instructor came to him a few days earlier and offered to clear his gambling debt in exchange for helping her with taking out this group of students. Speedweapon can't believe that someone would sell out a group of students over a simple gambling debt. He tries to defend himself, but that only makes Speedweapon angrier. Ryozo holds him back from attacking the injured man and asks what the instructor looked like. He tells them that it was a woman with purple hair and eyes. She was also rather tall. Ryozo quickly guesses that the culprit is probably her class's assistant instructor. Her eyes were sharp, so she stood out to him. Speedweapon realizes that she's also probably the one behind the midterms incident as well. Ryozo asks about it, and Giamma finally reveals to her that during the midterms, they ran into a demonoid mermaid. She realizes that the reason Leon ended up in the hospital is because he fought a demon. Now that Giamma has revealed it himself, Speedweapon doesn't have to hide it anymore, and he reveals that it was Giamma who soloed the monster himself. She doesn't even question the fact after seeing what Giamma pulled off today. While they argue, Giamma stops the recording on his phone. He got all the information he needed from the staff member, meaning that he has outlived his usefulness. Chloe rips her sword out of the man's thigh, causing him to shout out in pain. A dungeon that was never supposed to open just happened to open, meaning that this is the perfect time to erase someone from existence. As Giamma turns to leave, he tells the assassin of their group to take care of the trash. Chloe wastes no time as her eyes change to yandere mode, and his cries only last for a second. As Giamma walks out of the dungeon, he mentally challenges Hoken Academy's elders and instructors, as well as anyone targeting him to come with all they have. No matter what they do, he will make sure to erase them all. Giamma returns to the academy with his reward from the dungeon, the Cow King's Horn. It's the Horn of Minotauros, the boss of the Hidden Water Buffalo dungeon, which guarantees the success of weapon enhancement below A rank. He asks the blacksmith to enhance the Murasame with the Cow King's Horn. The blacksmith is shocked that Giamma brought back an A-grade beast material. Even if he's a Hoken Academy student, it's still insane. He asks Giamma how he managed to take down the boss all by himself, and Giamma simply says that he couldn't have done it without his team. Then he drops the battered Murasame on the table and asks if it can be repaired. Volunder, who was excited, is now appalled that Giamma could wreck the E-rank sword he painstakingly worked on. But one glare from Giamma changes his mood entirely. With their business done, Giamma turns around and walks off, leaving the sword with Volunder to finish up. As our MC walks away, Volunder wonders how his life ended up like this. As revenge, he considers making the sword even shorter this time. Before Giamma leaves the shop, he turns and tells Volunder to use the leftover materials to buy a drink for himself. Volunder sighs, wondering how a kid like this walked into his life. Back in Giamma's class, he takes a moment to reflect on how much he's grown. He has definitely gotten a lot better, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to ask Speedweapon for more blessings later. He takes a look at his blessing screen, and it looks like it gets longer every time he looks at it. The most noticeable change is the assimilation rate. Unlike the other stats, the assimilation rate jumps drastically after every major battle. It's likely that clearing another dungeon will raise it again, and maybe it will unlock something even more interesting for him. Unlike his skyrocketing stats though, he has been growing gray hairs since the day after he had his first spar with Chloe. Now Giamma is worried if he's going to lose all his hair after it turns white. With all the enemies targeting him recently, it's best for him to be fully prepared. He can't let issues like these lead to a meaningless death. He also needs to study how to use the blessing of transition. It's a shame that he stole it from Leon, but as the protagonist of the story, he will end up drowning in buffs anyway. There's too much to do. But for now, he needs to focus on recovering. He looks down at his table and notices a gift of yoken, which is an unbearably sweet candy that's so sweet, it's bordering on inedible. The gift is clearly from Ryozo, and it causes Giamma to recall the fact that for the first time ever, he led his own team to clear a dungeon. Being targeted for assassination is now just another part of his daily life. But having people to call friends isn't all that bad either. Weapon and Chloe don't play a major role in the main story, and he's not even sure if Chloe considers him a friend. After the dungeon, Chloe ended up hospitalized with a fever, and Giamma considers visiting her when he has the time. He doesn't have any more time to be lost in his own thoughts as the instructors of Wolf class walk in and tell the class to settle down. His phone vibrates in his pocket, and he gets a text from an unregistered contact asking what he's doing. Giamma has no idea who this person is and wonders if they messaged him by mistake. Then the mystery person messages him again and tells him to look in front of him. He glances up and sees Ryozo walking into the classroom with a cocky smile on her face, waving her phone at him with the same wallpaper as the unregistered contact's profile photo. The instructors announce that from this day forward, Saki Ryozo will be assigned to their class. The announcements are over, and the instructor orders them to change into their gear and report to the training grounds in half an hour. The rest of the class can't believe that Ryozo is in their class, and the instructor even said that she requested the reassignment herself. They try to talk to her as she walks through the classroom, but she ignores all of them. Giamma watches as she struts through the classroom and wonders if she's actually coming to his class. Among the year's recruits, she's considered one of the current miracle generation, since she is one of the top 4 students in the school. The others are him, Rachel and Abel. She also ranked first in academics, and her combat skills aren't far behind. She really is a true balance of brains and brawn. She's also the daughter of Kojima Saki, one of the 7 heroes, also known as the Absolute Bow. Kojima Saki holds the title as the Prime Minister of Japan, which means that Ryozo is basically Japan's princess. And in this world, Japan is still a superpower. So people in the class are rightfully losing their minds like they just met a celebrity. Everyone except Giamma, who is desperately praying that she doesn't come and meet him. As she smiles in his direction, Giamma continues to ignore her, and Ryozo jumps over to his table, landing on his desk elegantly and showing him her phone, which basically orders him to save her number immediately. It looks like Giamma's bad feelings are never wrong. Back in Gamyoldo Cheorwan, at the dungeon gates, some men are interrogating witnesses in relation to a missing person that disappeared in the Buffalo dungeon. The last thing the man said before entering the dungeon is that he was worried about the cadets and needed to check it out himself. Other than not looking too well, there was nothing off about the guard who entered the dungeon. The detectives tell the guard they are interrogating to leave so they can continue their site inspection. As the day turns to night, they head outside for a smoke break. It's common for people to die inside dungeons, but no matter how bad an accident is, there is always a body left behind. This time, though, there was no hymen body left in the dungeon. Instead, there was nothing but a mountain of fleas and blood, piled high with buffalo corpses. It's hard to believe that this was the work of mere students, and the cadets returned safely afterwards, while the staff member who went in after them disappeared without a trace, not even leaving a body behind. Something definitely doesn't add up here, but the detectives can't figure out what that is. They wonder if he could be inside the stone gate, but that is unlikely to them since the stone gate has never been opened before, and it's not like they can just bust into the academy and interrogate the cadets directly. The place is crawling with nobles, and the higher-ups wouldn't even approve a warrant. One of the detectives leaves to go take a leak, while the other leans against a cargo crate and tries to figure out what's going on. Suddenly, his partner falls to the ground beside him as long, slender legs come out from the shadows towards him. The detective immediately recognizes the power as magic, which means there's a demon nearby. But surprisingly, it's a human that walks up to him. Before he even has a chance to figure it out, his head is sliced off cleanly by the woman, leaving his body to fall to the ground. The last thing he can think of is that this is a human who made a pact with a demon. She's a demi-demon, which is a half-human, half-demon. In other words, she's a villain. Ryozo happily enjoys her snacks as she relaxes in her new seat beside Giamma. She asks Giamma why he didn't eat the snack that she shared with him, but he ignores her and tells her that Chloe sits where she's currently sitting sometimes. Ryozo doesn't seem to care since it doesn't matter whose seat it is. As far as she's concerned, it's first come, first served. Giamma takes the opportunity to try and ask her why she transferred to their class, but he's cut off by the teacher who announces that there will be 5 minutes until assembly. The rest of the students get up and make their way out of the class, but Ryozo instead puts an eye mask on her head and prepares to sleep. Giamma asks her if she's going to come for morning training, but she declines and says that she'd prefer to meditate instead. In truth, she's just going to take a nap in class without a care in the world. Before he goes, though, she tells him not to call her Saki anymore. She wants him to call her by her first name, Ryozo. In her country, close friends use first names, not last names, but Giamma tries to point out that Weapon calls her Saki. She brushes that point away and tells him to go and have fun training, before settling in to fall asleep. Elsewhere, in the Dragon class, Rachel takes a moment to stretch as she thinks about how noisy her class is today. She tries to strike up a conversation with Abel, pointing out that Ryozo transferred out of their class recently. It's unusual for her to do that, since she's known mainly for just sleeping in class all day and not putting in any effort. Abel doesn't seem to care, but Rachel continues to push her, realizing that it might be bothering her. After all, transfers don't happen unless there are open spots, and apparently, their class was short by one student this year, and it's impressive that Ryozo found out even though she's always sleeping in the archery hall. Abel doesn't understand why Ryozo's transfer should make her bothered, and Rachel clarifies that recently, Ryozo teamed up with Giamma to clear the Buffalo Dungeon. Abel starts to realize what Rachel is implying, and her cheeks flush as Rachel continues to tease her about her crush on Giamma. Abel tries to deny it, but Rachel has noticed that whenever Giamma's name is brought up, she reacts very differently. There's definitely something going on there. Abel shakes her head and makes it clear that she has only talked to Giamma a few times and nothing else. There is absolutely nothing between them, and she'd prefer if Rachel stopped spreading weird rumors. Rachel takes that as her saying that nothing is happening right now, but that doesn't mean that something can't happen later. Then Rachel's entire demeanor changes, and she tells Abel that she can fool others, but lying to herself isn't a good look on her. That causes Abel to freeze, and Rachel simply tells her to think about it. This reminds Abel of an interaction she had with her grandfather recently. He told her that he would start teaching at the school, and initially, she hated the idea, thinking that he's just joining the faculty to follow her around. She would hate that because she's already getting a lot of unwanted attention. But Siegfried clarifies that he's joining the school staff to keep an eye on the first-year students. After what happened in the midterms, Abel asked him for help, and that's why he's deciding to look after them. He assures her that she won't be bumping into him too much. Siegfried tries to hide it, but there's a sharp glint in his eyes that's impossible to hide. The swordmaster, who always seemed indifferent, is now suddenly stepping into the field. The only person that Abel thinks could possibly cause this kind of change in her grandfather is Giamma, a prodigy who disregards status and breaks through noble society purely with his strength alone. He also possesses a ridiculous level of talent that defies all logic, and even his background is that of a fast-tracked student. When Abel first met him, he was nothing but a scrawny kid that was away sneaking around, but now he has grown into a strong, sharp-eyed young man. He's even more than Leon Reinhardt, who is supposed to be the hero candidate. Giamma is walking along the hero's path more clearly, and yet he never shows it off and never boasts about his achievements. He just quietly moves forward. If Giamma acted cocky even once, then maybe she'd dislike him, but he's just so different that she can't help but acknowledge him. In fact, she's jealous because Siegfried recognizes him, and that makes her feel even more ashamed. Rachel comes in with a mocking stare that breaks her out of her thoughts. Abel Rushdie tries to deny that she has any feelings for Giamma, and she doesn't even have the time or room to think about him. Rachel tells her that it's a good thing she said that, because now she can go after Giamma with barely any competition. All she has to do is to handle Ryozo, and there would be no competition. Back in Giamma's class, he's in a lecture where the teacher discusses blessings and how they rank. The rank of a blessing is determined by what spirit resides within it. If a guardian spirit is present, then it's a guardian-level blessing. But if a true spirit is present, then it's considered a spirit-level blessing. As the class goes on, Ryozo jolts up in her sleep before laying back down. It looks like even the professor can't wake her up. The class moves on regardless. It's been 2 days since Ryozo transferred, and she still hasn't revealed what her reason for joining the class is, and that's mostly because she has been sleeping all day, so there's never a chance to ask. And if all she's doing is napping, then there's no reason for her to sit in the corner next to him. It's a good thing Chloe is still in the hospital or things could get messy. Still, Ryozo covered for him after the dungeon incident, so everything wrapped up without too much trouble. She's on another level and way better than Weapon. The teacher continues the class, and the blessings are ranked in 4 categories. The least is a personal blessing followed by a guardian, and true blessing with a heroic blessing being the strongest. Most cadets in the academy have a personal spirit blessing, which is the weakest, but the personal spirit blessing can outperform a guardian-level blessing. Spirit-level blessings are insanely rare, and Giamma just happened to grab one of those spirit-level blessings, that being the blessing of transition. Then there are heroic-level blessings, which are basically considered a legend. Since the dawn of blessing manifestation, there's only one person who has ever awakened it. The hero of Origins, Valor Hawakan. In modern times, though, there's rumored to be one more person, and Giamma knows that the person they are talking about has the miracle blessing. Their class is over, and the teacher says that they will finish the story next time, but Giamma has one more question. He asks about the phrase that he always hears faintly whenever he activates the Sword God blessing. That phrase is, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." That causes the teacher to pause for a moment, and even Ryozo wakes up a bit. The teacher doesn't understand what he's talking about, but there's a flaw in what Giamma has said. That is because there are no gods left in the world, which means that there can be no blessing of the gods shared. As the teacher walks out of the class, Ryozo chuckles at Giamma for his embarrassing question. He asks her if she's done with sleeping, but she turns and goes back to sleep. Giamma doesn't blame her either, and decides that it's time for him to take a nap as well. As Giamma's consciousness fades, a message starts to appear in front of him. He wakes up and there's a large message in front of him, informing him that the GM has requested to have a conversation with him. Giamma suddenly finds himself in a very abstract world with lots of floating scrap all over the place as the message also floats in front of him. Then the notification changes to a question, asking Giamma if he accepts to have a meeting with the GM or not. The message changes to read that the GM is interfering with the world line with code. World line is a word that Giamma hasn't heard before, and this whole thing doesn't make any sense to him. Suddenly things become quiet, and a message comes saying that the dimensional gap is too large and that his current level is insufficient. He also hasn't met the requirements for the mysterious new trait yet either. Now the question is if Giamma still wants to proceed despite all of that. He hesitates for a moment and takes a look around, trying to figure out what's going on. This environment doesn't feel like a dream to him, but there's a chance that he will finally find the answer to his sword god blessing and the reason he is in this world in the first place. He accepts to meet the GM and the world starts to transform as the worldwide code gets edited. Suddenly the world around him breaks, and he's dunked to an area that he is already familiar with from the first time he awakened the sword god's blessing at the academy entrance. And now, he can see a light at the end of the area. And just like every time he's seen it, he can never tell how clear it is. But Giamma can still tell that he's getting closer, little by little. He just has to go a little bit further and do a little more, and he should be able to get there. Suddenly he hears a voice calling for him to wake up. A hang bursts through the darkness and grabs his shoulder. The system detects an external interference. It postpones the conversation with the GM as a response. Giamma stretches out his hand, as if he's trying to hold on to this reality, but the hand drags him out of the space by force. Before he's fully pulled out, the GM leaves a message for him. The message simply says that Giamma should cut and sever, no matter what it is. Then it ends with wishing the blessing of the gods on him. Suddenly, Giamma is pulled back to the waking world as Ryozo yells for him to wake up. He is always telling her not to sleep, and here he is taking a sweet nap himself. Her yapping is cut short as she notices that Giamma is crying and not really paying attention to her. Later that day, Giamma rests on a bench as his mind wanders back to the dream he had. Ryozo seemed genuinely concerned after she saw him crying, but looking back at it, he can't even remember what happened in his dream. It's also embarrassing that he was caught crying by Ryozo of all people. As he's thinking to himself, a group of his new unorthodox friends walk up to him. They've met up to summarize everything they have figured out so far. They know for a fact that someone inside the academy is targeting Giamma and that they need to take care of it. Ryozo interrupts Weapon as he starts his summary, since she already knows this whole story and doesn't want an entire recap. Giamma was the one that asked Weapon to give everyone a brief, but it looks like he's suffering. As the two of them argue, Giamma notices Chloe coughing behind him. She's wearing a face mask, and she clearly hasn't fully recovered. He asks her if she's feeling better, and she says that she is, although she's just keeping her distance from everyone in case she's still contagious. He turns back to the two arguing friends and asks Ryozo if she has figured anything new out since they last discussed. She's more upset that he called her Saki instead of Ryozo, and makes sure to correct him immediately. Giamma nervously looks towards Chloe, but it seems like she's too sick or too concerned about passing on her flu to react like she normally would. To pacify things, Giamma starts calling her Ryozo as she wants, and the conversation goes back to their current situation with the Academy Elders. Weapon feels like they need to clarify things and figure out their next steps. Other than knowing that the Academy Elders are targeting Giamma, they also got a description of the suspicious female instructor from the guard. Knowing all of these things doesn't solve anything though, and the Elders' motives are still entirely unclear. The Auditory family will probably end up handling it properly anyways. Regarding the female instructor though, Ryozo has a feeling that she saw her somewhere while checking through every instructor and assistant through the Academy's internal security system. She found someone who matches the person they are looking for, but strangely her identity can't be confirmed. Giamma is shocked that Ryozo can do something like that, but for her, it's basic in the world of tech overflow. The Academy's security is world-class though, so she had to do her hacking at the crack of dawn when the system was at its weakest. She was already sleep-deprived, but now she's even more exhausted. That's the reason why she's always been sleepy during class. That's probably also how she got his number despite the fact that he never gave it to her. Basically, they haven't confirmed anything yet, and it's not like they can just march up to the Elders and threaten them. However, Weapon has a different idea. He wants the four of them to start their own club. Clubs at their school have free movement and financial support from the school. The Academy emphasizes cooperation among students, and there's a lot of perks, and one of them is that the clubs are treated as official Academy-affiliated groups. Joining a club also means that they will get the academy's protection since being students clearly isn't enough. A club could act as a double layer of protection for them since they have enemies both inside and out. Giamma also knows about how clubs work from when he played the game in his past life. The club system was one of the many features of the game, and it was a mechanic designed for the academy-based game, letting players decorate their own personal space with furniture. Players can also invite characters and boost affection, but it's more likely a way to empty the wallets of countless hardcore fans. This became known as the housing system, and Giamma was never interested in it because he didn't have the time for it. Who knew that it would end up becoming useful like this in real life? There are special requirements for making a club, though. They need at least 5 members, and then they need to submit a club proposal form to the administrative office. They need one more member, since all of Giamma's friends are more than happy to join a club for his sake. As one gets older, human relationships start to become more calculated, and yet, these people fully trust and support him even though they barely know each other. He can't help but be appreciative of them for being by his side in this situation. Now the first thing they need to do is choose a club name first. Chloe suggests that they call it the Memories of Assassination, but that's a bit too edgy for the rest of the group. Ryozo suggests that they call it something random since no one would care what name they pick, but Weapon shuts her lazy idea up. They think about it for a bit more in silence before Giamma suggests that they make a travel club. They can clear dungeons and travel a bit outside the academy without turning too many heads in suspicion. The group seems to be acceptive of the idea, and just like that, the travel club is born. Next, they need to pick a club advisor as soon as possible, and they need to sort things out before the exams that they will be having in the next week. Without an advisor, they can't form a club. That is the trickiest part since advisors have to be at least professor level in the school. Chloe suggests that they ask the professor from the Blessing Studies class, since he's really popular and kind. The man is always so busy though, so it's unlikely that he will agree, although he would have been perfect for the job. The academy has over 500 staff, but only about 30 professors. Narrowing it down to the ones that only teach the first years, there's only 10 that they can consider. The school encourages clubs, but there are a lot of contradictions. They turn to Giamma and ask if he has anyone in mind to ask, and Giamma has an idea. Since they have to be professor level or higher, then he has an idea of who he can ask. There's one person, of course, who is ranked higher than a professor in the academy after all. When he shows just who he's talking about to the rest of the group, they can hardly believe that he's serious. For their club to become a thing, the club president needs to apply in person. Giamma is obviously the president of the club, and he has to be the one to hand in the application in the administrative building. The woman handling the documents is immediately doubtful that Giamma could lead a club. It's hard to imagine that this person is an academy employee. She's very openly looking down on our MC just because of his status as a special admissions student. Giamma tries to ignore the lady's condescending attitude and tells her to just process the application if it meets the criteria. The woman gets up and towers over Giamma completely. She tells our MC that to start a club, they need to have a faculty advisor, but from what she can see, Giamma doesn't have a professor that is willing to advise their club. Giamma asks the woman to explain what she means, but her thoughts are pretty obvious. The woman thinks that just because Giamma is a special admissions student, that no professor at the academy would be willing to advise a club founded by him. With his background, the woman thinks that Giamma wanting to start a club is a lost cause. This lady's attitude isn't that surprising. Giamma had a little goodwill left for this place, but now he's losing everything. Having worked nearly 20 years in the service industry, he has dealt with countless disgusting people, and keeping quiet is usually the best solution in these situations. However, that doesn't mean that he doesn't want to land a solid punch on this girl. Instead, though, Giamma pulls out his phone and calls someone who can solve this issue for him. He tells the person on the phone that he is currently in the admin office, about to submit his club registration, and the woman yells at Giamma for daring to answer a phone call right in front of her in the office. The person on the other line says that they are nearby and that they will be coming soon, and Giamma ends the call. With the phone down, the woman takes the opportunity to lay into Giamma for having the nerve to disrespect her like that right in her own office. Giamma warns the woman to just follow the procedure since the person that he called is already on their way. In all his yelling and scolding, the large woman fails to notice her co-workers bow their heads and look away from the situation. The woman continues to boast that she's the cousin of a close friend of the headmaster, and that she has the power to get a special admission student like Giamma thrown out at the drop of a hat. That line causes Giamma to snicker. Then he leans in and tells the woman to quiet down because her voice is too loud. That's the last straw for her, and she starts to show an unhinged face that Giamma calls her true face. The door suddenly bursts open and everyone jumps in surprise. From the busted doorframe, a very angry headmistress walks into the office, and Giamma tells the woman to pay her respects to his club advisor. She smiles at Giamma, happy that she gets to see him face to face again. Giamma tries to apologize for the inconvenience, but Medea tells him that she would come running any time if he asks. Hearing Giama's name for the first time makes the woman realize that she's been talking to this year's top freshman student this entire time. Medea cheerfully tells her student to leave the papers down and go study for his written exams. Now that she's there, she'll make sure to take care of everything for him. With Giama gone, Medea changes her tone entirely, as another staff member hurriedly brings a chair for her to sit down. The woman tries to explain that there is some sort of misunderstanding, but the headmistress doesn't even need to use a blessing to know that the woman was mocking his background, and of all the people for her to choose to mock, she chose the student that was personally selected by the headmistress and the swordmaster. Without a word, Medea uses her blessing to place a resignation letter on her table and tells her to start writing in 5 minutes. With everything taken care of, Medea tells him that the club application went smoothly and they just have to find one more member. The girl is probably fired, but he has no sympathy for her. Medea then tells him to come by her office after class. Giama returns to the man that has become his enemy and friend, the blacksmith, Volander. He's here for his gear, and Volander tells him to wait a moment. Now Volander finally looks like a real blacksmith, but Giama doesn't know what the blacksmith thinks of him. As a former player, he has mixed feelings about him, but now the negative side grew a lot stronger after everything that happened, but Giama can't help feeling bad for him. The blacksmith Volander was one of the main NPCs responsible for almost everything related to equipment upgrades. Due to the nature of most games like this one, he was born as a character that people either loved or loathed, and he was notorious for draining players' wallets. Giama was a small spender in his past life, so he couldn't fully relate, but heavy spenders regularly held rituals begging God for luck, and desperately praying that Volander would bless them just once. In reality though, most players just insulted the blacksmith because of how luck-based his enhancements ended up being, and even Giama cursed him when he downgraded his Murasami from a B grade to an E grade. Volander breaks him out of his thoughts and asks Giama what he's thinking about. Then he presents the newly upgraded sword, proudly saying that his work this time is definitely beyond perfect. On top of that, special options have been added to the sword much to Giama's pleasure. The Scattered Rain Murasami sword is now shiny and brand new, and Giama can't help calling the blacksmith a god for the luck that has suddenly come down on him. Thanks to this newly enhanced weapon, his painless blessing has upgraded, now reaching up to 50 seconds of activation time. When Giama thought about clearing dungeons in the future, he felt like 40 seconds definitely wasn't enough, but an extra 10 seconds will definitely make a difference. Considering that he will be using this blessing with the blessing of transition, means that when the level of armament is raised in the future, then he will get more benefits. This whole thing is definitely good news for him. Even though he complained a lot in the past, the painless blessing is surprisingly versatile for a spirit level blessing. Volander also told him to check something else with his new sword too. The sword has now been increased to a D-grade sword. After all that effort, the upgrade isn't as great as he'd hoped. Since he used materials from an A-grade monster like the Buffalo King, he expected it to reach at least a C-grade. Still, considering that he will be channeling aura through the Murasame frequently, having its hardness increased by 2 grades is definitely encouraging. At least it won't shatter in the middle of combat anymore. There's also a flashing button in his status screen that's just begging him to press it, but Giama has a bad feeling about it. He presses it, and the screen shows some new information. Due to a successful reinforcement and Tay weapon's high growth potential, up to 3 special abilities can now be added to the sword. The special abilities require magic stones, which will activate at random. Magic stones aren't something that can be acquired easily, and Giama can barely hold back his shock that his sword requires them to become stronger. Meanwhile, the elder that works with the demon commander throws a drinking cup against a mirror. Then he continues to drink directly from the bottle, before throwing that away too. He stares up at a picture on the ceiling that shows his father Riemann von Beimhark. The man was one of the 7-star heroes known as the Mad Tiger. However, he fell in battle 40 years ago, during Tay campaign against the 6th Legion commander, Vasman. Society praised him as a noble hero, but immediately afterwards, countless attempts were made on his life by family members who were hungry to seize the Beimhark family. To survive, he had to harden his heart and poison it. But those relatives who plotted assassinations against him were instead manipulated to destroy each other. Ultimately, he restored his family's shaken foundations in his father's absence. At the age of 30, he became an elder of Hawakan Academy, and his mission became to guide a foolish humanity and uphold an absolute ruling class. Fortunately for him, the existence of demons provided humanity with the perfect enemy, lending legitimacy to their authority. But there were always unexpected variables that messed things up. Leon von Reinhardt, the one hero born with the ability to defeat the Demon King, became a candidate chosen by fate. Of course, given the overwhelming gap in power between humans and demons, the likelihood of Leon truly defeating the Demon King is near zero. The first Legion commander Lycan, who was sealed by their ancestor, the legendary hero, Baylor Hawakan, has set a precedent of legends that have come after. Then one day, someone approached him with the offer of dealing with the so-called hero candidate personally. She looked like an instructor, and at first, he wondered how someone who is so far below him in the hierarchy would dare speak to him so casually. But the moment their eyes met, it became clear who stood above and below in their positions. She is a human who willingly abandoned humanity to directly have a contract with a Legion commander. A half-human, half-demon, otherwise known as a villain. Things became complicated enough with Leon alone, but now a low-born special admission student is making things much worse for him. Even the auditore seems hesitant to act, claiming that they have insufficient justification to proceed further. The elder, Clady von Beimharch, tells the man to summon the undertakers. Jiyama scribbles his thoughts into a notebook during class the next day. He's mainly thinking about the fact that the Murasame is owing to need magic stones to become stronger. The difference between weapons with and without magic stones is pretty significant. Having a weapon with 3 spots to put in special abilities is a jackpot. Magic stones drop from specific dungeon bosses, and they drop from A rank or higher demonic beasts, which are practically demonoids in all but name. It looks like Jiyama is cursed to fight demonoids to become stronger for the rest of his adventure. Maybe it's because the word demon is in his name. He glances over to Ryozo, who's sleeping soundly with her odd sleeping mask, and he wonders if she stayed up all night again. It's already been a week since they cleared the Buffalo Dungeon with his new club members. The key to opening the stone gate in the Buffalo King's territory is also a magic stone, and one that comes from a colossal beast named a gigant. For some reason, it seems someone already slayed a gigant and took its stone. Even in the game, giants were depicted as so powerful that a single step could shake the earth. And a gigant is nothing compared to the monsters that were added in the later updates of the game. Those beasts were essentially natural disasters given form. Jiyama has to take a moment and consider if it's really worth risking his life just to put special abilities into his weapon. Hunting demonic beasts for stones should have been Leon's job. As he's lost in his thoughts, Chloe comes into the classroom and greets him. She's taken aback by Ryozo sleeping soundly where she'd have preferred to sit, but she doesn't comment on it. Jiyama asks her if she's fully recovered, and she confirms that she's feeling a lot better, although Jiyama definitely suffered after expelling that blue light from his weapon. Before she can go further, he tells her that they shouldn't talk about it more. The blue light she's referring to is aura, which is an effect that can only be used by truly powerful people. Thinking about it more, maybe farming magic stones is actually worth it. Despite how he initially felt, he now finds himself craving strength, and he has even completely abandoned thoughts of peace and safety. However, his core goal remains unchanged, and his focus is simply survival. There's been unexpected variables and things that never existed in the game before have been targeting him relentlessly. The plot that he knew is being distorted, and it's as if the world itself just refuses to leave him alone. Somehow, it's already been a month since he enrolled at the academy, and the truth about the Second World War, which will occur in 3 years, will soon be revealed. Jiyama choosing to strengthen himself and enhancing his weapon are more like necessities than just mere options. At this rate, he can't guarantee the war's outcome because he doesn't trust Leon as the hero candidate at all. Even if the mermaid was a demonoid, for it to defeat the hero candidate with a one-shot attract is beyond pathetic. The whole situation is way too exhausting for him to put into words, and he was so lost in thought that he didn't even realize weapon had come until he got punched in the face by Ryozo. He came to ask how the club's registration is going, and Jiyama confirms that the headmaster approved it, and they can start as an official club once they find one more member. Speed Weapon also drops some news that Leon has been on a rampage recently. He has been clearing high-rank dungeons non-stop. It looks like Leon is finally acting like a protagonist, and Jiyama considers taking back what he said earlier about the blind. Rumor has it that Leon even cleared an A-rank dungeon the previous day with a small party, while they barely made it out of a C-rank dungeon. Weapon points out that Ryozo is oddly well-informed on the blonde protagonist, and it's pretty obvious that she's into him. She doesn't respond immediately and instead turns to stare at Jiyama before turning away and saying that she's not interested in him anymore. Leon has definitely been growing stronger, and at this rate he will obtain Balmung during the upcoming Survival Island training. In fact, thinking about it more logically, the fact that Jiyama has survived so long with just a sashimi knife is pretty miraculous. Hypothetically, his existence might be acting as a shield and diverting all the threats and attention meant for Leon. Even if that's true, Jiyama can't just roll over and take it. If it's for his survival, then he will swing his blade without hesitation. He has no reason to play the role of the flawless hero, and he is in no way the protagonist of this world. He mutters under his breath that he will cut down anything that stands in his way. Ryozo overhears him and asks if he's into anime, since that is definitely a line from an anime or a game. Elsewhere, a group of dangerous-looking people follow a maid through the halls of the academy. One of them wonders how their group could possibly be getting calls from the Hawakan Academy elders. At this rate, since they are getting famous enough for this, they might as well become a legitimate assassination group. The boss, a woman with short silver hair, tells her subordinate to shut up unless he wants his teeth pulled out. Another one of the thugs tells the guy who spoke up that since he's new, he doesn't know that their boss hates the elites, but the payout from this job was just way too good to refuse. As they continue to talk, the boss repeats herself and tells her subordinates to shut up. They reach the office of the elder that summoned them, and the maid calls out to him through the door. The man calls for them to step in, and the first to walk in are Zhang Taipeng, the deputy leader of their group, Pari, a simple grunt worker, and the boss herself, Rei Shen. These three are members of the Undertaker Syndicate, which is a mercenary villain alliance. The elder thanks them for coming such a long way, and then he gets straight to the point, ordering his maid to give them a package. The package contains information on Kangjiyama, and one of the men wonders why they are being given details on some kid. The elder doesn't respond and tells them that Jiyama is to be dealt with during the next week's Survival Island training, and if they succeed, they will get 100 million up front as they originally discussed, and then a bonus will be paid separately upon full completion of the task. Ray asks what the disposal method should be, and the elder simply says to dump him in the ocean that surrounds the island and let the fish and sharks take care of the rest. The day of the written exam comes, and Jiyama munches on a sandwich as he reads through the material for the exam. He already aced the midterms, so he doesn't need to try too hard, but they post the rankings of the exams publicly, so he definitely shouldn't half-ass this exam. The two members of his club happen to also be top and second place in the written test, so he can't be caught lagging behind. As he's studying, he gets a text from Ryozo reminding him to get breakfast as he prepares for the written exam. Jiyama simply tells her that he ate a sandwich, and then she goes off on a rant about the importance of sugar in his diet. It looks like Ryozo has a penchant for spotchewing nonsense first thing in the morning, and it's almost a mystery how she became the top scorer. Jiyama tells her that his country also has traditional exam sweets too, and she gets more interested at the mention of sweets. But then Jiyama ends the discussion by telling her to eat shit. She continues to spam his phone with texts asking what he means by that, but Jiyama has already dropped his phone and put it on silent, not willing to put up with her nonsense any longer. He has to focus on acing the exam and not letting the Yangang maniac beat him. That's easier said than done though, because it turns out that Jiyama is an idiot. As Ryozo and Weapon argue about the answers to the questions, Chloe asks him how he did. He tells her that he guessed all the questions, but in reality, he scraped by using the game lore knowledge. However, he must have at least done better than Chloe, right? He asks her if she has heard anything from Nox and if there's been any updates. She tells him that her brother called the previous day, but she was asleep so she missed it. He called at 7 in the evening, and she had been pulling all-nighters studying, so she didn't see it. Jiyama knows that Chloe is a night owl, so it's more likely that she ignored it on purpose. Auditory member's contact info is classified, so unless Nox seeks him out directly, Chloe's intel is his only source. She has her reasons for ignoring him, but they still seem awkward around each other. Jiyama personally thinks that siblings should get along better. Weapon loudly complains that he studied for days without sleep, and yet it looks like Ryozo passed him once again in their exam scores from the discussion they had. As Weapon has a panic attack, Ryozo gets up and comes to sit closer to Jiyama, curious about what he and Chloe are talking about. She asks them if they are dating, and although Chloe starts to fantasize in the background, Jiyama quickly denies it and tells them that it's not what they think. Then she leans in closer and asks Jiyama why he's always ignoring her texts if he doesn't have a girlfriend to worry about. He tells her that it was just one time, and it's not like he always ghosts her or something. Their conversation is cut short by Chloe, who is pissed to hear that he and Ryozo have been texting. He turns around as she hauntingly calls his name, only to see Chloe in full yandere mode. She stares down at the two of them and calmly asks him about the fact that the two of them text. Chloe's sudden outburst is a shock to Jiyama. The redhead didn't say anything when the two of them were sitting next to each other, but now she's freaking out because of some text. Even Weapon can't understand her sudden change in attitude, but Ryozo finds the whole thing amusing. She jokingly asks Jiyama why Chloe is acting like that, but Jiyama tells her to back off before she makes things worse for them. She doesn't listen to him and keeps pestering him for why Chloe is suddenly acting like that, clearly knowing exactly why Chloe is freaking out. It's clear that she knows exactly what's going on with Chloe, but she's just having fun messing with them, not understanding how dangerous the incoming yandere nuke is. Chloe is done watching them flirt in front of her, and she gets straight to the point. Jiyama never even gave her his number, and yet he's already chatting freely with Ryozo. Jiyama tries to explain that her number is confidential, but she's not listening to him. She's more focused on the fact that Jiyama promised that he would be her one and only prince. Ryozo clings to Jiyama, eagerly curious about what is going on, and Jiyama tries to explain through the waves of killing intent coming from one of his friends. He tells her that Chloe is a yandere, but she pretends not to know what that is. Weapon pulls her off of Giamma by her face, clearly understanding what is actually going on. Chloe pulls out the trademark yandere box cutter, ready to start cutting down everything in front of her. This is definitely different from the last time she entered yandere mode, and Giamma doesn't know what to do. He has been slacking on his research about yandere stuff on NeoTube, and now he has no idea how to handle her. Chloe starts to take a few steps towards him, telling him that from now on, she will make sure that he will only ever look at her from now on. Without giving him even a second to react, she rushes in to cut him down with the box cutter. That's when even Ryozo realizes that this is seriously bad. She continues to slash at him with the box cutter, while ranting that Giamma always makes her so sad. He's always hanging around with and flirting with other girls instead of her. This time, the box cutter misses Giamma entirely, and heads straight towards an unsuspecting Ryozo. Giamma is fast enough to deflect her hand before it can reach the girl behind him. Then he pushes her down on the table, getting on top of her to stop her from squirming away. Weapon and Ryozo watch in surprise as Giamma tries to calm her down, and the archer looks particularly annoyed by the interaction. While she's held down, he tries to get her to talk to him. She still tries to push him off, but her hands are already getting weak with him on top of her. She doesn't want to listen to him, though. This entire time, he hasn't even wanted to keep in touch, but now he suddenly wants to talk. Giamma leans in close to her and tells her that he wants to talk to her face to face, instead of just through a hunk of metal like a phone. That seems to calm her down a little, and she starts to shiver as Giamma leans in even closer, intent to put an end to everything right here. He thanks her for always thinking about him, and that's enough to put Chloe in a state of yandere overload. Giamma's riz is so potent that even Weapon starts blushing. Then he gets back up now that Chloe has been completely immobilized by his raw riz, and reminds her of back in the Buffalo dungeon when he relied on her help and they worked together. They've had many experiences together, so there's no need for her to get so upset so easily. Now that Chloe has calmed down, Giamma takes the opportunity to escape, happy that he managed to handle the situation somehow. Weapon asks him if he's alright, but Ryozo remains silent and looks completely disappointed. Their conversation moves along, and Giamma tells them that they should clean up and head out, while Ryozo steps out of the room. Later on, both Ryozo and Weapon walk together back to their dorms, with Giamma on both their minds. They could already tell from previous encounters that whenever it came to talking about Giamma, Chloe would always give off a murderous aura. It doesn't take a genius to guess that Chloe has very strong feelings towards our MC. However, those feelings are some kind of twisted love. What was even more shocking, though, was seeing Giamma holding his sashimi knife behind his gentle words and actions. He hopes to persuade his way out of dangerous situations, but it's clear that Giamma was ready to switch persuasion for violence if it came to it. He knows how to use the threat of violence if needed, and at a glance, that might make him seem like a villain. But in reality, those are the qualities of a ruler. Weapon was already convinced before, but now he knows for sure that Giamma is destined for greatness. As these thoughts go through his head, he notices Ryozo furiously tapping on her phone. She's been making grumpy faces for a while now, and it's clear that something is bothering her. She doesn't want to tell him what her problem is, so he instead asks her why she's fiddling on her phone so much. She's deleting a video from her NeoTube channel that her subscribers weren't watching called The Perfect Way to Deal with a Yandere, the same video series that Giamma was using to deal with Chloe. Not that Weapon knows that anyways. The video is clearly doing well with over 200,000 views, but she's still intent to delete it, claiming that she doesn't need it anymore. Weapon changes the topic, and the two continue to chat as they make their way through the campus. Elsewhere, at the Academy Library, Giamma looks through a series of books, alongside his fellow cadets. Starting next Wednesday, there's a scheduled deserted island survival training on Avalon Island that will hold for 3 days and 2 nights. Going by the name, it sounds like a serious survival camp, but cadets can only make teams from 1 to 4 people. The school even posted an official announcement with all the details to every cadet. The whole thing is more like a school event, similar to camping or a ski trip. Giamma is in the library, picking up various survival guidebooks to get a better understanding of how to survive during the training trip. Since it's called survival, the Academy will evaluate each cadet's self-sufficiency, but the end result won't affect their grades. Now that he thinks more about it, even for Giamma, who was a player of the game, the training event left a lasting impression on him. It's part of the main storyline where the main character will acquire the hilt of Balmung, which is the main weapon of the protagonist. During the island training, an incident will also happen that sparks the feelings between Abel and Leon. He was really into the event at the time, but now he's not that jealous anymore. Since entering the school and the endless peril that he has had to endure, it has made him cynical about love. Since the Academy elders are after him and there is the mysterious instructor too, there's way too much for him to worry about to think about sparking a romance. No matter how pretty she is, This isn't a situation where he can catch feelings. Love can wait for his next life. In this current life, as a swordsman, what he's more interested in is the holy demon sword, Balmung. Maybe it's because he's a swordsman, but he honestly can't help wanting it. As a former player, he already knows where Balmung is and what it can do, but finding scattered Balmung pieces is also a key part of the story's narrative, and even if he knows where all the pieces are, he still can't get them. The condition to obtain Balmung, which chooses its own master, is to manifest the blessing of miracle. That means that the weapon is literally designed exclusively for the protagonist. Compared to Gyama with a sashimi knife, the difference in their worthiness is just way too much. Instead of longing for the impossible, it's better to focus on learning what he will actually need to know for the 3 days on the island. Because of the events that happened in Scopuli Island, the director has made a special request to the Sword Emperor to join as a guest instructor leading the Wolf class. The world's strongest hero is guiding a group of first-year students on a camping trip. The main story has definitely changed a lot, but at least he can now fulfill his goals safely thanks to that. Gyama heads over to the shelf to get another book that could have something he needs to know. He didn't come to the library just for basic survival info that he could get online. He's looking for something specific on Avalon Island. He opens a book that talks about the history of the island and starts reading. Avalon Island is located in the far western sea, and it's a mystical place where the terrain constantly shifts. In the very center of the island, there's an ancient lake called the Queen's Lake, and among certain tribes, it's called the Land of Beginnings. Currently, the island is uninhabited. All these things are stuff that Gyama already knows, and it looks like he will have to search the whole library to find exactly what he wants. As he's combing through the books, a voice calls out to him and a firm hand grasps his shoulder gently. It's Leon, and the blonde-haired protagonist greets Gyama with a small smile. Some girls behind them squeal in joy at the mere sight of Leon, but Gyama is more focused on the book that the protagonist has in his hands. It's a book on introduction to magic, and it seems like Leon is trying to learn from what happened in the midterms. But even if that's the case, the protagonist shouldn't be in the library studying magic right now. Gyama finds himself being distrustful of this setup. Leon takes a seat in front of our MC and asks what kind of books Gyama is reading. Gyama explains that he's just trying to learn more about Avalon for their upcoming trip. Leon says that he finds Gyama to be surprisingly diligent, and our MC can't exactly deny it. With exercise, dungeon exploration, and studying magical beasts, his life is super bust. Since he knows what will happen in 3 years, Gyama has been doing his absolute best to prepare ahead of time for his own sake. At the end of the day, he's just trying to look out for himself. Leon thinks about that for a while, then tells Gyama that the two of them are different. That reminds our MC of the incident where Leon asked him where he came from. The blonde isn't acting that different from how he hid in the game, but there's something that feels off about this person compared to the Leon that Gyama knows. There's a hint of sadness on his face, and there's also something about his troubled attitude. Without giving Gyama a chance to figure out what's going on, Leon gets up and wishes Gyama a safe trip back home. There's definitely something up with the protagonist. Maybe it's the weight of being a hero that's carrying humanity's fate. But whatever it is, it's definitely a heavy weight on his shoulders. With Leon gone, Gyama turns back to finding what he needs before the library closes. The day of the survival training comes along, and students gather in the training grounds for an orientation. Abel and Rachel meet up with Ryozo and Chloe, and Gyama's 4 wives have a brief stare-down. Some small talk passes between Abel and Ryozo, before Rachel butts in to break the tension. She brings up the fact that Ryozo jumped into Gyama's class and is trying to steal him from behind their backs, but Abel cuts in before she can go too far with her accusations. Rachel doesn't stop though, and gets even louder, bringing up the fact that Ryozo not only went to a dungeon with Gyama, but also started a club with him, and now she could potentially be spending a whole 2 nights and 3 days on a survival training island with him as well. Ryozo cuts in and tells them that Gyama said that he wants to do the training alone. His excuse is that there were things that he wanted to try himself, so he's planning to take on the entire island solo. That gets Rachel excited since it means that Gyama will be completely alone for the entire 3 days. Rachel comes up with a little game for the 4 of them to play while scouting through the island. Gyama only said that he wanted to go alone, but there was no rule that he can't be followed. So Rachel comes up with a game called the Rachel Game that will give one lucky girl a chance for some alone time with Gyama. Avalon Island has constantly changing terrain, and even if they use the spatial gate to go onto the island, they will all get dropped in random locations. It'll be hard just trying to meet up, and even harder to form teams. So the Rachel Game will have one single rule. Whoever finds Gyama first wins the game, and the remaining 3 must give up. The girl that finds Gyama will get the chance to completely monopolize Gyama. If they meet up with each other, they can team up or separate by their own choice, but they should never get in each other's way. All the girls agree, but Abel turns beet red at the thought of monopolizing Gyama. She refuses to join in on the game, but that's just better for the rest of them, because it means that there's less people to compete against. Meanwhile, Giamma, the man on all the ladies' minds, is struggling with staying awake because of how long he spent in the library the previous day. He noted down everything he would need to know on his phone and came prepared with 24 sashimi knives as well as a hidden secret weapon. Medea kept messaging him like a mum, making sure that he goes to the island prepared and even reminding him to take underwear. It's almost like she's his grandma in the school. Before leaving, though, Giamma takes a moment to scan the school and the teachers present on the training grounds. The traits he's looking for are a tall female instructor with purple hair and eyes. He doesn't know what her intentions are, but if she's after him, then the deserted island survival training would be the perfect opportunity to get rid of him. The mysterious nature of the island where the terrain constantly changes also makes cleanup easier. The same thing obviously applies to Giamma as well, but he isn't comfortable with using a knife on a person. That doesn't mean he can just sit back and let himself get killed either. But the major issue is finding the teacher that meets the requirements. But the people of this must have all been dipped in food coloring at birth because there are a surprising number of women with purple hair and eyes. His thoughts are interrupted by Siegfried and Abel, who are passing by on their way through the training grounds. The Sword Emperor reminds Giamma that he must continue to work hard and get good results, but that he must also remember to get plenty of rest and enjoy the training. After a little bit more small talk, the two walk away, but Abel takes an especially long moment to stare at Giamma before leaving with a huff. Giamma doesn't think much of it, and laughs as he remembers from the game's story that she will soon get a boyfriend. As he's watching her leave, he doesn't notice Ryozo sneaking up to him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. At least that's what she thinks until Giamma turns around sharply and strikes her with a strong flick to the forehead. She cries and jumps back, not expecting him to hit her out of the blue with such a strong attack. She was only game to wish him luck in the training, but now she's too pissed off to even look at him. Giamma doesn't really understand Ryozo. He couldn't sleep much these days because she's always hanging around him, and if he ignores her and doesn't react, then she'll just get more restless and paces around like crazy. He has no idea what caught her attention so strongly, but Ryozo is still technically a heroine. He doesn't want to be closer to her than he has to. The spatial gate to Avalon Island opens, and the students are told to carefully pass through to the island for their test. Giamma steps up to the gate, determined to make sure that this time he will find what he's looking for, and he will get through this event quietly without any trouble. The gate brings him through, and he arrives in the sacred land of Avalon. Specifically, he arrives in front of the Tree of Beginnings, Yggdrasil. This isn't time for sightseeing, though. There is a survival test to pass, and everyone is working hard, so there's no time for him to slack off. Thankfully for him, he took a photo of the island's map back at the library. Then he marked the location where he can get the blessing of regeneration, after comparing his memories of when he played the game himself. The map looks familiar enough, and Giamma assumes that the blessing's location is near the lake at the island's center. This means that he needs to get as close to the World Tree's lakeside as he can. Then from there, he can cross both the rocky area and the forest area. There are 3 days left of the island training, and the academy didn't just send them out to play around. They gave the cadets a mission to find orbs hidden around the island. It's pretty much a treasure hunt like the ones that normal schools do on field trips. And the more orbs a student finds, the better the grades at the end of the test. Apparently, the orbs can also be used as enhancement material, which only makes Giamma more interested in grabbing some for himself. Following one of the survival books that he read in the library, he pulls out the secret weapon that he brought specifically for the test. It's a medium-sized machete that he found in the hiking section at a supermarket. It's usually used for cleaning weeds and logging, but most importantly, it's long enough for him to not trigger the blessing of the sword god. He bought this machete specifically for the training, since he hopes to save the 50 seconds of the blessing of painlessness for something huge to take care of. As he's testing out the machete, a small rabbit peeks its head out of a bush and stares at him curiously. Giamma originally thinks that this is the perfect time for him to gather some food, but his thoughts are broken when the rabbit comes out from the bush, revealing itself as a creature much larger than Giamma. It's a menacing creature for sure, but Giamma has taken down a cow king, so a little rabbit should be easy. He doesn't even need to activate the blessing of the sword god to take this monster out. Elsewhere, Abel also comes across a rabbit. That's thankfully normal size and a lot cuter than the monster that Giamma came across. Abel originally considers trying to help it find safety, but the rabbit chomps down on her hand before running away. Abel chases after it and pulls out her sword, now determined to turn the cute rabbit into an ingredient for her dinner. This is a perfect chance for her too, since she can use the rabbit to test her special training result. The rabbit runs faster and even turns around to smirk at her, as if it were looking down on her, and it reminds her of Giamma, who also regularly hid his true abilities. She speeds up to catch it, but the terrain suddenly changes, causing her to lose her balance and fall into a lake. The rabbit watches her with a look of disappointment from above the water's surface, and once again, she remembers Kang Giamma. The boy that fills her mind is also having his own struggles with the monster-sized rabbit. He worked out so much to be able to keep his body in shape, but even now, without the word God's blessing, he's barely able to keep up with a simple rabbit. Giamma drops to his knees and accepts defeat. It's better to starve instead of wasting more energy for no gain. He gives the rabbit the opportunity to leave, but before it goes, it gives Giamma a mocking smile. That causes Giamma to immediately change his mind and activate his blessing, and he takes out the rabbit immediately. Elsewhere, Rachel rushes through the forest, eager to find Giamma before anyone else. She has been going around in circles, but she can't get discouraged yet. After all, she was the one that made up this game, and she was talking up a big game the whole time. She turns and runs in a different direction, hoping to waste less time by just moving without thinking. Her voice is so loud that Ryozo at some other part of the island can hear her as she runs through the forest. She's also eagerly looking for Giamma, and she's determined to not be the loser if she's going to end up playing this game with everyone else. From what she landed somewhere on Avalon Island's beach, and immediately worked to adjust her goals for the special environment. The only place on the island that never changes is the World Tree, and knowing Giamma's personality, and the fact that he wanted to go solo, she figures out that he is most likely heading to the center of the island. It's going to be a pain to search for him, but she doesn't want anyone else to get to him first. Chloe is also having a great time desperately searching for Giamma. She's barely even paying attention to the monsters and animals trying to attack her as she dashes through the forest looking for him. She's one of the best scouts out of all the first, and on this island, she's confident that she can find him first, and he will only have eyes for her. She notices someone in the distance and runs even faster, hoping that it's her Giamma. Meanwhile, Giamma rests beside a campfire and roasts the rabbit that he killed earlier. He spent the entire day skinning the hide off the monster, and now he doesn't have to worry about food anymore. He hears something running through the forest and turns his attention to it immediately. It doesn't seem like a wild animal, and Giamma wonders if it could be someone targeting him. Right now, he can't afford to let his guard down, especially since he knows that there are people who want him dead in the academy. Thankfully, he has saved his blessing for a moment like this, and readies himself for a fight as the person gets closer. Chloe rushes through the trees towards her target, but it turns out to be Rachel instead of Giamma. The two of them immediately start arguing, angry that they seem to keep running into each other. Meanwhile, Giamma has to stop himself from narrowly cutting Abel in half as she falls in front of him. The two of them freeze and stare at each other, and the silence is only broken when Abel's stomach growls. Even though she didn't want to participate in the game, somehow Abel accidentally found Giamma first. She takes a long look around his makeshift campsite, and it looks like Giamma is thriving. He has a fur coat that looks warm and plenty of jerky to ensure that he doesn't go hungry. Even in this survival test, Abel continues to lose to him, no matter what she does. It's embarrassing to think about, and because of her dive into the lake earlier, she's also extremely cold. Giamma comes up behind her and gives her the fur coat to cover herself with. The whole reason she found him was because she couldn't resist the smell of the food that he was cooking, but the blanket he gave her is at least warm enough to calm her down. She also has a twisted ankle from earlier when she was chasing the rabbit. Giamma doesn't waste any time as soon as he notices it and goes to bandage her ankle to take care of her injuries before it gets infected. Once her wounds are patched up, he asks her why she's wandering around alone. The Rachel game immediately comes to her mind, but she obviously can't tell him that. Instead, she tells him that she's more comfortable alone, which makes her similar to Giamma in a way. She remembers the fact that she so boldly told the girls that she wouldn't be joining in on their game, but now that she's here with him, she can't resist the urge to win. She picks up her phone and snaps a quick picture, showing that she had found Giamma first. She sends it to their group chat, immediately confirming that she had won the game, and the rest of them can't get close to Giamma. Ryozo and Rachel throw a fit as soon as they see the picture, but the deed is done. Abel stares blankly at her phone as Giamma hands her a piece of meat. It's awkward between the two of them for a while before Abel breaks the silence. She asks him how he became so strong, and Giamma doesn't have an answer to that immediately. Although most of his fights barely last for a minute, he still shows an incredible amount of strength that must have caused a stir since he came to the academy. He tells her that it's probably because of his teacher. Abel can relate since she spent 17 years of her life learning the sword from her grandfather. She was confident that she knew more about swords than anyone, but meeting Giamma makes her realize that there's still a lot she needs to know. She asks him the name of the family that he learned his swordsmanship from, but he doesn't answer her question. Instead, he tells her that he realized long ago that being strong doesn't always mean that he will win. In the end, it's always the ones that never give up until the end that win. Those who manage to endure will persevere and survive till the end, and those are the people that Giamma considers to be strong. Abel stares at him for a bit, but can't hold back her laughter. To her, Giamma's cliché line makes him sound like an old man, and it reminds her of her grandfather. This also reminds her of the first time that they talked on the bench. This is their first real conversation since then. He hands her another piece of meat, and Abel thanks him as she takes it. She gets so comfortable that she doesn't even realize when she sleeps off and wakes up the next morning. By then, Giamma had already left, and he left all his food and supplies behind without a word. Her leg has also completely healed, all thanks to his help the previous night. Abel can't help but cry as she realizes that this is the first time she has ever felt truly cared for by someone else. No matter what happened in her life, she always had to face it alone. Even when she encountered huge obstacles, she managed to overcome them eventually, but it was always alone. That was the duty of someone who carries the family name of Nibelung. But now, Kang Giamma has done all of this for her, while seemingly expecting nothing in return. All this time, she has envied and been jealous of people who offer kindness without expecting anything in return. And now he does this for her. With newfound energy, she picks up her sword and prepares to set off. Nothing will change for her if she just sits and cries, so she has to start moving. She wears the coat that Giamma gave her proudly, and sets off to continue her survival training. Meanwhile, Giamma pushes his way through the forest, and his mind wanders to Abel. Even he thinks that she's really pretty, but he also feels like Abel doesn't like him very much. He's not too worried since he already knows that Abel's character is just like that. She's always been a proud, aloof young lady. He ended up helping her due to their random encounter, but it's not because he had feelings for her. She just looked so pitiful that he couldn't bring himself to be cold to her. The main storyline might change a little now that he has interacted with her, but everything should be mostly fine. Today is also the day that Abel and Leon start developing feelings for each other. He at least hopes that she doesn't end up giving the fur blanket to Leon. Regardless, he has made it out of the forest after several hours of walking, and now his focus is solidly on finding the blessing before sunset. The blessing he's looking for is the blessing of regeneration, which is a guardian class blessing that is just a rank below the blessing of transference. It's designed to amplify the body's regenerative capabilities, but the catch is that it can only be used on the person that owns the blessing, which means that the blessing is essentially just magical doping. However, because he has the blessing of transference, that restriction doesn't apply to him. He should also be able to patch up his sashimi knives as well. At a glance, the blessing seems like a cheat, but the regeneration isn't to the point of regenerating lost limbs. It's just a blessing that accelerates the healing of wounds. The blessing is also treated as a hidden bonus in the game, so it doesn't particularly affect Leon's growth. Since Leon will eventually grow stronger later on and gain more buffs, he has to make sure to get this blessing no matter what. After a little bit more walking, Giamma finally finds what he has been looking for, the blessing of regeneration. It is also beside a gigantic orb from the test, and with how obvious it is, it's practically a freebie. He came here for the blessing, but he gets an orb too, which is a lucky bonus for him. He goes to grab the orb and have a look, but suddenly, someone blocks him from getting to the orb. It's Leon, and he already knows that Giamma isn't here for a sightseeing tour of the World Tree. Leon stares Giamma down, already knowing fully well that Giamma came here with other intentions in mind. Giamma lies that he just saw the orb from a distance and came to get it. Leon draws his sword and tells Giamma to come and try to get it, but only if he can defeat the blonde in a fight. From the day Leon was born, half the world smiled with him. At least, that's what he has been told all his life. He found something that's proof of him being a hero. The sword in Leon's hand shines brightly as he stares Giamma down. This isn't right though, and Leon is supposed to be with Abel right now. Today is supposed to be an important turning point in the story. It looks like Giamma accidentally stole their event, and nothing ended up happening all night. But even if he knew that, fighting over it seems a bit pointless. Leon slashes the wall behind him, and it crumbles immediately without any resistance. He's serious about this fight, and nothing is changing his mind. Giamma can finally see the sword that Leon is holding, and it's Balmung, the hero sword that Leon is supposed to find. But its condition is strange to Giamma. Balmung is the world's worst, most sinister demon sword, and the blue gem embedded in its center is a catalyst. The gem grants the holy power to the holy demon sword, Balmung, and that is what neutralizes its magic. But since Balmung itself is based on magic power, and even if it's being neutralized by the ether gem, it's greatly affected by the user's character. That's why, in the game, Balmung could either become a demon sword or a holy sword depending on the player's choices. Leon tells Giamma to calm down, and only think of this as a sparring match. Leon has to be crazy though, since he can't even use Mental Realm yet. There's no way he can defeat Giamma at their current state. Leon takes a step forward, and it looks like he's trying to use Giamma as a stepping stone to grow stronger after getting Balmung. Our MC can kind of understand where Leon is coming from, but it's just a guess. One thing that he's sure of, though, is that the orb is just an excuse. Leon is done waiting around, and he launches towards Giamma to start the fight. Elsewhere, Ryozo scratches her neck in exhaustion as she walks through the forest. At some point, she ran into Weapon, and the two of them are walking together while she tries to find Giamma. Weapon didn't want to bump into her, but the two of them are reluctantly walking together. He takes a guess that she's probably searching for Giamma, and she doesn't deny it. At this point, it's obvious to Weapon that Ryozo is interested in Giamma. Until a month ago, the only thing Ryozo would do is nap in the archery range, but now, whenever Kang Giamma is mentioned, she starts acting active and different. He also noticed that she has started doing extra stuff without being asked, even though she always hated doing anything complicated or tedious. Ryozo stops suddenly and turns to him with a heavy blush on her face, and asks Weapon if her feelings for Giamma are too obvious. As the two of them talk, a loud sound comes out from the distance that startles the birds in the trees. It seems like an earthquake, but Ryozo can tell that this commotion is caused by Kang Giamma. Giamma himself is facing a bit of a dilemma. Leon is way more powerful than Giamma gave him credit for, and the machete he held as a secret weapon has already been snapped in half. Leon doesn't even think that Giamma is fighting back and sees this as our MC not having any respect for him at all. The truth is that Giamma just couldn't react at all. He didn't expect Leon to actually swing Balmung, but Giamma doesn't want to get dragged into some fight when he doesn't even know what's going on. He hesitated because if he tried to use his blessing, then he might have accidentally cut Leon down. But if he doesn't fight back, then Leon could definitely end up cutting off Giamma's head. Leon is the protagonist of Blessing of Miracle M, and he can't be underestimated. As the blonde hero walks towards Giamma, our MC has no choice but to pull out his sashimi knife. He's about to face off against a monster, and doing so without at least using his blessing would be absurd. He needs to get rid of the naive thought that he can just survive without using his blessing. He activates the blessing of the sword god and clashes as Leon makes another run towards him. The two of them fight, but in an instant, Leon cuts the first sashimi knife in half with little effort. Giamma quickly opens his bag and pulls out one of his several extras, then throws it at Leon. The blonde easily cuts all the knives before they can reach him, then rushes at Giamma again, cutting through several pillars behind him on his way. Giamma manages to dodge the attack, and then turns around to put some distance between them. Leon is definitely on a whole different level from the midterms, but even the protagonist's buff has its limits. Another massive slash from Balmung sends the terrain flying in different directions. Leon has used almost all his energy in this fight, but through the destroyed landscape and dust, Giamma walks towards him, completely untouched. He asks Leon why he's going this far, and Leon stops for a moment to think. The world has always told him that he will be the one to bring happiness to everyone. But now since Giamma showed up, it seems like everything he has been working to build doesn't matter anymore. Now this whole fight is supposed to show Giamma who is who between them. Leon activates his sword once again and charges up an even more devastating strike than before bringing it down towards Giamma. Our MC rushes towards Leon as the massive strike falls towards him, and the two of them clash for a moment. As the energy clears from Balmung, a small chunk of it chips off. Leon stops moving for a moment and stares down at his damaged sword. It looks like the destiny Leon was meant to have is now too far out of reach for him. From where he's standing, Giamma is the one that should have been chosen. As Giamma puts away his knife, the wind rustles around them, and as the dust clears, Leon is gone. That was an unexpected duel for Giamma, but it looks like he wanted to use it as a way to help him grow as a hero and strengthen himself. Giamma doesn't plan on losing to anyone, no matter their motivation. Leon didn't even come at him in a way that would allow him to end the fight easily, and he lost several sashimi knives in the fight. If Giamma had gone lightly and made even one wrong move, then he would have been dead. He tried his best not to target Leon, but thanks to that, he ended up dodging all over the place without putting in a real fight. Even so, Leon's growth is at a level is fitting for the protagonist. With that said, Giamma ended up slicing a bit of Balmung, but as long as he gets it repaired and collects more parts later, then reaching its final form shouldn't be a problem. At least he didn't end up cutting down Leon himself. That would have been an entirely different problem. With no other surprise attacks on the way, Giamma goes to take the orb for the survival training and pick up his new blessing as well. He picks up the blessing, and a system message pops up for him, confirming that he has acquired it as one of his abilities. It's a passive ability, and to test it, Giamma cuts into his own skin with a stone. Immediately, the wound disappears without even a scar, which is exactly what Giamma wanted this whole time. Still, getting this in the first place was tough. He heads back into the forest and rests by a campfire as he gathers his thoughts. He still can't get over the sudden duel he had with Leon for no reason. The only thing he can think of is that the fight happened because he accidentally stole Leon's special time with Abel, but Leon even said that their battle was going to happen sooner or later. Things were so tense that Giamma couldn't even question it, but now he desperately wants to know what the blonde protagonist meant by that. He already knows that Leon is an existence of this world, but that still doesn't answer the question of what exactly he is. And even beyond that, the one that brought Giamma into this world in the first place is a whole other mystery. He can't do anything to figure it out, and for now, all he can do is what he feels he needs to do. Even in his past life, he had a fiery personality. He has been holding it back a lot lately, but he could never ignore injustice. He used to get into a lot of fights with rude customers, but he never backed down no matter how tough they were. Maybe that is Giama's own weird sense of justice. At first, he tried not to interfere with the main storyline, but before he knew it, protecting himself became the top priority. Even though his actions were just to get a blessing, that shouldn't change the main plot. And yet today, he ended up fighting Leon. And now, he's also under the threat of assassination too. His life is really on the line, and if he continues down this path, he might end up cutting down a real person and not a monster. He still doesn't want to do that, and his mind starts to weigh down as he realizes that things might really come down to that. As he's thinking to himself, Ryozo appears behind him and mockingly encourages him to stop talking to himself and just act naturally instead of overthinking things. He turns towards her, but she's gone when he looks. It seems like this was just a hallucination, but he knows that if Ryozo were really with him, that's probably what she would say. He takes a moment to think about what the others are doing, and in that brief moment, he realizes that right now he's thinking about his friends. The word sounds so cheesy, but right now it gives him comfort. As the night goes on, Giama eventually falls asleep. Suddenly, the leaves in the bushes around him crunch silently as a group of dangerous-looking people make their way towards him with sharp objects in their hands. Their leader, Rei Shen, nods her head as a signal to start the attack, and two of the grunts throw their shuriken towards Giama. He instinctually wakes up and dodges the attacks, only taking minor cuts to his arms. Giama turns towards the Undertaker Syndicate and immediately recognizes their leader, Rei Shen. In the story, she eventually becomes the first half-demon that Leon ever faces. Originally, she was the daughter of a noble, but after her family betrayed her and kicked her out, she became a contract killer. Her hatred grew with time, and then she eventually became a villain that got defeated by Leon. In other words, she's a character doomed to tragedy. As sad as her tale is, Giama can't find any sympathy for a killer who gave up her humanity. The group of assassins approach him as Giama cautiously tries to keep his distance. The men can immediately tell that Giama isn't normal, and even in a situation like this where he's surrounded by strong fighters, Giama is making a face like he wants to cut them all down. Rei Shen is the first to speak to him, and she asks him which organization he's from. Giama doesn't answer, mostly because he has no idea what to say to that. Why would hitmen be asking him that kind of question? Maybe they think he isn't a cadet because he seems so skilled. From what the other men are saying, it seems like this is the first time that Rei Shen has been interested in someone they are about to kill. They know that he's the top freshman, but they didn't think that he would put up a fight at all. Giama still doesn't respond to their provocations, and instead, he simply watches them. Then he figures out that since these people have come for him, then whoever sent them must at least be an elder in the academy. That shocks all of them because they didn't expect Giama to be investigating them. He knows that the Undertaker Syndicate are just butchers who kill people for money, and the more he talks about them, the angrier they get. Giama walks right up to Rei, getting right in her face and looking down at her, as if to mock her. One of the grunts finally has enough of the disrespect and turns to attack Giama, but in a split second, our MC activates the blessing of the sword god and makes quick work of the side character. The man makes fun of Giama for just running around dodging as his head slides off from his neck, which has been cleanly cut by Giama. Just like that, he dies before he even knows that he has been attacked. With this, Giama has finally cut down a person in a place that isn't the Academy's subspace. As the group panics and tries to figure out what to do, Giama's assimilation rate starts to go up rapidly, going from 12 to 88. In another reality, Chef Kim checks his phone and sees that it's already past midnight. He decides it's time for him to find what he's looking for quickly and call it a day. He's looking for his humanity, but he can't seem to find it anywhere. As he searches through the fridge, he sees some boxes of juice that spell out the words, Blessing of the Sword God. As he looks at the weirdly organized boxes, he changes back to Kang Giama, but he still can't find what he's looking for. He sees some more boxes of juice, and they seem to be spelling out a message for him. The message tells him to cut it all down, no matter what it is, and as soon as he reads it, a bright red light comes flooding from the fridge, engulfing him and bringing him back to reality. His left eye starts to darken as a manic glare comes over his face, and it's clear that Giama is ready to take out anything and everyone in his way. The other goons don't get the hint that they are already dead, and they try to rush towards him so they can bring him down, but Giama doesn't waste a second as he meets them halfway and cuts 3 of them down with one clean strike. Another pair of assassins come at him with their swords drawn, and our MC easily jumps over their attacks, twisting in midair before slicing them in the back, killing them easily. The men try to encourage each other to not get taken down by one brat and rush to attack him all at once, while Rei Shen, their leader, watches from behind as blood, guts, and body parts go flying in all directions. As she watches her men get mercilessly cut down, She starts to question if the person they are going up against is really a cadet. He's clearly in an entirely different league than all of them combined, and at this rate, they are all going to be wiped out. The goon closest to her yells out in fear, calling for his captain to tell him what to do. But before Rei can even process what he's saying, Giamma swiftly appears beside him and ends his life in one swift motion. The kid was supposed to be an easy target for them, just a quick kill that they would forget about by the end of the week. But now, all her men are dead, and she's most likely going to be next. Now she understands why the old man was promising such an absurd amount of money for someone that was supposed to be a quick and easy kill. That crazy old man set them up against someone who is clearly no longer human. He has to be a half-human, half-demon that's disguised as a cadet. Giamma's attention turns to her, and before Rei Shen can back away, her back is already in the glue as Giamma sits on top of her, keeping her completely pinned while a knife presses against her throat. Giamma managed to finish this whole thing quickly with a whole 9 seconds left on his blessing of painlessness. All the time for the day was used up because of Leon and this Undertaker group. It was for self-defense, but Giamma still wishes that he won't need to use it again. Fighting humans is a completely different feeling compared to fighting demonoids. Even though he's not a fan of what he just did, his opponents were human butchers that were coming for his life. There was no reason to show mercy, and he doesn't have any regrets. Now the only person left to take care of is Rei Shen, and she has clearly lost all will to fight. He ties her hands to a tree, keeping her immobilized. Then he starts his interrogation by asking her who sent her. However, even in this situation, Rei is a professional, and she's not about to let Giamma's intimidation work on her. But Giamma isn't going to give up so easily either. This is finally his chance to figure out who has been after his life. All he has to do is figure out how he's going to get the information out of her. Giamma bends down to her and asks her if she's stupid. After all her subordinates have been turned to fertilizer for the forest, and there's a good chance that she will be next if she decides to continue crossing Giamma. Rei can't take it anymore and grits her teeth in anger, convinced that Giamma is a demon. But now even she can see why the elder put a hit on him. She tried to look into Giamma before the mission, but all of his personal records were erased, including even his relatives and his parents. That causes Giamma to pause in confusion, and the rest of Rei's ranting falls on deaf ears. He has no idea what she means by his family records being erased. He tries to remember his relatives and his parents, but suddenly realizes that he can't even remember what his family looks like. He desperately asks her to explain herself, while pulling out his sashimi knife from its cover. He was originally planning to find out the name of the person that hired the mercenary group, then he would have let her go peacefully. But now that she has revealed something so distressing, it looks like he has no choice but to take this more seriously. He tells her plainly that if she doesn't cooperate with him, then she will end up losing an arm and a leg and any other limb Giamma wishes. As long as she can still talk by the end of it, he doesn't care how mangled she ends up being. Suddenly, the area fills with immense magical pressure, pushing both Giamma and Rei down. Giamma turns around and sees that the blood of the corpses seem to be rising into the air and heading towards Rei. Suddenly, the stoic look on Rei's face changes to raw terror as she sees the blood gathering around her body. Elsewhere, Siegfried takes the break as an opportunity to go fishing with his brand new fishing rod. He hasn't gotten a single bite since he started, but it's still nice to enjoy the rare peace and quiet. A disturbance in the water makes him momentarily think that he's about to get a catch, but instead, the fishes are thrown into the air as if something terrible were shaking the island itself. He can immediately tell that something is wrong. There is a terrifying amount of magic power in the air that is comparable to a demon commander. As the blood wraps completely around Rei, she starts to groan in pain as she begs Giamma to help her. Her skin starts to turn purple and her eyes look broken as she pleads with Giamma not to let her die. Then, suddenly, a massive blast blows up the area that Rei was just laying, and the massive explosion is bright and loud enough to illuminate the whole island. The smoke of the explosion clears, and Rei is standing in the wreckage, except this is clearly not Rei. Whoever this new person is, her skin is burning in different parts, all the way up her body. And the first thing she does is stretch and comment that she hasn't been in the human world for 700 years. This level of magic power makes the mermaid that almost killed Giamma look like a small fish. That, as well as the impure flame that covers her body, makes Giamma certain of who he's looking at. This person is the Demon King's Army 5th Legion commander, the succubus demon, the bewitching flame Agor. It looks like just after slowly turning into a demon, Giamma is about to face off against a demon commander. The dream demon laughs in glee as even the birds in the sky fall to the ground from the immense heat that her appearance caused. She asks Giamma if this is not how humans greet each other. After all, it's been 700 years since she last stepped out of the demon realm, so she's not used to human customs anymore. Regardless of whether she's right or wrong in how she introduced herself, she does it again, even saying that it's nice to meet him before asking for his name. Giamma is still stunned to silence as she continues to ask him questions that he can barely even hear anymore. Right now, he's struggling to dig up his memories, in the hopes that even the smallest and seemingly useless fragments can serve as a mirror to let him see into the future. The biggest advantage Giamma has right now, that has allowed him to survive in this world for so long, are his memories from playing Blessing of Miracles M from his past life. From what he remembers, the succubus Agor is a fire-type demon and one of the Legion commanders. Although her physical strength is pretty average among the other commanders, she excels in mental magic. That's the basic details he can remember reading about Agor on the game's wiki, back when he quit the game, but he has no idea why Agor would come down to the human world after 700 years. Even more, she used possession to descend through Lei Shen as a host. He doesn't have any more time to think about it as Agor speaks to him again. She asks if he is the one that killed all the mercenaries littered on the floor. From the moment she descended, she realized that Giamma is no ordinary human, and the fact that he's even still standing with a sane mind after seeing her is proof that he has outstanding capabilities. However, even with that, just from his physical appearance, she can tell that he's just a whelp, but he will most likely turn out well in the future. If that's the case, she comes to him with a proposal to make a contract with her. As she says that, she activates her mind control powers, completely bewitching Giamma as he looks at her. He tries to ask her what she's doing to him, but she cuts him off before he can say anything. Giamma should be honored after all that a Legion commander would give him the special chance to become her slave. In the end, she knows that even though humans may act noble, they only end up judging each other and creating their own pecking orders. They chase after their own interests and kill others to cause pain. Instead of allowing him to live in a world like that, Agor is giving Giamma a chance to dream a dream of glory with her. The mind control starts to take effect as her words sink into his mind. The more he thinks about it, the more he can't help but agree with her. After all, humans only judge others and stand in their own way. If he wants to survive, then accepting Agor's offer would be the right thing to do. On top of that, his ultimate goal of survival will be much easier if he sides with the Demon King's army. But his opponent is a demon, and not just any demon, but the succubus queen, Agor. That's why he has to fight her influence and make his decisions on his own. As his mind just barely manages to cut through her powers, Agor notices that he has undone her high-level magic. She starts to wonder if he broke free because she is currently inhabiting a pathetic vessel. She only made that contract with Lei Shen because of all her whining, but now she's starting to regret her decision. As she continues to complain about her host, Giamma starts to laugh. He finds her nonsensical barking funny and couldn't hold back his amusement. There's a brief silence as Agor struggles to comprehend what Giamma just said, and then he pulls out his sashimi knife to answer her question about becoming a slave. With one swift swipe of his blade in empty air, he tells her to buzz off. Agor smirks at his lack of manners as flames start to gather around them. Giamma cuts through the flames that she effortlessly sends his way, and she even yawns while he works to dodge her attacks. But our MC isn't even moving at his full potential yet. He manages to move fast enough to cut her down, causing her to dodge and jump away while laughing maniacally. The more they fight, the more she starts to want him, even though her offer of making him her slave was only said half-jokingly. She decides to see how far his abilities can really go, and unleashes even more of her power at once, sending multiple fireballs at him. Giamma cuts through all of them easily, pushing through the wall of flames, directly at Agor. His increasingly dazzling skills only make her more and more impressed by him. As he approaches her, she's forced to turn and run while he gives an endless chase. Giamma has clearly gone past human limits, while she on the other hand is adapting much too slowly despite the fact that it has been several minutes since she descended. Our MC manages to catch up to her and turns to bury his knife in her back. This time Agor is genuinely concerned by just how fast Giamma is to be able to catch up to her so quickly. The two of them collide, releasing a massive explosion that destroys the earth around them. As the smoke clears, Agor stands above Giamma, easily holding back his knife that was about to stab into her just a moment ago. She comments on him having an impatient personality and asks him if he's in a hurry. He doesn't have to go anywhere since Agor has all the time in the world for him. Giamma is in a hurry though, and he knows that there is no time to waste. With all his strength, he cuts through her grip, freeing his hand and pushing in for another attack. His body starts to glow with his aura as he pushes himself even harder to settle this fight. There's no time to waste, and the clock is slowly ticking down until his blessing of painlessness ends, leaving him completely vulnerable. Agor notices that he's somehow getting even faster, despite already overcoming what is humanly possible. The two of them continue to clash, sending sparks of flames shining all over the place as the seconds tick away. Their battle gets brighter and brighter until finally, his blessing of painlessness wears off, leaving Giamma completely exhausted as he pants heavily, barely being able to stand as she towers over him. Agor, meanwhile, has nothing to show for the brutal fight besides a severely cut-up hand covered in flames. If it weren't for the clause that the humans and demons signed 700 years ago, this battle would have gone a lot differently. As she stares at her hand, she just can't get used to seeing her own red blood pour out of her multiple wounds. It almost feels like she has become human herself. And just like that, she uses her flames to completely heal up her arm, leaving her good as new. She approaches Giamma, who can barely even stand upright anymore, and tells him that it would be a waste to leave him as just a human. He has a burning determination that consumes his body, and it captivates her. He may be lacking in manners, but Agor likes his fiery passion, and at his age, he might even have more potential than the other kid that was prophesied to be the vessel of the past hero. Agor laughs as Giamma continues to glare at her defiantly. Now that she is almost adjusted to her new body, she starts to see Giamma differently and wonders if he will be the one to fulfill the wishes of the demons. To find that out, Agor decides to give him one last test to see if he really is what she's searching for. She charges up even more flames around him as she rises up into the air and tells our MC that if he can survive her next attack, then he passes. The flames rise and form a ball in the Legion commander's hand, looking brighter and hotter than anything she has used so far. Giamma's eyes start to glaze over as she charges up the attack. It's clear that he has no energy in him anymore. Agor tells him that he has to endure at least this much as she tosses the mini-sun over towards him. At the same time, someone else rushes in from the side, leaping up towards them and stepping in front of the blast to block it from hitting Giamma. It's Siegfried, and he arrived just in time to save his young student from certain death. As he uses all his strength to block the burst of fire heading towards Giamma, he tells our MC to pull himself together and snap out of his daze. Agor is mildly annoyed by the old man's sudden interference in their battle, and she tells Siegfried not to butt in between them. However, the old man absolutely cannot let Giamma fall in battle, especially with all the potential he has shown. Since the Swordmaster has chosen to put his life on the line for Giamma, Agor is more than willing to put him through the challenge to see if he can actually protect the younger boy. Meanwhile, Giamma's consciousness floats in an empty space as he struggles to regain himself. His first thought is asking if he's dead, as he hears coughing coming from somewhere in front of him. He's just barely able to come to his senses and sees someone standing in front of him. The first thing he sees is a flaming knob where an arm is supposed to be, and as his vision clears, he sees the Sword Emperor standing in front of him with a missing arm. Despite his missing limb, the Sword Emperor is still determined to make sure that a peerless talent like Kang Giamma isn't lost in vain to a pointless battle like this. With all his strength, he used his sword and his bare hand to completely block an attack from a Legion commander, and even as he lost his entire arm, he still stands in front of a student like a protective shield. All of this is because he knows that the boy he's giving his life to protect will surely become the link to humans and demons, and he will grow to become the hope that breaks the chain. He notices that our MC seems to have come to his senses and tells him to rest for a while till his body recovers. From what Siegfried can see, the situation is dire, and he needs to hold down the fort while his student rests. Giamma points out that Siegfried has lost an arm, but the old man tells him now to bother about it. There's no need to use both hands to grip a sword anyways. For now, Giamma has to focus on getting himself together. Agor is done letting them have their idle chit-chat, and she calls out to Siegfried. She doesn't understand how someone past their prime is taking her magic head-on. After all, he's just a mere human, and he should barely be able to think while around her, much less hold his ground like this. Siegfried doesn't answer, and instead tries to get a grasp of the situation he dove into. Right now, he's facing off against Agor, one of the Legion commanders, and for someone with such a high rank to show up, they need to use flesh as an offering to loosen the barrier between the demon realm and the human world. From there, they can possess a human body which acts as the catalyst. Because of the backlash from the whole process, demons can't bring out their full strength while possessing someone, but that doesn't change the fact that they are unstoppable disasters whenever they appear. Fortunately for them, it seems that Agor and her current host body aren't a good match. For her to be struggling against Giamma is understandable considering just how overpowered he is, but she's even getting pushed back by a dying old man. She doesn't know what trick Siegfried pulled to be able to hold out against her for so long, but she'll make sure that her next attack won't end with him just losing her arm. With that, she makes another charge towards him, and Siegfried responds in kind, rushing towards her with his sword held in his one good arm. The two pass each other, and our grandpa manages to chop off her arm as payback. Agor screams out in pain and anger as her flaming arm falls limply to the ground. She stares at it in shock as Siegfried asks her if she's afraid yet. After all, now things are fair between them. That angers Agor even more, and she goes in for another attack, spawning massive flames that cover the entire area. Siegfried calmly holds his sword as it builds with aura, preparing for a counterattack. He doesn't know exactly why she crossed from the demon realm into the human world, but he can see clearly that her eyes are filled with fear. As the flames move towards him like a molten whip, the old man cuts it away easily and dodges the attack. Then he leaps away from where he's standing, moving faster than Agor can see. The succubus still doesn't think that Siegfried is much of a threat, and she's so busy mocking him that she narrowly allows her head to get cut off by his sword. In an instant, Siegfried appears beside her, swiping his sword at her neck, which she very narrowly manages to dodge. Siegfried has such a dense aura around him that she can't even sense his movements around her. That's when she takes a moment to seriously look at his face and realize that Siegfried is a descendant of Aaron, one of the heroes of old. That may be the case, but Agor tries to calm herself before panic washes over her. After all, Siegfried is still just a human with a body far past its prime. There's no need for her to get so worked up over someone like this. She flies up into the sky to put some distance between them, then summons a barrage of flaming spears above her head. Descendant of Aaron or not, there's no way a body as frail as Siegfried's will be able to dodge this next attack. The spears fill the sky and the heat is so overwhelming that even the clouds start to give way. She laughs like a maniac as both Giamma and Siegfried realize that this next one is going to be tough to dodge. Without giving them more than a second to think, she unleashes the flaming rain down to the ground. Siegfried may be old, but he still has some spring in his step, moving fast enough to dodge the rain of fire. Giamma can do nothing but watch and call out for his teacher. He's like to help him, but right now it's taking all the strength he has left to barely stay conscious. If he lets go of his sashimi knife, he might never be able to grab hold of it again. Giving up his blessing in this situation would basically be suicide. Siegfried continues to jump and avoid the molten spears as they rip apart the ground around him. With his one good arm, he slashes his sword at any attacks that come to close, perfectly cutting the fire spears in half. Even Agor commends him on his impressive display with such an old body. She upgrades him from a meddling bug to a scurrying rat in her eyes, but the attacks are still falling and they don't seem to have an end. Siegfried hasn't just been blindly dodging them this entire time though. He's been getting closer to her with each step, and now he's within jumping distance. As he closes the gap, he agrees with her that demons are absurdly stronger than humans. In fact, in his youth, he resented the world after coming to terms with that fact and understanding that his effort alone wouldn't be enough to overcome it. But he has realized something now that he has reached old age. Agor mocks him as he speaks, but even though her words are dismissive, she can't ignore the raw skill that shows off just how experienced the old man is with the sword. Siegfried is almost within striking distance, and she still hasn't found a weakness to exploit. Then she notices it right as he gets closer. His left side where his arm is missing is wide open and a sitting duck for an attack. She smirks as an idea comes to her head and tells Siegfried to keep babbling. The old man leaps into the air, getting closer to her, and with his sword primed for the final slash, he screams out to Agor. He tells her that humans can develop and evolve even in hopeless situations, and that's what demons fear the most. That's why they are constantly trying to invade the human world. With that, Siegfried finally makes it into stabbing distance and raises his hand above his head for the final strike. Once he's close enough, Agor starts to laugh. With a quick move of her hand, she stabs at his foot with a spear of fire that bursts from the ground. With that, Siegfried's heroic leap is hindered, leaving him wide open for a finishing attack. Agor doesn't waste a second and closes the gap between them, placing her hand on his chest. She's tired of listening to his babbling, and there's only one way she can put an end to it. With that, she shoots a burst of fire from her palm that tears straight through the Sword Emperor's stomach. The beam then explodes, completely engulfing the older man in bright flames as Agor walks away, once again looking bored of the whole fight. Siegfried spits out blood and falls to his knees as he coughs in pain. His body is on fire, his arm is missing, and there's a bowling ball-sized hole in his stomach. Honestly, the old man has definitely had better days. Now that he's well and truly defeated, Agor gives him every neat's dream and places a flaming foot on his head, pinning him to the ground. Left with no strength in his body, it looks like Siegfried has no words left to speak. Agor knows humans well, and whether it's 700 years ago or today, the heroic types are always so cliché. The mighty Sword Emperor can't even open his mouth to argue as she tears him down with her words. Giamma calls out for his teacher again, still barely able to move or do anything to save him. Agor almost forgot about the kid, but her attention goes back to him after his cry. For the first time since they met, she calls him by his name and approaches him to continue their conversation from before Siegfried arrived. Now that the intruding matter has been taken care of, it's time for her to give him the results of the test she gave him earlier. The Sword Emperor tries in vain to yell for his student to run, but it's already too late. Giamma passed her test, and as a reward, he gets another taste of mind control. His already weakened mind can barely hold back as the Legion commander places her flaming hands on his body. In her eyes, Giamma will definitely serve as the perfect host for the hopes of demonkind. She lovingly tells him that they will see each other in hell, while Siegfried yells for her not to turn her back on the enemy to go after a young cadet. Agor laughs at his attempts to save our MC as she prepares a seal on her tongue. She doesn't feel like hanging out with an old man like Siegfried, and her attention is fully on Jiyama. She leans in and places her tongue on his forehead, giving him a devil mark as a seal of approval for passing her test. With that, Jiyama falls to the ground, seemingly completely taken over by the demon woman's magic. The demon mark seems to take root in his head and spreads all over his body, completely covering him with her power. The system immediately detects the unauthorized external intrusion and starts to freak out. It activates its self-defense program automatically, but just like with the Sword God's blessing, the program cannot execute because the user's level and the word line are too low. So instead, the system uses Yggdrasil as a catalyst to temporarily increase Jiyama's level. Then it uses its restraint to readjust and synchronize the word line. If you have no idea what this means, dear user, it means that our OPMC is about to get absolutely busted, and Agor is cooked. Jiyama's synchronization level increases from 12.7 all the way to 99%, and then finally 100. With that, the condition for his mysterious locked power has been met, and Jiyama is about to wake up. Meanwhile, Siegfried still tries to fight against the overconfident demon, but in his weakened and bruised state, he's barely a threat. He's a lot slower, but even Agor can't help but commend the fact that he's still moving despite his injuries. It's not too much for her to understand though, since bugs are known to keep moving even after their heads are cut off. Siegfried still tries to fight back as Agor playfully dodges his attacks. Even if it costs him his life, he's determined to take both of Agor's legs with him as he dies. His blade shines with his aura, and Agor takes note of the color. It's just like 700 years ago in war when the Sword Saint used their aura as well. He evolved his aura right up to his dying breath to fight her. It looks like she has no choice but to kill the old man for good before he becomes a problem later. She rushes at him for one final battle, and Siegfried prepares to meet her head-on. But they are both interrupted as a blast of magic comes down from the sky, socking Agor to her core. She turns around in rage to find the origin of the magic, and her eyes widen in shock. She first thinks that what she's looking at is Jiyama, but this definitely can't be the boy. The feeling that runs through her body as she sees the glowing form of whatever is coming towards them. She hasn't felt this unpleasant feeling for 700 years. The system forcibly raised and manifested the level of all of Jiyama's blessings, including the blessing of painlessness and the blessing of regeneration. Then it used the blessing of transference to halt the world line's pain and damage with the other two blessings. Agor grits her teeth in anger as she stares at the person that dares to interfere with her plans. Then she calls the person in the air above them, Joaquin. Jiyama descends from the sky towards them, and the blessing of the Sword God has been temporarily disabled in this new form. Instead, it announces that the gods should bear witness as he wields the blessing of pseudo-invocation. Elsewhere on the island, Abel rests her sword against her back as she walks through the dense forest. Today is the last day of the training exercise, but something is clearly wrong. It's almost 7 o'clock in the morning as Ryoho checks her phone to make sure that she's not going insane. Weapon wakes up behind her and asks her what she's doing walking around when it's not even dawn yet. But she tells him that dawn is already over. Sunrise was a long time ago, and yet the sky is pitch black, as if it were still the middle of the night. Regardless of what's going on though, it's about time for the cadets to head back to the academy, and they will all eventually meet up there. Even Chloe and Rachel, who are fast asleep while dreaming of Kang Jiyama. The other cadets are also waking up and realizing that it's time for them to reunite at the return point, and Ryoho is sure that many others have already gathered there since yesterday. No matter what is going on, Ryoho is sure that this isn't a good sign for them. Back at the battlefront, the smoke doesn't show any signs of clearing as Jiyama calmly floats down to the demon and human who were just about to kill each other not too long ago. Agor still can't believe that Joaquin of all people would suddenly appear out of nowhere. And for the first time in the entire battle, the fear that Siegfried has been seeing in her eyes is now written clearly on her face. But as our MC's feet touch the ground while crackling with electricity, Agor gets her first good look at the person that has appeared in front of them. It's not the Joaquin that she's been scared of for 700 years, but instead Jiyama, who she was just playing with like 5 minutes ago. Now that she has a clear look at him, she realizes that it was careless to think that this would be Joaquin. No matter how strong he was 700 years ago, he's still human, so there's no way that he would still be alive. But that doesn't change the immense feeling of dread that's washing over her as Jiyama approaches her, and at this point, even her judgment is starting to slip as a result. And where is Siegfried during all of this chaos? He's basking in the light of a new god. As soon as Jiyama gets close enough to him, his knees buckle, and he gets down in respect. Jiyama stares at him for a moment before raising his hands, and Siegfried's wounds immediately start to heal and seal up. Once Siegfried has been taken care of, Jiyama closes his eyes to concentrate, Then he opens them, unleashing a burst of power as the electricity that was coursing through him earlier starts to engulf the entire area. In a flash, he disappears, and before Aegor can even blink, he reappears behind her and starts walking towards her. Meanwhile, the Legion commander is petrified with fear as her brain struggles to figure out just what the heck is going on here. She can't get a clear grasp of his form at all, and it's almost as if his new powers are beyond her comprehension. She starts to wonder if it's because of the Lucy body that she's inhibiting, but it's definitely more than that. This entire situation is just beyond understanding. One thing that she's definitely sure of, though, is that this guy is surely not human. If that's the case, then she has to take back what she said a while ago. She apologizes to Giamma for taking back her words as she reaches under her, drawing magma from the earth for one massive attack. It's a shame that she has to give all her strength to take him out now. His body would have made a fine vessel for someone else. But if she doesn't take him down here, then he will definitely become someone that blocks the path of the rest of demon folk. Giamma stares calmly at her as she charges up a powerful attack in her hands, and the magma from below the earth breaks through the ground and takes shape in front of her. Then she takes it all together and turns it into a massive fireball that she holds over her head. Siegfried grits his teeth in shock at the display of raw power, but Giamma doesn't seem fazed at all. Then she sends the massive fireball hurtling towards Giamma, wishing him one final goodbye with a promise to see each other again in hell. The massive ball of fire shoots towards Giamma and Siegfried, and it's so large that it breaks apart the earth as it flies towards them. Siegfried can barely believe his eyes at the size of the attack, and there's not much he can do to stop it from taking them out. Giamma walks forward as the flames fly towards them, and for the first time since he descended with his newfound power, he speaks. Inside him, the system runs through multiple calculations to keep his new form active and maintain all his blessings at once. Considering the world line values that were tampered with, the manifestation time is limited to 60 seconds, meaning that Giamma doesn't have a lot of time to finish this. But considering this new form, it's not like he needs a lot of time anyways. The world itself seems to freeze in place as Giamma walks towards the fireball with only one intention: to cut it as perfectly as possible. Several potential cutting lines appear on the massive blazing ball, but only one looks usable. He focuses on it and activates one of his new powers called Thousand Sword, which slices the fireball and goes beyond it to even cut down Aegor, who still has her hand outstretched. The ball of fire explodes in a burst of energy, filling the area with a blinding light that overwhelms everything. Once the light dies down, Aegor's body falls to the ground, split perfectly in half from Giamma's power. She falls to the ground, with no energy left to spare. Then her eyes look to the sky as it starts to brighten. Around the island, the other students also point and look at the sky in shock, and they can barely believe what they are seeing. The sky, which was dark not too long ago, has opened up with a perfect cut going straight through it. The other students don't know what's actually going up, and they all just think that the sunrise on this island just happens to be really weird. Back with Aegor, she struggles to even breathe properly as her blood pools around her in what looks like molten magma. She can't regenerate her body, and it feels like even the very source of her mana has been cut. At this rate, she's going to die soon, and there's no way to save herself. Beside her, Giamma's transformation falls, and he's barely able to keep his balance before falling to the ground. It looks like the transformation took all the power from his body, leaving him unconscious right in front of Aegor. The Legion commander sees her chance and starts to crawl towards the unconscious boy. She can't accept the fact that she's going to die so pathetically, but more importantly, from what she's seeing, King Giamma will turn into a calamity for the demon folk. She uses the last of her energy to activate one last powerful spell called Flamma and aims it at Giamma. Even if she's going to die, this is her only chance to save her race before it's taken out. But her spell casting is cut short as a sword goes straight through the back of her head, all the way out of her mouth. She's just barely able to turn around to see Siegfried burning the sword into her neck. He warned her not to turn her back to the enemy after all, and her carelessness is just like the 6th Legion commander Basman. Still, to him, she's tougher than Basman, but this is where her story ends. She has one last chance to curse at him before he fuels his sword with his aura, driving his energy into her and killing her from the inside out. Her screams eventually die down until they are nothing more than pained, muffled yells. Then her body slowly decays and fades away as she disappears into nothing. As she dies, Siegfried finally announces that his name is not Aaron's descendant. It's Siegfried von Nibelung. Then the Sword Emperor turns his attention to the unconscious Giamma still laying defenseless on the ground. He goes to turn the boy up and check his body to see if he's okay. His breathing is steady, and although there are some blocked blood vessels, he has no fatal wounds and only seems to be asleep. Thankfully, his life is not in immediate danger. Now that he has confirmed that, Siegfried wonders just what the hell Kang Giamma is. Earlier, after Giamma manifested his new form, Siegfried compulsively got to his knee as a show of courtesy. That act wasn't on purpose, and it was just an unconscious response as a swordsman. Long ago, since ancient times, humans have believed that an incomprehensible will resides within all creations. Storms and floods, lightning out of a clear sky, comets falling from the night sky, and even supernatural or superhuman forces have always been objects of fear for humanity. But ironically, people worshipped these transcendental powers in hopes of receiving blessings and protection. Over the years, people began to call such things calamities or gods.